I'm so glad to see you here. Today I have John LeBon as my guest. We're going to be talking about, is Tesla a hoax? And maybe other conspiracy theories. So welcome, John LeBon. How are you doing today?
I am terrific, Sasha. Thank you for having me on the show, and thank you for all your patience. We should let the listeners and the viewers know that we had some technical issues for the
As
past
always.
45 minutes, and you've managed to keep you cool. I'm very impressed, and I'm glad to be here to discuss the Tesla hoax. Wow, what a topic! It sounds crazy, doesn't it? Tesla a hoax? That can't possibly be.
It really does. Like when you first said it, I kind of thought you were joking, like just hyperbole. Everything is a hoax. But as soon as I realized you were serious, then that's kind of why I invited you on the show, because I think this is it's a conspiracy theory that I haven't heard of before. And because I do so very much enjoy conspiracy theories, I usually know the conspiracy theories that exist and that are kind of going around. So I'm very interested in that. Before we start, I do want to share John LeBon's website. If people do want to learn more about the topics that he covers, it's scrolling down. I'm very excited about using this new technology, this new StreamYard. So I'm making full use of the different options. So that's his website down below, johnlebon.com. And John, do you want to tell us a little bit about your website before we get into Tesla?
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So that's just going to stream the whole time that we're talking is going to be a banner saying johnlebon.com, is it?
I'm going to turn it on and off. I'm going to switch it between that and like, share, subscribe.
You know what? I think that's really cool. I heard once, I don't know if this is true, but I heard that, like 10, 15 years ago, CNN and Fox News implemented this scrolling bar at the bottom. I heard somewhere that they did that because they discovered that you need to have moving things on the screen to keep people's attention. So 50 or 60 years ago, you could just have the news anchor just sitting there talking. But because our attention spans are so poor now, you have to have something streaming. So people aren't even reading the thing on the bottom. Just the fact that it's moving keeps people's attention, is what I heard. I don't know if that's true, though.
I think that is true. Yes, I believe that. Yeah. And I think especially if people are just they're checking out to see if this might be an interesting show or not, it's just a little bit more captivating because of the movement. So we're brainwashing people into watching this show.
Excellent. That's exactly what I'm here for.
So your website. So you have podcasts on it.
I've got the whole shebang. There's articles, videos, podcasts. There's a lot of free content there, but there's also a lot of exclusive content for members of the website. But there's enough free content there that if someone was to visit, they would probably take several months to get through all of the free content. I've been working on it now for about 5 years. I started YouTubing back in 2014, and then I started building the website in 2016, and we're about to end 2019. So it's all gone very quickly, Sasha. And actually, I was reflecting on this while we were getting all the tech things sorted out. I first started discussing Tesla. I remember where I was living or where I was staying at the time. And believe it or not, I had this conversation with Nathan Oakley and with Antonio Subrats, who you're familiar with. I'm sure most of your audience is familiar with. And at the time, I didn't really understand how popular Tesla was to conspiracy subculture, because this was 2016. So I'd only really been involved in all of this for a couple of years at the time. And it was chatting with those two that some information about Tesla came up, and then I started looking further into it. And within about 2 weeks, I'd produced a podcast about 2 hours long on Nicola Tesla, who after a couple of weeks of research, I'd become convinced the guy never existed. And so to be sitting here more than 3 years later, and once again, I'm sitting on the floor, I'm sitting cross-legged on the floor, chatting with somebody in front of a laptop. It's sometimes I get a bit sentimental. And 3 and a bit years since I released all of my work on Tesla. So today, if you want to ask me some questions about Tesla, that's totally cool. I'll be mostly going from memory. If people want the best stuff, just go to the website, and it's free. My podcast and my videos on Tesla, they're all free. I haven't got member material about that. So people can go and check that out if they want. But if you ask me questions today, I'll give you the best answers I can from memory.
That sounds good. Before we end the show, I do want to talk a little bit about content creators moving off of YouTube, going onto alternative sites, going onto their own websites, and a little bit of the issues I think that I'm starting to see with that, but we'll leave that till the end. So before I start asking questions, I do want to say hello to everyone in chat. Black Swan is here. Mark of Melbourne, hello there. P. Murray Level Earth is here. Hello, Matrix Media. Javier Fernandez is being amusing in chat. Oh, my archetype, hello. So if you, I think people in chat, Validation Boy is here. He came earlier to say that he was going to have a competing live stream. So,
but are you and Validation Boy on good terms these days?
No, well, it's funny. No, but also yes, because we have such opposing opinions, and also I think we don't respect each other's methods of communication. Like, I find it really hard to listen to his provocative approach, right? So he'll say things just to get a reaction, and I don't necessarily like that approach. But at the same time, sometimes I find myself defending him or being on his side. So it's interesting. And I think sometimes maybe he does the same for me. I think sometimes he finds himself on my side of issues. So I think it's interesting. I have terrible social skills, and I don't really know how to negotiate friendships very well, especially online, where you can have a negative interaction, and then 2 years later, either I've completely forgotten that we had a negative interaction, and I'll see someone in chat and I'm like, oh, hello, it's been a while, or the opposite happens. We have a negative interaction, and then I will never forgive them, right? So it depends, right? And it can be the exact same level of negative interaction, and it just depends on the day, right?
I am so glad you said all of that, because I find all of this fascinating, because I'm similar. Like, my social skills, I've had to work on them over the years. A lot of things didn't come naturally to me. And then a few years ago, someone gave me this book called How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. Have you heard of this book?
Yes, I have.
Have you read it?
No, I haven't, but it's kind of on my list of, like, that would probably be good for my personal development. Was it good for you?
Yeah. It definitely was. This was about 7 years ago. And the book isn't about how to win friends or influence people. It's more about how to think about, how do I interact with the people around me? And so I read that book. I was given a copy by a housemate's brother. So I was living in a share house, and one of the dudes who lived there, his brother was in town, and we just started chatting. We got along really well. And then he comes to me the next day with this copy of this book by Dale Carnegie, How to Win Friends and Influence People. He's like, man, read this book. It'll change your life. And I was like, all right, I'll read the book. Why not? And by reading the book, I realized there were some things I was doing naturally that are good for social interactions, but there were some things I was doing that were terrible, and I'd never really thought about it. So, like, for example, I used to be one of those people who says, oh, I'm terrible with names, right? I used to be one of those people. And what Dale Carnegie says in the book is, when you tell people you're terrible with names, what you're telling them is you're terrible about remembering the first and most important thing about everyone in the room, right? It's their name. I'm talking to Sasha right now. If I go out and I meet Michael, and Michael's there with his girlfriend, Tracy, that's the most important thing about them. The first and most important thing is their name. So when you say, I'm terrible at names, you're declaring you're terrible about caring about the first thing about people. And I was like, this guy's got a point. And then he says, if you practice trying to remember people's names, you can get better. So even if you believe you're bad with names, you're not. But even if you believe that, you can just practice as soon as you meet people. What's your name? Oh, Michael. Oh, tell me about where you're from, Michael. Use their name a few times at the start of the conversation. You remember Michael's name. And so this is like one example of a skill that I never used to have. The book encouraged me to develop, and now I'm much better at. But in saying that, a lot of the things in the book I have tried to implement, but I still am not. If you put me in a room with a whole bunch of new people, I'm still not the most socially fluid person. It just didn't come naturally to me when I was growing up. And I think these days what they do is they say, oh, little Billy who's 10 or 12, he doesn't get along with the other kids very well. And so they pathologize his social awkwardness now. So once upon a time it might have been, hey, Billy, when you're with the other kids, don't do this or do this. Now it's like, oh, Billy's got a problem. So we're going to diagnose him. We're going to medicate him. We're going to pathologize this social awkwardness.
Everyone around him is going to have to accommodate his social awkwardness.
Yeah, and he's going to be encouraged to see himself as having this problem, whether it's autism spectrum disorder, or in the past they want to call it Asperger's, or whatever they want to call it. Now he's convinced to see himself as actually having an inherent problem. that can't be fixed, you see. And I
Yes.
kind of feel like had I been born 20 years later, I would have been pathologized and medicated. I'm pretty confident. Like, I feel blessed that I was
Oh,
born in 1987. Because if I was born in 1997, I wouldn't have made it. They would have got me. You know what I mean? And it's predominantly boys that they do this to. Predominantly, it's boys in schools that
I
are
know.
being diagnosed and medicated,
Yeah,
and
it's
they're basically
fantastic.
neutering all of the intelligent young boys. You see, so I just don't think I would have made it.
I agree 100% because I think I'm the same, right? I think that as terrible as my social skills are, they're not as bad as they would have been had I been indulged. But because I was never indulged and it was never like, oh, you have Asperger's, so we're just going to all accommodate your weirdness. It was kind of like, no, you're weird, so we're going to shun you, which hurts your feelings. And so then now you try to change, right? So I think because there were social repercussions for my weirdness, it forced me to at least try to change. So I'm not as bad as I would have been. I have been able to kind of learn to at least like fake some of the social skills, and through faking it you kind of learn, oh yeah, okay, it starts to come naturally, right? And now I think I'm a better person for it. I'm still nowhere near normal, but I'm nowhere near as bad as I would have been had people, like you said, labeled me, diagnosed me, medicated me, and told everyone around me, oh, you can't expect Sasha to do better, so you just have to accept this about her. And I think that that's the problem. We're too accepting of children's little flaws, and then we never try to improve them. And I think it is really terrible for boys, and I think that by those of us who think differently, it's kind of two-pronged. I want to talk about arrogance with in terms of Nikola Tesla and also myself, but I think when you're very different from other people, it's very easy to get a sense of either inferiority or superiority depending on the situation. And I think in a way that's terrible, and it has all these terrible ramifications, and I really think for Nikola Tesla it cost him a lot of opportunities, but at the same time it gives you something that allows you to cope with the isolation and alienation. Whereas when you just drug these little boys who think differently, then I think that they don't necessarily achieve the brilliance that they might have had. And brilliance requires isolation to a certain extent, and not in everyone, but I think at least in some people. What would you
Well,
say to
you
that?
said something very interesting there, that you still don't see yourself as normal. When did you realize that you're not normal? Because for me, it's really only been the last year or two that I've come to realize that I am just a strange person. I was somewhat oblivious until the last year or so that I've realized, hold on, putting aside all of my fringe beliefs, I actually am a strange person. I really am. But I wasn't aware of that as much as I am now until the last couple of years. Seriously.
That's kind of funny. Did you just smoke pot throughout high school and just didn't know?
Well, it's funny you should ask that. Actually, I didn't even touch any drugs until I graduated high school and was at university. I didn't touch any drugs at all. I didn't even binge drink very much in high school. I was like a really well behaved, you know what I mean,
Yes.
person until my 20s. And I also kind of feel blessed in that sense because now weed is being so normalized and promoted through the mainstream, and it's even being legalized in the United States in certain places. Canada, I hear, has legalized it across the board.
Yes, it
Probably only a
has.
matter of time until Australia does likewise. And I'm not convinced that weed is as harmless as they say.
Oh
So
no.
even though I've done my fair share now, I kind of feel blessed that I didn't touch it until I was about 20 or 21 or something. I do feel lucky in that sense because it gave my brain time to develop without being affected by that drug. And this
Yeah.
is a topic that I've spoken about before, and I know a lot of people in this subculture, the conspiracy subculture, don't like what I have to say about this because they're convinced, oh no, weed is medicine, weed is harmless, and it's better than alcohol and all these things. And it's like, I'm not saying weed is bad necessarily, but I do think if you have to smoke it every day, that's an addiction, clearly. And I
Yes.
also think that it's not harmless. It affects your brain, it affects your mind. It'd be like if I tried to say to you, oh, I have 6 beers a night and it's harmless. Well, that's ridiculous. It's affecting my brain, right? If I was doing that. Someone
Yes.
who's ripping bowls every day, I'm not saying they should stop. Who am I to give people advice? But
Right.
if they try and tell me that it's normal or harmless or it's medicine, I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? What on
Well,
earth are you talking about?
it damages your ability to think clearly, because with pot, one of the things that it does is it sends waves of random activations through your neurons. So when people first start taking pot, they often feel like it's making them more creative, but it's just that you're now making associations between things that are not associated, and that can lead to creativity. But there's no actual meaningful connection between these two things. The pot is just randomly making both clusters of neurons fire together, and so you kind of conceptualize them. Oh, there's a relationship there, but I can't quite put my finger on it, And if you keep doing pot, two things happen. One, you're solidifying the connections between neurons that are not actually meaningfully associated, which means now every time you think of kayak, you also think of perfume. There's no association. So then when you're thinking, every time you think of kayak, you think perfume. So it makes your ability to think clearly and problem solve more concisely. It just messes it up because you're not able to concentrate as well. And then the other thing that I find is that, and I think this is a good point you made, is that there's a difference between using consciousness altering substances when your brain is already developed. Because I think in teens, we often see kids who use pot to deal with negative emotion, whether that's anxiety, boredom, anger, frustration, and then they never acquire self-soothing skills. They never acquire conflict resolution skills. They never acquire these skills to resolve the negative emotion. So then they're 45 years old, you take their pot away for the night, and then they act like a 30-year-old having a tantrum if anything goes wrong, because they don't have those skills, right? So yeah, I think it's a dangerous substance when it's overused or used incorrectly.
You've touched on a lot of very interesting things there. So you do believe that weed can help creativity? Because I believe it can. I do believe that. And I think it is, as the way you've described, one of the reasons for that is because it allows you to see or to experience connections that maybe you wouldn't have otherwise.
Yeah.
And so much of our life and how we perceive the world is about connections. It's about all these data points. How do we see them fitting in together, like in the world and in our life, and the two mixed? So I do think there are benefits from weed. Like I'm like prima facie anti-weed. The point I'm making is I think a lot of people think it's totally normal and healthy and medicine. And I used to see it that way years and years and years ago. I used to see it that way. Like I had bought into a lot of these memes. And I guess a huge part of the last 5 or 6 years of my life has just been reassessing all of these things I thought I knew, like all these things I had believed. And we all think that we're logical creatures, that we base our opinions on evidence. We all like to think that. But actually, I think most of the time we have an emotional attachment to a certain belief, and then we post facto rationalize the belief. So, for instance, if I believe that Tesla was this great guy, maybe when I was younger, I saw this documentary, and this guy Tesla, who had been shunned by the authorities or the establishment, had burned down his lab or something. I saw him as like this great figure who had been marginalized or demonized. And he brought so much goodness to the world with his technology, and how dare they try and stop him? Maybe I developed some kind of emotional attachment to this hero story, which is what it is. Then someone comes along and says, yeah, but are you sure this guy actually did exist? Well, I've got this emotional attachment to it. So then I post facto rationalize it. Oh yeah, I can Google him right now. See, he's got books and there's all these documentaries, but that's post facto rationalization. Whereas what I'm trying to do is go right back to the start and say, okay, maybe this guy existed. What's the evidence? What's his books? What books did he write? Do we have any footage of this guy? Can I see this guy giving lectures? Like, go back to the start and say, what do I actually know? And I was lucky with Tesla. I never bought into the Tesla hero myth. Like, it's just, there's so many different rabbit holes and trails in the conspiracy subculture. We all get caught up in something. So some people got caught up in the Tesla hero worship. That never happens to me. So a few years ago when I was chatting with Antonio Superats and he says, oh, Tesla was suppressed and blah, blah, blah. I was like, what? What are you talking about? I'll go and look into this. Why not? And I was able to come at it fresh without these emotional connections to beliefs. And so I guess the relevance going back to weed is if someone has an emotional attachment to weed being healthy, nothing that you or I or anyone ever says is going to change that, because they'll post facto rationalize it in any conversation.
Yes. Yes, I think that's true. And for the viewer, because I can see in chat, we've kind of pissed off a few people.
Sorry
People don't
about
like
that.
it. I know, like people don't like it when you put weed down. It's kind of funny though. People really react. If you're upset by that, wait till we get to Tesla. So okay, so let's hop into Tesla for a moment. I took a few notes of things that I thought might be interesting to ask you about. So first of all, a little, I guess, summary. So Tesla, basically, we know him as the inventor of alternating current. He came from, what was it? Well, Yugoslavia, which was in those days not separated into, what is it, Croatia and Serbia and all these different places. Came to the United States, worked with Edison, felt betrayed by Edison, and then went to work for Westinghouse. He not only did he develop alternating current, but he also developed remote transmission, so remote controlled subs, and he did some work for radio communications, even though the credit went to Marconi. But so here's the thing. So let's start with the hard one. Because Nikola Tesla was awarded a medal because he was offered the Nobel Prize in physics, and because he had to share it with Edison, apparently he refused it. So then rather than giving it to, even though they had listed it in the I don't know, the documentation at the time, the newspapers as well, that Edison and Tesla had won the prize in physics, because Tesla turned it down, they ended up awarding it to someone else. And then the American Electrical Engineers Institute, because they felt so bad for Tesla never really having been recognized for his contributions, they gave him a medal when he was older. And at first he failed to show up to the awards ceremony to claim it. But then in the end, he did accept it. So what are your thoughts about that?
Well, that's a lot of things. That's
I know,
a lot
I'm
of
sorry.
stories. Wow. So Tesla and Edison, they didn't get along, did they? They were like enemies or something. That's kind of the story.
Yeah, because Tesla came to the United States. He had a reference letter from one of the I don't know, the professors where he studied, and so Edison hired him, and Tesla basically improved the efficiency of Edison's power generators. And then they had a disagreement because Tesla thought that Edison was going to give him $50,000 if he was able to increase them by a certain yield, and Tesla did. And then Edison was like, "Oh, I was just joking. Here's a $10 an hour raise." And Tesla got pissed off, and because of his pride and arrogance, he quit. He said, "No, not good enough," and went and found Westinghouse.
Wow. So Edison kind of stooged Tesla.
That's the story.
Wow. What a bastard. How dare he?
Okay, now
The
tell me
nerve of some people, Goodness gracious.
not recognizing the brilliance of this lone wolf, right?
All Tesla wanted to do was make the world better, and Edison basically stooged him out of cash.
Yes.
Yeah, in narrative storytelling, it's useful to have a protagonist and an antagonist. And what I've noticed about a lot of these stories, whether it's to do with Tesla or even dinosaurs, the so-called bone wars, there are these protagonist-antagonist dialectics or dichotomies that are great for storytelling devices. So someone who thinks that Tesla's this great guy, well, hey, he also had enemies like Edison or like Westinghouse or like the Morgans or the Rockefellers or the Rothschilds, whoever. Somebody was trying to stop Tesla. So Tesla's the good guy on this journey, leaving his home country. Yeah, it's like a hero's journey. He goes to the United States. He thinks people are going to support him, but his supporters stab him in the back. What's he going to do now? Does he run back to his home country, or does he stay and fight? Or he stays and fights, keeps developing his technology. So what do the bad guys do? They get together, burn down his lab, and he's lost to history for decades until the Tesla revival circa the 1990s. You see, like it is like a story, isn't it? It's like a beautiful story that would fit on a Hollywood screen.
Yes. But, and I agree. And actually, I was a little bit surprised to find, I had always seen, to be honest, I had seen Tesla as as the hero that I could relate to, you know, so alien in the world around him, having a different way of thinking and having potential to add wonder to the world through whatever he could contribute, and then just not being accepted and not being allowed to, I guess, in a way. And then in the end he just gets shunned and dies alone. So I guess, yes, it's easy to identify with that.
Yeah.
And I was surprised in doing my research for this. I did a little bit of research, and like, yeah, so I had always heard that Edison basically just offered him nothing, but it turns out that no, he actually offered him a $10 an hour raise. He was like, I'll pay you more because you've helped, right? So it wasn't as monstrous, I guess, as the mythology. And also, I did see it more from the perspective of a lot of the problems that Tesla had were related to his arrogance, because he wanted to be remembered as the man who rescued the world from war, that his inventions would stop war forever, and he would forever be remembered for having done that, rather than just wanting to contribute in ways that were maybe more practical, right? Like, he really, so I think the rose-colored glasses have kind of come off, but at the same time, I'm curious about why you think he didn't even exist as a historical figure.
Yeah, I will get to that. This is very interesting to me though, hearing you speak about this. The angle that Tesla was going to stop war with his inventions. That's a new part of the story that I didn't know was part of the grander Tesla mythos until just now hearing you say that. But hearing you say that, the way that you say that, I can understand this. It's like, hold on, if Tesla could have gotten his technology out to the world, then maybe that could have saved war, because all of a sudden there's free energy, right? People will think that Tesla was going to provide free energy. Well, there's no need to go to war over oil if everybody's got free energy, right? So the idea that there are people out there who think that Tesla was trying to stop war, that makes sense. I can understand that. But I didn't know that was part of the broader Tesla mythos. So I'm learning as I speak to you right now.
Yeah, and yeah, that was something new to me as well. And even just he had this very naive view that by making wireless communication transmission and energy transmission, but also communication transmission available to the world, that somehow that would make conflict a little bit more impossible. You know, I think it was more the idea that you wouldn't be able to win a war because it would be harder to keep secrets from the enemy. And so, and with the remote controlled devices that he had developed, he thought, okay, well now, you know, if the US has all these remote controlled subs, then they don't even have to sacrifice their young men. So their army is effectively limitless. And then they can just go send these drones to slaughter any army that kind of tries to rise up against them. And so everyone else in the world will realize that the war is unwinnable. So then that would also end war forever. So like, he had these very idealistic, childish or naive views. And so I find that interesting.
Yeah, well, in the live chat, Iron XXVI, Iron26, says that they're getting a vibe of patronizing. I am not here to patronize the audience or you, Sasha, obviously. I'll tell you why I doubt that Tesla existed. However, maybe he did. Okay, I can't tell you 100%, no doubt, that anybody from history did not exist. I'm not there. How can I know? All I can do is draw inferences. So what I did with Tesla was I thought, right, I'll go back to the start. I'll go and read Tesla's books. The first thing I discovered was that Tesla never actually published any books. Did you know that?
Yes, yes.
Do you find that interesting? Because there are books that are now published in his name, but the story goes that people have taken all of his articles from different magazines or whatever, and then they've compiled them and then released it as a book. So you think you're reading Tesla's autobiography, but this is not a book that was published by Tesla in his own time.
No, like I think he had some in those, I guess in those days, like, and even now, actually today, anyone who works in the science field, you keep your science journal, right? So you keep records of your experiments and your personal notes on those. And so I think that there are some of his writings in terms of the notes that he kept about his different experiments. So those exist, but he didn't actually write books. He was too busy developing technology. I don't know.
Technology to save the world, of course, yeah. Another thing I found interesting was that there's no footage of him. There's no footage of Nikola Tesla. That amazed me when I discovered that. Did you know that?
There are photos of him. There are newspaper photos of him. No.
Yeah, there's like 3 or 4 photos. If you Google search Tesla, you'll find the same 3 or 4 photos used over and over. But like he'll be flipped on one image. It'll be transposed onto like a Faraday cage or something in another image. But it's the same 3 or 4 images over and over. If you look at the images themselves, but in terms of moving footage, zero. Now I've had some people say to me, "Oh no, there is Tesla footage," and I'm like, "Great, can I please see? Can you show me?" And then they'll either disappear and never come back, or they'll come back and they'll be like, "Oh well, I couldn't find any footage, but that doesn't prove anything." Like they're so certain that there's footage of him, but there isn't.
Well, but okay, so I know that there are, like you said, there are a few photos of him, and but I think the reason that there's no moving footage of him is, I would suspect, now I'm not saying this is truth, I'm just trying to, as I go, kind of put things together. But because really, he was at his peak in the late 1800s, right? The Chicago Fair was in, what was it, 1893? And that's where he showed his alternating current magnificent ability to light up the night. And so that was when he was at his peak popularity. And then after that, he just that was kind of it. And then the fire that burned his lab down, that was in the early 1900s. And moving footage, like videos, in 1903, like they were just starting to videograph trains and kind of life in the cities, but it wasn't something that would have been very easy to get your hands on, right? Like it's not as though, and he wouldn't have necessarily been an interesting topic to anyone at the time because he was effectively an engineer, I guess, right? So, and as his popularity declined, then nobody really cared. I think it's really only later that we started to recognize his contributions, right? So
Yeah, I see your response. Your response is basically like, why would there be footage of him when he was around when there wasn't the technology we've got right now? I mean, could you imagine Tesla alive today where he could live stream his thoughts, right? You and I can, pardon me, go on camera like this and it's no problem. It was a bit more difficult back in Tesla's time. I understand what you're saying. But he supposedly passed away in the 1940s, in 1943. So to put that in context, the film The Wizard of Oz with the beautiful Judy Garland, I'm pretty sure that was made in the 1930s. That was a feature-length film. So there was definitely film technology and camera technology well before Tesla died. And yet somehow a man who was like a key driver of technology, there's no footage of him. It'd be like if there was no footage of Elon Musk today. It's like, hold on, this is a techno guy. Of all the people who should be on camera, surely the techno guy should be. No, but not Nikola Tesla.
He was Elon Musk-like in 1893 to maybe 1905. But then after that, his lab burnt down, and then Westinghouse kind of turned on him. Not really. Like he told Westinghouse, "Give me your money, and I'll give you what you want." And then took the money, and then actually did his own little thing with it. And so then that kind of burned his bridges with Westinghouse and with any other investors. And then he couldn't get any other investors, and then he started going, I think, a little bit mad in his isolation, and I can relate to that actually. And so for the last decades of his life, he wasn't recognized for being anyone of importance, and he was kind of shunned because then he was just seen as this crazy old man. And he got into esoterica, he got into Indian esoterica, and then he was like, oh, there's this prana energy, and I think that discredited him as in the community of scientists, right? I don't know. What do you think?
That's interesting. So this idea that like he peaked as an intellectual, but then problems happened and he sort of became a recluse. But then, so we forgot about him, or people just didn't take him seriously or didn't give him credit.
Yes.
What happened? Like, when did he suddenly become famous again posthumously? Like, what caused a man who had been a recluse and had been ostracized and all these things? What caused a sudden resurgence in Tesla interest? Like, do you know how that happened all of a sudden?
I'm guessing it would have been the fall of Yugoslavia when the Soviet Union fell, and then Yugoslavia became Croatia and Bosnia, and so then all these countries that had once kind of they didn't really have any national identity. They were just part of the Soviet bloc. I think then they started looking for national symbols of heroism, and so then Tesla was brought back to popular attention. And I think that would have been because Serbia was like, okay, look, this is our hero, and we're going to kind of band around this as national pride. I think that it had to do with that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's interesting. So, like, they used to be a larger country or nation, and then once they're breaking up, it's like, well, we want to have some hero, like some national identity hero to rally behind. Like, so I'm in Vietnam right now, and as you can see and hear, they love Ho Chi Minh, Uncle Ho Chi Minh. They love him, right? He's a character that people can identify with and get some kind of nationalistic pride from. Your explanation makes perfect sense to me. Can you see though how, if that is the case, that does feed into what I'm suggesting, which is that maybe there's some mythology going on here?
Yes. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I can actually, as I was saying it, I thought, oh no. Because yes, it does kind of start sound. I can hear the mythology aspect to it. However, but he has all these patents registered with the U.S. Patent Office. So someone did get those patents. Someone came up with those ideas. No?
Yeah, I think that is true. I haven't spent enough time looking at each of the patents to sort of come up with any theories about that. So the story is that there's like hundreds of patents attributed to Tesla. I can't say that that's not true, but what I can say is that just because something is registered in someone's name, personally, I don't say that means that person really existed. However, if someone says no, there's like 100 patents or whatever to Tesla, so therefore he must have been real, fair enough. But I personally haven't spent the time scrutinizing those alleged patents. And to be perfectly frank, I don't even really know how the US patent system, like, I've never patented anything, and so I don't really know exactly how the system works. And what's more, if he was making these patents 100 years ago, 120 years ago, I have no idea how that patenting system worked back then. I mean, did they expect people to walk into the patent office with their driver's license or their whatever their equivalent was back then to verify that they were the person making the patent? I honestly don't know.
So no, I don't think that they would have had the ID requirements that exist today. I have looked into patenting things, and now, yes, now you really do have to provide proof of your identity. In those days, no, I think because the idea was that you would want credit for whatever it is you've created. And I know that Marconi used some of Tesla's patents for his system. So yeah, like, I could see how maybe Westinghouse, just rather than patenting things under their own name, they just pick one of their engineers' names, right? Maybe the lead engineer on one of their projects, and they're like, okay, we apply for the patent in his name, maybe for other reasons, right? For political reasons, right? I could see that happening. I could see if Google was maybe being seen as a monopoly, and the patent office started assigning patents to someone else other than Google, just because they're like, hey, Google has too much power, and so we're going to start, if there's an independent guy who applies for a patent and Google applies for it, we're just going to give it to the independent guy. So then I could see then Google saying, okay, whoever's the team lead on this project, we apply for it in his name. So that I could see, yes, if that was the case with Westinghouse, and that's how Tesla got his name on the different patents. I think you could argue that, but I don't. Yeah, but it's interesting though, because it's the approach that I think that you're taking that's interesting, which is, I won't believe that Tesla existed until I see persuasive evidence to prove his existence, and I haven't yet seen enough. Whereas I think the default view for Tesla, at least, is we believe he existed unless you can prove to me that he didn't, right?
I agree with you completely. I think that is the default view for most people, for most things. So if they've been raised to believe, for instance, in outer space, and then I come along and I say, I don't believe in outer space, it's like, well, who are you to not believe in outer space? Everyone believes in outer space. Everybody. So who are you? Can you prove to me that outer space is not real? And of course I'll say, well, I can't prove that outer space is not real. I'm just saying that when I went looking for evidence that it's real, I realized I don't have any. So now I don't believe in it anymore. But if you are happy believing in outer space, by all means, go ahead. Back when I used to believe in outer space, I was happy enough. It wasn't hurting me, as far as I know. I mean, I think maybe some people have like an existential angst that they're not aware of inside because, hey, a comet could come at any time. And like I'm 32 years old, so I was about 11 or 12 when Deep Impact and Armageddon were released at cinemas in the same year. And I think those kinds of images do have an effect on us on a deep level psychologically, this idea that it could all end tomorrow from a meteor impact or something. But I think for the most part, believing outer space is not harmful. So who am I to say that people should stop believing? I'm just saying that when I went looking for the evidence, I realized if I don't believe in the moon landings anymore, and I start questioning all of NASA's footage and NASA's claims, I have no reason to believe that there's some magical place that you can just go and float around, right? But most people's default position is, no, it's real until you, JLB, disprove it. Yeah? And just forgive me in the background. Here in Vietnam, people drive around with bikes and have speakers, and I don't know what the hell they're saying. Can you guys hear that?
Yeah, we can. It's not too loud though, but like, yeah, it's kind of weird.
It might not be too loud for you. Hold on a second. This will take 30 seconds. So get this right. People put these massive speakers on their bikes and just drive around. And I have asked people, what is that saying? And sometimes they're selling food, like fried corn. Sometimes it's like a political message. But either way, I just have to sit here and just cop it. You know what I mean? This happens once a day on average.
Like, I think that's not a civil society. Like, at some point, right? Like, that's kind of the difference, I think, between the first world and not the first world. We have the privilege of at least having some protections from the chaos of the world.
This place is chaotic. This Vietnam is like the Wild West in so many ways. And it's such a noisy country. Like, even just scheduling this call with you today, I was like, well, this should go okay. But they could start doing some construction next door at any minute. At any minute. Seriously. At any time of the day. Any time of the day. The people here have like a different idea of noise. So you and I, people who are raised in our cultures, we have this idea of don't create so much noise that it's a problem for other people, right?
Yes.
Whereas in this culture, it's not a problem for other people. Like it's not a problem. Don't worry about it. It's not that they're being disrespectful. It's not disrespect to them. They're just so used to noise. So for someone like me to come here, some people can cope with this, and some people would be gone within a week. You know, it's a test of your patience, I think. And so far, for the most part, I've been able to withstand some of the absurdities of this place. But it's crazy. It's a crazy place. I've been here for almost 6 months. I leave in a couple of weeks. I was thinking about this yesterday, actually. I was like, am I going to miss this place? And I was like, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I've had some amazing experiences here, but I think there are some things about this place that I will enjoy being away from. Yeah.
It is interesting because I live in Vancouver, and so it is like Little Asia, and you do kind of come up against those cultural differences quite a lot here. You know, like, and even the idea of personal space is something that in Canada you really have a really big bubble around you in terms of personal space, but you come to Vancouver and even just sitting on the bus, everyone knows it's the implicit rule. You always sit equidistant from everybody else, right? So if the bus is empty and there are only 3 people on it, you sit as far away as like the mathematical triangulation just immediately happens, and you find the spot that's as far from everyone else as possible. And that's not these. It's just not the case for people from other cultures. They'll come in on an empty bus. I'm the only person there, and they'll sit right beside me, and it makes me angry because I'm like, you're in my space. Or even, and this is probably too much information, but even in washrooms, right, where there's like this implicit rule, every second. That's how that works. Not for them. Like you can have a 16, 18 stall washroom, and there are some people that just want to be right beside you. Like I don't know if it's like the shoe tapping thing in the male bathroom going on there, but that's the thing, right? Like I feel very privileged to live in Canada, to live in a first world country where we do have that expectation of personal space, which includes not having blaring speakers, blaring ads at us at any time of day or night. Where are you going back to, Australia?
Next, I'm going to Thailand. There's a summit that I want to attend, a digital nomad summit. And basically, a few years ago, I had this idea of, can you make money from a laptop and travel to low cost of living countries? Because the amount of money that I make with my website is a pittance. In Australia, I would make far more money stacking shelves at a supermarket than I make with the website. However, in Vietnam or in Thailand or various places around the world, it's enough to live an okay life. And I'm a very minimalistic person. I mean, this T-shirt, for instance, I used to live with a guy, a really nice guy, when I was living in Brisbane. When he moved out, he left this shirt behind. And I was like, I like that shirt. I'll use that shirt. That was like 5 years ago. I've still got a shirt from 5 years ago. Now, this isn't a going out shirt anymore. It's too old to wear if you're going somewhere nice, right? But if I'm just sitting at home, working on the computer or whatever, I can wear this shirt. I've had this for 5 years and it was a hand-me-down from some guy I used to live with, right? That's just normal for me. This hat cost almost nothing. These sunglasses. I mean, I live a very frugal life. So this idea of the digital nomad thing, I'm like, so these are people who have online businesses, they travel to cheap countries, and they just try and, like, this is like a passion project to me. The whole John LeBon thing is like a passion project. If I was to quit it all tomorrow, I could go and get a normal job and live a normal life. And at least in the future, I can look back and go, well, I spent a few years investigating stuff. That's what I always wanted to do, was just research things and learn things. If I was to quit all of this tomorrow, I can say, well, I did that for years, partly because of this moving around to Asia thing. So that was what caught my eye with the digital nomad concept a few years ago. And so now I've been on the road for about 10 months, and I wanted to go to this summit in Chiang Mai. Chiang Mai is like the capital for digital nomads, for people who work on their laptops and travel. And Chiang Mai is kind of like seen as the capital because it's like the third biggest city in Thailand. Like Bangkok is very westernized and expensive now, but Chiang Mai is still very cheap. They've got terrific internet. You're in the nature. Like it's a very clean city compared to some of the bigger cities. It's right near mountains and all these things. So a few years ago, it became a really popular destination for people like me. And so it's kind of like the Mecca. It's like, I think it's this generation's Mecca, or this generation's, what was that huge concert 50 years ago? Help me out here. I'm having a mental blank.
Yes. Yes, in the 1970s. And there was, yes.
This is embarrassing for me.
I know.
You know what I'm talking about.
I do.
This if you're going to San Francisco, this is what I think is like our generation's version of that, at least for me. And so that summit is in Chiang Mai in a few weeks. So I'll be going to that. And then what happens after that, anyone's guess.
Woodstock. Thank you, TC Johnson in chat. Woodstock.
Yep, there you go. Yeah, embarrassing that I couldn't remember that one. There's so many things and pieces of information in one person's head. It's natural to occasionally have a block.
It's interesting this idea of the digital nomad, because I think, for me, I would like to be able to just survive off an online income. And in order to do that, there's no way I could do that anywhere in Canada. And I have considered moving elsewhere, and this is, I'm going to invoke gender here, but it seems to me, I hear about a lot of men who are willing to go to Thailand, to Vietnam, to that part of the world, right? And deal with, insects the size of dinner plates, humidity, noise, chaos, street food, which, let's be honest, like that is not hygienic. And they're just, the discomforts that come with that. Whereas women, I mean, it's not just the fact that we get our periods. So I think just that in and of itself means we kind of are more comfortable with a certain level of cleanliness and a certain level of amenities, right? Because that's just something else we have to manage. But I also think we're just a little bit soft, right? And that's okay. We're women. We're allowed to be a little bit soft if we want to be, I think. But like, there's no way you would have me sleeping on the floor with dinner-sized and geckos, insects coming at me, blaring noise outside, eating food that may or may not be a recognizable animal to me. Like it sounds so unpleasant that it wouldn't be worth the freedom of living from an online income. And I think that clearly is the truth for a lot of women, because there are the ratio of women to men who are willing to do that. So then what happens is you have all these Western men going to these Asian nations, and I wonder what that does to the men of those countries who are now having to compete with these Western men who are kind of seen as exotic, right, for the women.
Yeah, well, you touched on a few things there. Let me try and respond to them. So, firstly, with the animals, like I think the point you're making is for you to go from Canada to Asia and having to deal with all the insects and animals, it'd be a big deal. I understand that, but I'm from Australia, so this place is nothing compared to Australia. Like this place is a walk in the park. I remember when I was in Bangkok, because I've gone to all different cities, right? And when I was in Bangkok, there was this at the apartment I was staying in. There was a clothesline where you would hang your wet clothes, right, to dry them. And I noticed that it's instinctive for me when I'm near a clothesline just to check for spiders. It's totally instinctive for me. I don't even think twice about it. But I suddenly caught myself, I'm like, why am I doing this? There's no spiders here. I haven't seen a single spider in this whole area. But I'm just so used to spiders everywhere. So for me to come to Asia is, if anything, I'm safer from the animals here by far. But I think the point you made about street food is interesting as well. I eat street food. It costs me $2, and for $2, I get a portion of meat, portion of vegetable, rice, a little soup, for 40,000 dong, which is $2, right? That's a big meal. That's a filling meal. Like I like to go to the gym and I like to exercise, and so in theory I need, like I'm a full grown man who likes to exercise. In theory I should need a lot of food. Two of those meals in a day and I'm sweet. If anything, I'm eating too much.
Right.
And it's $2. The thing is, I'm not convinced it is unhygienic, because a lot of the times you can see them cooking the food right in front of you. Whereas if I go and eat at a restaurant in Australia, I can't see who's cooking the food. I can't see where they're cooking the food. I can't see what happens to the food.
Do they wash their hands, though? Do they wash their hands when they do the street food? Because in Vancouver we have food trucks now. This is the new craze. I think it's gross. They do not wash their hands. They deal with money. They deal with their face things are happening, and then they touch the food. And I just think that's not good.
Look, I get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying. Again, you can see them preparing the food in front of you, and you can see all of them eating the food, right? So it's not just Westerners like me who are eating the $2 food. In fact, where I'm staying, I'm literally the only Westerner that I see eating at any of these places, right? And I can't communicate with them via anything but just pointing, basically. But that's okay, because they've got all the food there, so you're pointing at what you want, and like they're a well-dressed professional people who are sitting there eating as well. So if you have in your mind this idea of like these third world crap holes, yeah, sure, like that food, maybe, I don't know, I haven't been to some of those places. But somewhere like Hanoi or Saigon or Bangkok, these places that I've been so far, they're not as underdeveloped as maybe we think. Certainly compared to what I thought 3 years ago. If you asked me about all of this 3 years ago, I would have thought exactly what you think. Like, isn't it dirty? Isn't it underdeveloped? Isn't it dangerous? Isn't it unsanitary? That's what I would have thought. But now I'm like, no. If anything, I'm quite comfortable with these people. I can at least see what they're cooking, and the food that they're cooking is relatively healthy. Whereas if I'm back in Australia, I don't know who's cooking what. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what was the final thing you talked about? Oh yeah, the local men. I used to wonder about that. How do the local men feel about Western men coming here and dating local girls? Like, I used to wonder about that. The thing is, from what I can tell, the vast majority of women in Thailand or Vietnam have no interest in foreign men. They are only interested in their own men, which makes sense, because their own men speak their language, their own men have families. I mean, it's a common sense thing. I don't think it's a racial thing necessarily. It's just a common sense thing. So for the most part, I don't think anybody cares, to be perfectly frank, from what I've seen over the last 10 months. Like, a girl invited me to a wedding. I'd only been in Saigon for like 2 weeks, not even. and I met a young lady in Saigon, and she invited me to her friend's wedding in her hometown, which was like a 5-hour bus ride away. And I was like, am I going to be, and she speaks very good English, she learns English, so I can communicate with her no problem. But I'm like, am I going to be the only Western guy there? And she's like, yep. And I'm like, can any of them speak English like you? And she's like, no, probably not. And I'm like, well, is it really a good idea for me to go to this wedding? And she's like, yeah, sure, just come along and experience it. You'll have fun. Why not? And I did. And everyone was totally cool to me. And I was like, do these people all assume that I'm your boyfriend or something? She's like, yeah, probably. They were all friendly to me. There was no animosity whatsoever. Everybody wanted to get drunk. Like, that's part of what they do at this particular area, because Vietnam's a huge place. You can't just say they're all one way. In this particular area, at their weddings, it's a 2-day wedding, a Saturday, Sunday. On the Saturday, all of the girls' guests turn up, and on the Sunday, all of the guys' guests or something. But it's a 2-day wedding. So the poor bride and groom have to go through the same nonsense 2 days in a row. Have to go to every table, have to get photos, have to, how you, blah, 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 right? 2 days, they were exhausted. You can see the look on their face. They're like, why are we doing this? This is crazy, right? And I'm just sitting there having fun. All the guys want to get drunk with me, and they all assume that I'm dating this family member of theirs. They were totally sweet. So, I mean, that's only one experience that I've had, but so you can't extrapolate from that across the whole country. But based on what I've seen, I don't think they've got a problem with it. But that's just based on what I've seen. I don't know.
Yeah, it is interesting. Our perceptions are so shaped by the media that we see, right? So like I've seen the documentaries about all the Western men who go to Asia to get prostitutes, right? And I think that may be a part of it as well, right? Where there might be less interest in women who are from a certain social background nowadays to date Western men, because maybe it is becoming seen as, well, the Western men come here for prostitutes. So if you don't want to look like a prostitute, maybe you don't date Western men to a certain extent. I don't know. But that does bring me back to that idea of, that you mentioned when we're talking about Tesla, which is, do you approach the world saying, I don't believe whatever claims are made until sufficient proof is given to me? I think about the flat earth, which is the same, and saying I won't believe the globe unless you can prove the globe. And at the same time, here's all this evidence that supports the flat earth theory, right? And so it's interesting to me, having, as a globe rejecter, I guess, to have you flip the table on that with Tesla and say, okay, well, I'm not going to believe in Tesla unless you can prove to me that he exists. And I can't. I can say, well, these are the patents that are in his name, and here's the listing where he was awarded a Nobel Prize that was then rescinded, and here's the medal that he got from the Electrical Engineering Association that was where he didn't show up for the award ceremony. So yes, I think that's, but then at what point then, because I'm always very interested in the differences between knowledge and belief, because I don't know that there is one, right? I think that what we think of as knowledge is just a belief that we have more support for. Can
I respond to a few things there?
Please do.
So,
yeah,
and let me apologize to the audience if they just hear for Tesla. They don't want to listen to discussions about Dale Carnegie, how to win friends and influence people, social awkwardness, dating in Asia, all these things. I totally get it. But for me, like, I'm a big podcast listener. It's a big part of my life. I never used to be. Not until I got involved in the conspiracy subculture. Prior to that, I never listened to any podcasts at all. And then there was a show that used to cover the fake shootings, the fake events, what I now call media fakery. And they used to do a live show, but it was like 3 hours long. And I don't like sitting in front of a screen for that long. So I would just download their streams, rip to MP3, and then go for a walk, right? And that got me in the habit of podcast listening and walking, which is now a huge part of my life. And that got me into, I guess, podcast appreciation. And so now I love the format of interviews. I love this kind of thing. And what I really love is when two people are chatting or 3 or 4 people are chatting, and they don't just focus on one thing, but they're happy to go on tangents. I find it personally very interesting. And especially because I'm chatting with you. You and I haven't chatted. I mean, when was the last time you and I actually had a verbal conversation? I think it was 3 years ago.
I think, yeah, probably.
Yeah. And so we've got all these things that we can talk about. And I've got all these ideas in my head that I would love to run past you. And I'm sure you've got some ideas that you would love to run past somebody else. Yeah. And so the conversation can go anywhere. And so for me personally, as a listener, that's what I enjoy. So as a presenter or as a broadcaster or as a guest, if I'm free to do so, I love to go on tangents, as long as they're like self-contained tangents, not just rambles about irrelevant stories, but if it's a self-contained tangent, I personally find it interesting. So hopefully some of the listeners are enjoying some of these tangents. I know that one or two in the chat, maybe not such big fans. They're like, get to Tesla. Tell us more about Tesla. Prove to me that Tesla's a hoax. And I'm like, well, just relax. Guys, take it easy. What's the rush?
My viewers are used to it, because it doesn't matter what I decide my usual live streams are going to be about. They're always just about everything, right? Like, I always end up going off on tangents. I think people are kind of used to me by now.
Good. I hope so. Like, and I hope I'm not being too tangential for you, Sasha, as the host. No. Here's my other problem. Here's the other problem. I've hosted more than 100 shows now. So I've been the host of more than 100 shows of different formats with different guests, different panelists. I'm so used to being the host. It's strange for me to be the guest. So like, there's this little voice in my head saying, "Stop directing her show. Stop. Just answer her questions and shut up." And I'm like, no, relax. I've got to tell my own voice to relax.
No, you know what? I'm a terrible host because I love to talk, and I always have so many ideas going on at once. So, like, rather than just sit here and ask you questions, I kind of just jump in, I interrupt. No, I think it's good. And I'm the same. I find it really boring, actually, to hear interviews where the host just asks these formulated questions that are so cliche, and then the guest answers them, and I prefer this style of just engaging and just talking. And I don't listen to a lot of podcasts, but when I do, I like to feel as though we're at a party and these two people are talking, and I'm just kind of standing there, maybe having a drink and listening to them talk, and it's interesting, right? And so so no, I'm happy with what's going on.
Isn't it cool when you're in a social situation and people are having interesting conversation where you can just listen and take it all in? Isn't that cool? It is.
Rare.
And that happens for me so rare now. Exactly. It's a rare thing. Once you learn about how much of the TV is fake, pretty much all of it, and then you realize most of the lemmings, that's all they talk about. The number of times you can listen to an interesting conversation diminishes rapidly. But when it does happen, it's an enjoyable thing. And so if I can be part of that kind of conversation on the internet and some of the listeners enjoy it, I think that's fantastic. And then if I can listen to other people doing it while I'm walking around Ho Chi Minh City or where am I right now, Hanoi, that's fantastic. It's an enjoyable thing. Like, there's so many ideas that can be discussed and things about life that, like, I don't know the best answer to so many things. You know what I mean? If you say to me, what is the best way to get your message across to other people? I'm like, well, I've got some theories, but I don't know. Let me run some ideas past you. What's been your experience? And then you can say to me, oh, I've tried that, failed miserably. Let me try this other thing. Like, we can have this conversation. There's so much to explore. Why get stuck on a rigid? So tell me, why do you think Tesla's a hoax? Well, you see, like, I already did this 2 years ago. Like, no, 3 years ago on my own podcast. It's available for free at johnlebon.com. You know what I mean? And trust me, that is a boring podcast. I listened back to that maybe a year ago, and I'm like, man, this is boring, because I'm just sitting there reading out passages from these articles that are attributed to Tesla, and like, I give all the context, I read the quotes verbatim, and it's just dry, boring. Like, it's all true, but it's boring. Truly.
Yes. Yeah, see, okay, I'm going to go on a little rant here. Please indulge me a little bit.
Go for it.
But, like, okay, so there's two things that I want to say. One, yes, I get so many messages telling me, like, stop giggling, stop going off topic, stop talking so long, be concise. I don't want to see your face. Just give me the information. Like, and it's interesting because I find those, I try to sometimes make those, and they're so boring. They're so boring because I'm not, like, I can just read and also I would rather read because I read a lot faster than someone talks at me, even if I have them on double speed. So most of the time, if I'm wanting to know more about something, I'm not going to listen to someone just repeating dry facts to me. And so I never want to do that to my audience. So I'm always like, I don't think of people as coming to my channel just to learn the facts about, like, here are the top 10 proofs of flat earth, right? Like, I'm just not able to do that because I kind of try to say, well, if you just want that information, you could probably read it faster than I'll give it to you. So instead I'm like, well, come, and again, it's that idea of come to the party and we'll have a conversation and we'll have a drink, or maybe we'll just have juice, but we're going to engage and talk and laugh a little bit. So And that's kind of my style of just trying to offer a little bit of entertainment. But
Well, that's ultimately, I hate to interrupt you, but that's what we are. We're entertainers. Like, at the end of the day, whether you are just doing this as a hobby, like you're an amateur podcaster who just wants to get your ideas to an audience, or you're doing it semi-professionally, trying to make money, as is probably the case for me, or you're a big name star who wants to make it your real profession for your whole life, or whatever the case is, it's entertainment. And somebody said something to me a few years ago. I was interviewing a guy called Negan Tropic, who has his podcast called the Negan Tropic Chronicles. And he's very aware of media fakery and all of these things. And he made a point to me that has stayed with me ever since, which is people don't care what you know, they care how you make them feel, right? Yes. And I think this is so true. And it's like, even if I have the truth on an issue, let's just say that Tesla is a hoax, for instance, because I could be wrong. But for argument's sake, let's say I'm correct about that. So what? That doesn't matter. What matters is how people feel. So if people are very attached to Tesla, I'm only going to make them feel bad telling them what I think I know. It's not going to get through to them. If somebody is ambivalent, they're not worried about whether Tesla is real or not, they're just interested in the facts, okay, I can convey my information to them. But I still have to be entertaining. I can't just sit there and say, right, here is a quote from Tesla. Here's the next quote. Like it's dry, it's boring. We don't have time. Life is so much fun. We don't want to sit there and waste it on learning facts. We still need to be entertained. And so even after 5 years of doing this, I'm still trying to learn the craft of conveying an idea in a way that is enjoyable for the audience. I'm still improving. I've still got a lot of improvement to do. But I tell you what, I listened back to my stuff from 3 years ago and I'm like, that guy was hopeless. Completely hopeless. Because all he wanted to focus on was the facts. Well, the facts aren't fun, are they? Not when you're a skeptic. Because when you're a skeptic, you're challenging beliefs. That's not fun, right? The facts are fun if everyone in the room agrees about the facts. Right, so if everyone's a flat earther, for instance, and they've got these facts that they believe are facts, they can sit there as an echo chamber and it's fun. It's reinforcing pre-existing beliefs. But for me as a skeptic, I'm challenging beliefs. I'm challenging what we think we know, and that's not fun. That hurts people's feelings. So at the very least, I've got to try and be entertaining. At the very least, and I am still improving. So maybe in 3 years, Sasha, we'll get back together and we'll have another chat, and we'll be like, man. Did you listen to that call from the end of 2019? We sucked. It was terrible. Maybe.
Well, it's true. Like I'm constantly going through this, but now I'm actually really pushing myself to make a choice about what kind of content I'm making, who am I making it for, how am I making it, what am I making it about, and I do find it really interesting because we said earlier we're very different. Like I'm very different from the average person. And I don't really know what to do about that and how to cope with that. And it's like you say, either your YouTube channel is a hobby, and in which case it doesn't matter if you're only connecting with the 7 other people in the world who think like you do, right? Because then that's all that matters, is that 7 people who think like I do watched my content and enjoyed it. The flip side of that is if you're trying to get a message across to a broader audience, and then you have to say, well, I actually have to find a way of communicating that appeals to people who communicate completely different from how I do, and have a completely different sense of humor, and have completely different sets of values, right? Have you read The Fountainhead by Ayn Rand, by the way?
I haven't, no.
So I was talking to Antonio about this yesterday. In The Fountainhead, there's one of the characters, he owns a newspaper chain, and he wants to have integrity and blah, blah, blah. And he's trying to decide what kind of newspaper he's going to sell. So he runs this campaign where he has 2 charities that he sets up. And I can't remember the details because I read The Fountainhead more than a decade ago. But in the one, it's like this kind of, I'm going to use harsh language here just for hyperbole and just to make it more scandalous. But like basically a dirty whore who has children by all these different men, and now she's pregnant again and she needs money to support this new baby. And then the other one is like a virtuous woman who's fallen onto hard times through no fault of her own, and she also needs money. So he sets up the 2 charities, writes up the 2 articles in his paper, and he says, whichever charity makes more money from my readers, that will tell me what kind of paper I'm going to start publishing. That will give me the direction. Am I a tabloid, or am I spreading virtue and giving people ideas that they can aspire to. And of course, the scandalous dirty whore gets all the money because it's something that people can relate to. They find it more interesting and scandalous, and so that's the path he takes. And then looking back, he realizes, like, okay, so I sold out my integrity in order to appease the masses. And even though I looked down on them for it, right, for wanting the scandalous, wanting the tabloid, it was me that was dirty in that, right? Because I gave the people maybe what they wanted when I could have shown them something different. I could have contributed something different. And you know, I look at YouTube and I see Jake Paul doing so well, and I see Simon Dan doing so well, and I see these videos, you know, trans makeup tutorial videos, and I think, what is my contribution? Where will it be appreciated? How do I fit in the world? I've said a lot. React to that if you want to.
Yeah, I will. And let me say just one more time for the live chat. Like, I've actually got a lot more reasons to doubt Tesla that I will get to later in this call if we still want to. So please bear with us, those of you who are just here for Tesla. But getting to what you were saying there, Sasha, this is something I wanted to ask you about, if you were cool to talk about it, because it is a different experience as a female podcaster or a YouTuber than it is for a male. So, for instance, if people watch my videos, a lot of my videos I'm either not in, or if I am, I'm a tiny little 100 by 100 pixel tile on the bottom, right?
Yeah,
people, my subscribers aren't here to see me, right? I'm not. I mean, you look at PewDiePie, right? PewDiePie is a handsome guy. Okay, a lot of his success is because he's a handsome dude. So there are some guys.
Yeah, sorry.
That's right. You agree he's a handsome guy, right? Yeah. So there are some guys who are handsome enough to make that part of their selling point. But for most guys, and this includes me, our appearance isn't our selling point. So we can either not go on camera or just have a small little tile. It's no problem. It's the screen share that people are there for. Whereas for females, a lot of the time on Twitch or on other streaming services or on YouTube, well, a lot of your audience is there because you're a female. And if you are at all attractive, at all pretty, that is part of your selling point, whether you like it or you don't like it. And so it's a completely different dynamic, I think. And you're someone with a channel, and this is just my impression of your channel. Going back a few years, you did used to play up to that a lot, didn't you? And I remember once upon a time, I think I was a bit more judgmental of that kind of thing because I didn't have the same understanding then that I have now of the fact that this is entertainment. A few years ago, I had this really dogmatic attitude of it's all about the truth. It had a different understanding of what this is. No, it's entertainment. So for a lot of people, that persona, that bubbly, cutesy, giggling persona, for a lot of people, that's more amenable, that's more accessible, that's more easy to watch and to follow than just sitting there being matter of fact, you see. So I've got a more circumspect, understanding of it all now. But I wanted to ask you about this. Like, how do you factor that into what you're planning to do with your channel going forward? I mean, do you plan to use the fact that you are female to attract that kind of audience? Or is this something that you think about when you're putting content together? Because for me, I don't even have to worry about my appearance on my videos. My little tile is so small, people can't even tell if I've shaved. I haven't shaved in 2 weeks. No one can tell. I don't even have to worry about it. You see?
Yes. Okay. I really do want to talk about this. And I have a lot to say about it because it's a very confusing topic that I'm very often criticized on whichever approach I take. If I don't show up in my videos or if I do, and if I wear this or if I wear that, like it's really it also for my own introspection, my own insights into myself. It's really confusing. Do I have faith that I'm intelligent enough to offer content that people will find interesting, even if they don't get to see a girl, maybe a bit of cleavage, maybe some, titillation, or maybe some giggling? Is that a lack of self-confidence? But then when I look at the women on YouTube, I see that the successful women on YouTube are the ones that are only talking to a female audience, the ones that are doing makeup tutorials. The comedian women on YouTube are the ones that act like men. They pass gas, they burp, they act in very crude ways. And so there's right? So is it me that lacks self-confidence in the fact that I can create content that's interesting enough that I don't have to offer my feminine, I don't know what, to go with it? Or is it the nature of humanity that viewers don't want to really be told facts about Tesla from a woman? They would either rather hear it from a man, or they'll hear it from a woman if they can also maybe see a pretty girl presenting it, right? Like, so is it me or is it the audience? And again, then that's that question, is if it's the audience, then what do I do with that? Do I just stubborn, obstinately do what I want to do and not care about the audience? I myself don't follow any news YouTube channels that are women, because I find women's voices giving me news. I just find women's voices less appealing than a male voice. It's a little bit a deeper male voice. And so, like, I would rather have Philip DeFranco telling me the highlights of the news of the day than Daisy Cousins, even though I prefer, like, her values. And so even in myself, I find it more entertaining to watch a man give me news than a woman. And so it's terrible. I'm embarrassed by it, and I don't even want to admit it, but it's true. And so I'm saying it, right? And so when I make my videos, and I have such a I do have a very annoying voice. When I'm editing my videos, I can't stand my own voice. Like, after 45 minutes, I'm like, I have to stop because I want to kill this voice. And so I feel like then at least the visual can kind of detract a little bit from it. So that comes into it. But you know what, as well, when I started my channel and the princess dress, there was two things about this. One, I want to stress this idea that you shouldn't evaluate information based on my attributes, whether I'm ditzy or not, whether I'm showing cleavage or not. Because if you're doing that, then when someone wearing a NASA coat and glasses with like a deeper voice tells you something and he seems authoritative, then you're also going to use those attributes to evaluate the information he's giving you. So I wanted to get this message across of, like, you need to evaluate information based on its own merits, not the attributes of the person giving you the information. So it shouldn't matter that I'm wearing a princess dress and sitting on my bed and showing a bit of cleavage. That should be irrelevant to the validity of what I'm saying, right? That was part of it. And then the other part is, and here's the uncomfortable truth, and I'm sharing it with you, Merry Christmas. I have these really weird childlike mannerisms that are cemented into my personality. And as much as I try to suppress them to be a normal adult woman, they do pop up now and again when I'm not focusing extremely hard on suppressing them. So as soon as I get excited about a topic and I forget to monitor myself, they come out. How I move my hands, sometimes how I move my mouth when I talk. There's all these little childlike things that I do that are really, like I said, like I've tried to remove them from my personality, and I have not yet been successful. I've toned it down, but I can't get rid of all of them. So when I try to come off as normal adult human, I feel like it's more jarring. The contrast, where all of a sudden, like, I'll just do this little thing and it just pops out because I'm not suppressing my personality enough, and it comes out, and it's so off-putting to people because they didn't expect it and they weren't filtering for it. So all of a sudden I do something and it's so like, what just happened? And I feel like people judge me more harshly for it because it seems, and also I feel like for men, it can often be more uncomfortable because maybe they're, enjoying the pleasantness, and then I do something childlike, and then that's kind of creepy, because if they're attracted to me and then I do something and they're like, gross, I don't want to feel attraction to you, and then you do this thing that makes you sound like a 5-year-old, and now I feel all gross, right? And so I feel as though by presenting it up front and amping it up, you know what you're getting into, you put your defenses in place, and then there isn't that risk of it being a surprise. And so to look at it as, I'm about to look at this girl in this princess dress. She's showing cleavage, but she's also kind of acting in this weird way. So I'm not going to be attracted to this. I'm going to, I don't know. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like,
well, you've touched on heaps of things there. I'd love to respond to some of it. So firstly, talking about your audience, have you checked, how YouTube provides you stats on the demographic breakdown, have you checked your stats to see who are your viewers in terms of male versus female and their age?
99.9% male. I have 2 women, I think, that watch my show sometimes. One of them, I think, is my aunt, and the other one is Madame Medusa, I think. Today we have Barbara McGill, so today we have 3. So maybe it's now 99.8%.
Okay, and if you had to guess my breakdown according to YouTube, what would you guess would be my age breakdown? Like a bit of trivia for you, the age breakdown and the sex breakdown. What would you guess?
I'd say 85% male because you do conspiracy theories. And the age breakdown, I would say probably over 30 as well because you do conspiracy theories. Am I wrong?
You're right. In fact, it's even worse. It's even more skewed than that. It's almost entirely male. It's like, depending on when I check and what video I check, it can be anywhere from like 90-10, pardon me, to almost 100-0, right? Male versus female. And the age is all 30 to 40 and 40 to 50. Or 30 to 45 and 45 to 55, whatever those segments are on the YouTube stats. It's almost entirely people, like 30s, 40s, and 50s. Almost entirely, with almost no exception. Now, the YouTube stats, like, we don't know exactly how reliable they are, but I'm happy to go with that being pretty close to the mark, because if I look at the website that I run, I get a much better idea of who these people are, because I can talk to them and I can email them back and forth, and they typically fit the same profile. Typically male, and typically in their 40s or 50s, typically. And so for me, when I started doing this, I was in my 20s. And obviously, you generally get more respect as you get into your 30s and your 40s and your 50s as a man, rather than who's this punk in his 20s. Especially because when I started, I used to have like the long hair and the beanie, and it's like, who's this young punk? You know, as I slowly get older, that's not so much of an issue. But most of my audience is older than me for a start, which is a little bit strange. Typically 10, 15, 20 years older than me. But it's mostly male. So these are guys, again, my appearance is not an issue in this sense. Whereas for a female, if she knows that all of her audience is male, I would imagine, and you can tell me if this is the case, it plays on your mind. Like, how do I look for this video? How do I look? You know what I mean? Whereas me, I don't even have to brush my hair or anything. I just put a hat on. I'm wearing sunnies today because I'm so tired. Like, someone in the live chat complained about me wearing sunnies. Well, you don't want to see these panda eyes, dude. I've got no sleep for the last 3 days.
Show us your panda eyes.
No, these are staying on. So some videos I do take the sunnies off. Like for all of my member videos, I take the sunnies off. And for some YouTube videos, I take them off. But like last night, for instance, I didn't get to sleep until like 4 o'clock in the morning. I made a video last night, actually. Because, look, it's a long story, but some nights I just can't sleep until very late. And last night was one of those nights. And I was like, it was 1 o'clock in the morning, and I was like, I'll just make a YouTube video. At 1 o'clock in the morning, I decided to make a YouTube video, and I was so happy with it. Like, I was laughing. I was trying to get to sleep, and I was laughing at my own video. And I was like, telling myself to shut up. We have to sleep, right? And then get this. You know when you wake up and you can tell that you've slept through your alarm, and you're like, oh, this is bad news. I did that this morning. I thought my phone was charging, but it wasn't. And I was depending on that phone to wake me up for this call. And so I woke up and I was like, my alarm's not going off. And I was like, that sinking feeling? Oh no, what have I done? And I started thinking, that Sasha girl, that poor girl, you've just ruined her day probably. You've ruined all the listeners who want to hear about Tesla. Like, I was starting to get really negative on myself. I'm like, how could I do this? I'm 32 years old. How am I still not dependable? It turned out it was only 8:30 in the morning. Somehow my body had woken me up. No alarm clock necessary. But I only got like 3 hours sleep. So the people in the live chat who want to see my eyes, no, you don't. No, you don't. Give me a couple of days. I'll get some sleep and I'll look halfway
It's funny that the
halfway
anxiety
sensible.
kicks in, right? You wake up with anxiety and you're like, the day is already destroyed.
I felt so bad. Like, I was convinced I'd already ruined this call by not turning up on time. Like, I was convinced it was way later than 8:30. And I was already getting so down on myself. Like, when you start thinking to yourself, hold on, like in my case, 32. Bro, you're 32. This is how I was talking to myself in my head. You're 32 years old. And I wasn't laughing at the time. I'm like, yeah, I know. Like, how did this happen?
I feel that so much. I look at my life and I'm especially this year. I have failed at so much this year. And I just think like, so I have a goddaughter. My sister's daughter is my goddaughter. And I don't know, like sometimes I'll send them a message. Like I sent them a message to get their Christmas list for what they want for Christmas, her and her brother. And I just have this moment of like such a depth of humiliation when I think, oh my goodness, like what if this child looks at me and looks at my life and like, I don't know, because I think if you have a life that's anything other than standard, you know, like I'm not married with a husband and a house and children and a dog, and and the career that I thought I was working towards, you know, when I got sick, that got derailed, and then now I'm still trying to figure out how do I create a career that has, I guess, legitimacy in the real world while one, not being able to work a lot because of the fibromyalgia, and two, having this weird personality. Like I said, like I have these weird mannerisms. And so like I can't be a public speaker, a motivational speaker. I can't necessarily, like I'm very educated in psychology because and when I was doing my master's, I realized even at that point, when I'm doing presentations on my topic, I can start out like this, right? My voice drops a little bit and I pronounce things a little bit differently so that I'm like, this is my serious adult voice, right? But like as soon as I kind of get lost in it, then I giggle a little bit, or because I get excited about the topic that I'm talking about, and I can't maintain that fake adult persona.
I totally relate to that. Sometimes I get really excited and I start speaking too fast, and I start like my voice starts inflecting more and more and more, and I'm like, I can't do this. Sometimes I've got to do 2 takes of a video because I got too excited. I'm like, take a deep breath. It's like, remember, you have to speak calmly. You have to speak fluidly. It is an act. I mean, so much of this YouTube stuff is an act. And it's like, I'm cognizant of that. And you're cognizant of that. And people who create content are cognizant of that. But it's like, it is, especially when you're doing pre-recorded stuff, there's a conscious thought going on. How am I meant to present this to the world? And once you've done 100 live streams, 200 live streams, 500 YouTube videos, part of that act becomes part of who you are. Yes. And so I'm at this point now where it's like, whatever the real me is, like the JLB is a persona, yeah, but that persona has bled through into my real life so much now that like I don't even know, like sometimes I don't really know where the real me ends and JLB begins. Do you know what I mean?
I do.
Do you see what I'm trying to say? Because it's all an online persona. And some people will come back and go, oh, if it's all a persona, then it's all an act. And I'm like, that's the point I'm making to you, yeah. Like all the people in the live chat, they've got an avatar, they've got a name, yeah? They've got certain people who they say hello to. This is all the same idea. It's a persona, it's an act. It's the same as how in your family, you'll act differently around your parents than when you're around your brothers. You'll act differently when you're around your workmates when the boss isn't there. We all act different ways on the context. And so you and I are engaged in this online thing where it's like, well, what is the context? The context is that most of your viewers, we don't believe what we're told about heliocentrism, right? So right. We're already starting on this fringe foundation of a it's crazy. It's completely fringe. So then it's like within this strange fringe, like hyper reality, it's like, well, we can be whatever we want now because we're already crazy, we're already fringe. And so you see this manifest with a lot of people, the way they interact. It's completely horrible. They say and do the most horrible, nasty things. They rationalize it as, oh, well, he's a paid agent, so I'm allowed to say that. Or she's a paid agent, so I'm allowed to say that. And it's like, well, you would not behave this way to people you don't like in real life. No way. But on the internet, they get to play the role. You know what I think a lot of people are doing? They're LARPing as shield busters. They're LARPing as secret agent destroyers, right? They're fighting for the truth movement by finding and targeting paid shills. So if they're convinced that JLB is a paid shill, well, they're doing their job to protect the truth, right? So there's no hold bar, right? There's nothing that's off limits now. They can say and do whatever they want. They can say the most horrible things, the most atrocious things. They can behave so terribly to each other because it's part of their act now. It's okay. It's like 007 has a license to kill, right? Because he's fighting for the good people against the baddies. Well, people on the internet now get to do the same thing. No, I'm fighting for the truth. I'm fighting for the truth, so I can do whatever I want. There's no right and wrong anymore.
Troll. troll. Yeah, so I can be an evil, vicious troll because I'm fighting for the truth against this shell. And, you know, I do want to say something, though, about the idea of the fake persona, because, like, I find in my live streams, I'm too genuine, right? And, like, right now, right? Like, this is my most authentic self. And that's why, and that's the thing, is that, like, when I'm putting on a persona of either Orphan Red or of, like, adult Sasha, those, to me, the adult Sasha, that's the fake persona. This me, where, yeah, I'm giggling and, like, it's all kind of weird, right? Like, this is the authenticity. And that's what I find is so funny, because in my live streams, you kind of see me as I am, and it's funny to see the responses. The people who are like, oh, she tries to act like a child sometimes, but then you can see through it because then she forgets herself and then she's all serious. And I'm like, actually, no. And that's the thing, right? And I think that by doing this, it's allowed me to externalize it so that I can look at it objectively, and then I can see why people don't take me very seriously in life. I always kind of thought it's because I have such a weird voice, because I know that I'm bright because I have these things that I do to like help me establish, like, am I delusional or am I bright? And I'm like, okay, this helps me establish that, no, okay, I am bright, so that's not the problem, right? And then I'm like, okay, so then I thought maybe it's because I have this weird voice. But by having a YouTube channel, and especially with the live streams that I've been doing in the past maybe 4 months, where I'm just, this is me and I'm being earnest and genuine, it's allowed me to see, like, oh yeah, I wouldn't take that girl seriously either because she's just so fucking weird, you know? And so it's interesting because I look at some of the people in the flat earth who are so polished and they're taken as kind of more legitimate because of it. But it's the opposite, right? It's because they're able to create this polished persona. And then, I don't know. So,
but let me touch on that just while you're gathering your thoughts there. So this is something I've thought about a lot over the last couple of years, especially since I learned about this concept of lookism, LOOKISM. This idea that people who look better are treated better, which is true. People who are more naturally attractive, more handsome, or more pretty are treated better. And then there are certain things you can do to present better to be taken more seriously. So dress better. If you're going to go give a lecture at a conference, you'll probably be taken more seriously if you dress in a suit, or at very least a nice shirt, right? Make sure you've got a nice haircut. Make sure you've done your hair that day. If you have a beard, make sure it's trimmed. That's if you have a beard. You might be better off without one. Do all the things that are going to make you look more presentable to your audience, and you'll be taken more seriously. And the levels to which this is effective. And so it's like, even just in your presentation, you have to put on an act. You wouldn't normally have a haircut that day, but you have to for this presentation, right? All these things. Yeah. And so what it's done for me is made me realize just how monkey-like we are as humans. We're just like monkeys in so many ways, which has been even more problematic for me because I no longer believe in evolution theory. But the thing is, evolution theory, for all of its flaws, actually does have good explanatory power for why humans are so monkey-like. We do treat, like, I'm not going to name any specific names, but there are certain people in Flat Earth, or at least there was years ago when I was paying attention to it. The only thing they brought to the table was that they were big, tough men yelling at people, right? Well, guess what? That appeals to a lot of people. Maybe not to me, maybe not to you, maybe not to some of the listeners in the audience, but there are lots of humans out there. They just want to be yelled at by big, powerful men, or they want to watch other people getting yelled at by them, right? I'm on this guy's side. Yes, go and yell at that guy, right? They enjoy it. Yep. They've got the big, powerful leader archetype, right? So, like, seriously, the only thing, and I've got one guy in particular I'm thinking of, the only thing he brought to the table was that he was tall, heavy, and could probably beat up most people in a fight, just on his appearance. That's all he brought to the table. And that was enough to build up a following, yeah? And now, why is that? I say it's because most humans, in fact, all of us to a degree, we still have these monkey-like traits of what appeals to us. It's not the objective truth. It's not the logic. It's not the reason. It's not even civil conversation. It's not even treating people nice anymore. It's these raw things. Is he attractive, or is he big and powerful? Or is she attractive, right? Is she showing clear? The most simple, basic things appeals to the vast majority of people.
Well, that's exactly it. I made a video several years ago before everybody else was talking about why the boats disappear over the horizon on flat Earth. And I made a video, and I didn't show my face. I didn't just put my voice in there. I had text and I had visuals and I had images, and I made it really clear. Nobody watched it. Like, I think like nobody shared it, nobody liked it, and so the information was better than in some of my other videos, but nobody saw it because nobody cared, because people were just uninterested in that from me, I guess, right? That's what I struggle with. And like, we were talking earlier, when you're weird and you don't relate to a lot of human beings, and so then you come into a community where you're like, okay, there are other weird people, but are they weird like me? And if they're not, then it can be just as isolating, right? Like, you came into flat Earth. I liked the role that you played, and I think I've often said this in on panels and on my channel, that you played a good role in that you kind of made sure that things weren't going too far into fantasy and flat Earth. You would kind of force people to bring it back to like, okay, is the dome made out of blue sapphire? Where is the evidence for that? When people started to say, oh my God, the dome is made of blue sapphire, right? And so I think that you had a really good role in holding people to account, to say, okay, it's one thing to say, I don't believe the globe because there are all these observations that don't fit the globe. It's something else to start saying that the dome is made out of blue sapphire. And, right, so like, I think that there was a role for that, but again,
I hate to interrupt you, but I want to respond to that. Like, I appreciate you saying that. Like, that's nice that you remember it that way. The thing is, my position on this has changed since then. So back then I was the truth is important. Let's focus on the facts. I didn't understand that flat Earth was just entertainment or community building for people, right? I thought, no, we're trying to explore what are the facts? What do we know? What can we prove? I had this different attitude towards it. Whereas now I see, well, hold on, flat Earth, for a lot of people, they don't think of it this way, but it's just entertainment and a place where they feel like they belong. Because really that's what we want. We want to be entertained and we want to feel like we belong. And so all around the world now, you've got all of these people who, for one reason or another, they don't have enough friends or family they can talk to, or who they're loved by or respected by. They're misfits. So many people in our society now are misfits. It's weird when you come to a place like Vietnam where the family unit is still so strong and people still play their roles within the family. In our society, that's broken down for the most part. Most so-called families in our countries are families in name only. They don't even have dinner together. Or if they do, they've got a TV on while they're having dinner, right? Yeah. Families in name only for most people in the West. So we all feel disconnected from our families, from our communities, from our societies. We see all this change happening and we're like, I'm not part of this. I don't like this. So we feel completely disconnected. And then there's all these online communities where we can suddenly feel like we're wanted, right? And that's what they all do. So I'm not trying to pick on flat Earth here, but since it's topical, since it's relevant, somebody comes and says I'm a flat earther. A couple of years ago, you know what that means? That means they're getting an interview with Patricia Steer on Flat Earth and Other Hot Potatoes. It's like a coming out party. Then they get love bombed in the live chat. Oh, it's so good you've come to Flat Earth. It's so glad that you've seen the Flat Earth. You're going to be so happy here. What's going on here? Well, it's community building. It's like a religion. I don't mean there's a criticism. I'm just stating that as objective fact. That's what happens. That's what was going on. Every time someone came out as a flat earther, bang, they're on the show, right? Now they're part of the community. And people want to feel part of a community. It's natural. And in our societies, in Western societies, it's been completely destroyed. Completely destroyed. For the vast majority of us, we do not feel like we're part of our families, part of our society, part of our community. We don't feel that anymore. We don't. And so we're looking for that. And I think these online communities, they offer that, for better or for worse.
Okay, I would agree and I did a video about that because I think you said that on one of your shows that Flat Earth was like a cult with the love ball, and you described it very well. And I made a video response to it. I don't know if you saw it, but where I said like, yeah, JLB is correct. There are cult-like elements to this community, right? But if you want. And I still struggle with this because I don't think you're completely right. Like, I actually think that the Earth is flat. I really do reject the globe model as the best fit model for the Earth. But here's the thing that I'm not sure what I think about, which is it's like you say, some people, I'm concerned about truth. You're concerned about truth, right? We want knowledge. We want truth that matters to us. To some people, it doesn't. They just want comforting ideas to hold on to. And comforting doesn't have to be pleasant, right? Sometimes they find comfort in an idea that sets them against the mainstream because they want to be a rebel, or they feel like an outcast and they want to justify it by like, you're not rejecting me, I'm rejecting you, right? And so there are these reasons. There are many reasons why people find themselves in the conspiracy theory world, right? And we can talk about flat Earth. But it doesn't just apply to this topic community. But so yes, some people are in it for the entertainment. Some people are in it to be rebellious. Some people are in it because it confirms their pre-existing religious beliefs, right? And some people, like me, are in it because we actually do think that this is a better model of a representation of our reality. But that's what I don't understand, I guess, right? Is do people care about the truth? I think people care about the truth as long as it's presented to them in a way that's interesting, whether that's entertainment or whether that's by an aggressive man shouting at other people, right? Because I agree with you on that 100%. Is there room in this domain of work or hobby, whichever one you see it as, for people who are interested in it as truth? And does that matter? And I don't know. I'm struggling a lot with this.
Well, let me bring it back to the Tesla thing. So again, when I got into all of this back in 2014, I did think that everybody, or the majority of people here were, and by here I just mean the conspiracy subculture. And at the time, like my entry into all of this was the media fakery, because conspiracy subculture is a huge thing. It's a huge thing. And there's lots of overlap and many people will have different interests, but generally where people are coming from different angles. So the angle that I came from was media fakery. So back in 2013, 14, I learned about the Boston bombings and these kinds of things. And it changed everything for me. Like, the TV can lie about these things. So then you start watching these videos and you start listening to these live streams, and that next thing you know, you're getting yourself into conspiracy subculture, right? I thought everybody was here for the same reasons as me. Holy crap, we've been lied to. Now we want to know the truth. I was so wrong. How could I have been so wrong? I believe these people have been killed, but they hadn't. I'd been fooled. I've got to go back to square one now. What else have I been lied to about, right? Yeah. That's what I thought we were all here for. However, over the next few years, I started to realize that's not what people are here for. Because if they were, I wouldn't be the first one to discover, for instance, that Nikola Tesla has claimed that he can pass the entire hydroelectric current of a hydroelectric dam, the electrical current of a hydroelectric dam through his body, like Superman. That's actually written in one of his so-called books from one of his articles, that he claims to have done that. So, like, there's footage of Superman and he can hold the electricity going through his body and he's so strong. Tesla claims to have done the same thing, right? Now, when I read that in one of his articles, I was like, am I the first person to, because that's clearly nonsense. No sane person believes that. Yeah. So I'm like, how am I the first person to have noticed this? So I made a video about it, right? I'm like, guys, did you know he claims to have spoken with Martians? Tesla claims to have communicated with Martians 100 years ago. I'm like, have other people noticed this? Have they made videos about this? I couldn't find any other videos by people talking about these outrageous claims attributed to Tesla. And I started to realize maybe I am the first guy to go and look at these books. And it was the learning about these Tesla deception that really got me looking into history, like ancient Greece, ancient Egypt, ancient China. And I started doing the same thing there. Well, what's the source material? What's the primary source material? They've got these stories about people from ancient history. Do we have their books? Do we have their writings? What do we know? Let's start from the start. And there isn't any primary sources for these people. It's all fabrication. And I'm like, am I the only person who knows this? And then I came to the conclusion, just let me fix up this microphone. Are we there? 2212?
Yeah.
Yeah, I came to this conclusion. Yeah, I'm literally the first person to go and check any of this. I'm literally the first person in this scene, in the conspiracy subculture, to go and check this stuff. And it dawned on me, well, of course, I'm the only one that's here to do the research. Everyone else wants to sit around and talk. People are doing 5-hour Google Hangouts every day. Just talk. Not a single reference to a single book. That's not what they're here for. They're here for fun. They're here to chat. They're here to make friends. And that's totally cool. But that's not what I got to this scene for, you see?
Well, I think you're... it's not quite as black and white for me. I think it's not. I think it's not that people are just here for entertainment. I think people are interested in the truth, right? The flat Earth. People are interested in the flat Earth as a truth. However, when you find people who have common values and common beliefs, then you also want to socialize with them. And I think that that's where the problem comes in, is that then people see flat earthers socializing online and they say, all you're doing is socializing. There's no content here. But I think there is, it's just that it doesn't have to be in every video. We don't only have to be giving out, here are more proofs of flat earth, and more proofs every week is a new video with more proofs of flat earth. I think there is this idea of like, I found now a community of people, and this is what I've realized since, though. I thought, okay, we have common beliefs, and I thought we have common values, because I thought that the belief system suggested a certain set of values. And so then I thought, okay, we have that in common, so then we can socialize. And I quickly discovered, well, no, I'm so idealistic and naive. It took me longer than it should have for me to realize we don't share a common set of values. And so then I realized, like, okay, within this community of shared belief, then it's a matter of finding, okay, but who among those do I share values with? Because I get along with people with whom I share values, but people with values that are so alien to mine, then that's not going to be a good friendship, right? And I think that that's what the flat earth community has kind of been working through in the past several years. So I think you're wrong in saying that it's just people are just here for fun. I think it's just that we're not just here to be told new proofs every week of flat earth. I think there is a social element.
Yeah, I think there's a spectrum. Like, people will have a certain interest in this, but they also enjoy chatting with their friends, with their online friends.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that at all.
No.
So it might be that someone realizes, hey, we've been lied to about heliocentrism, right? I just had this complete faith that I live on a spinning ball. Now I've realized that I don't. I go and try and tell my real life friends about this. They call me crazy. Try and tell my family. They tell me I need to get help or something. What am I going to do? Oh, there's these people on the internet who know about these things. I'm going to talk with them. And it's enjoyable to talk with them. And then that becomes part of their daily habit, or their weekly habit of listening to this stuff. And I've got no problem with any of that. I've got no issue with any of that. But going back to my point, that wasn't why I came to this scene in the first place.
No.
And so when I realized, hold on, people aren't reading books. People aren't taking notes from books. People aren't doing their own research. They're not doing their own observations. Then I started to realize, well, I'm not actually like these people, most of them. There are exceptions, of course, but for the most part, I'm not really like these people. So I didn't really feel like I was part of a community. I didn't feel like I was part of the community. Even though I was hosting that Baller Skeptic Roundtable weekly show back in 2015, by the end of that show, I could already see I'm not part of a community here the way that perhaps I would like to be. And this was before a lot of the strange stuff started happening too. But it was just clear that, hold on, there's a lot of people here. They're looking for something. They're looking for something that I don't think that this is. And then you fast forward 4 years, and I mean, I know that you probably don't want to say too much, or maybe you do, but there are definitely religious elements to Flat Earth now. There definitely are. And I'm not even saying that's a problem. If it makes people happy, if it gives them meaning, what's the harm? What's the harm? I don't have a problem with it. Someone asked me in one of my live shows recently, what do you think about Nathan Oakley doing these daily live Flat Earth debates? And I'm like, well, good on him. And this person was like, well, don't you find it strange that after 4 years, he's still going around in circles? And I'm like, no, he's making money. Most jobs revolve around going around doing the same thing over and over to make money. That's the whole point. You go in there day after day, week after week, year after year, you do your job, you get your money. Now Nathan Oakley is making money hosting live Flat Earth debates. What's the problem? Clearly some people enjoy it, so they're sending him money. Clearly some other people enjoy it because they keep turning up for the same nonsensical circular arguments. Clearly some people enjoy listening to this because they keep tuning in. What's the problem? Who's being hurt? I don't see the issue here. However, for me personally, my time, I don't have time to give to that every day. I turned up yesterday for a bit. That's the first time in years. And probably in a couple of years, I'll come back and do it again. Yeah. Every now and then I go and get my fun. But that's not any kind of community that I want to make part of my life.
But see, okay, I did hear the video where you had said that. And it really got me to thinking about consultants, right? Because, I've thought about consulting. And if even let's even bring it to something more similar to YouTubing. Let's say a TV documentary, TV show decides to hire me to talk about psychology, right? So a TV show is starting, they want someone to talk about psychology, and they hire me. And once a week, I go on this TV show and I do a 7-minute segment on psychology today, right? Of course I would be paid for that, right? I'm working for a TV show, I'm doing stuff on air. No one would question that the TV show is paying me to be part of the TV show. Obviously, right? I wouldn't be called a shill. The information that I'm sharing about psychology wouldn't come into question when people found out, oh my goodness, ABC is actually paying her to do her psychology show segment on that TV show about psychology, right? Nobody is angry that Jennifer Aniston is getting paid to entertain us in her movies, right? Like there isn't this big protest Jennifer Aniston because she gets paid to entertain us. How dare she, right? And even news anchors, we don't get upset to find out that the news anchors are being paid to tell us the news, and that the writers aren't being paid to write up the news for the news anchors to deliver. And yet, as soon as you translate that onto YouTube, all of a sudden, oh my goodness, it's the end of the world. You're making money from YouTubing about any topic? And I just think that is interesting as a reaction, because I feel it too. Like I myself feel kind of, should I monetize? Should I not? Is it bad? And then I realized, like, I never think about that for any other people sharing information in a visual format. And so
Can I ask you about that? I hate to interrupt. Like, is your channel monetized? I honestly don't know what your situation is in terms of your platform.
Yeah, I monetize my channel, but I don't put all the ads in the middle of it like some people do. Like I try to do like a skippable ad at the beginning, and if it's a long video, sometimes I'll put a skippable ad at the end. I make nothing off revenue because my views are really low. I think the people that subbed to Orphan Red, and then when I switched from doing strictly Orphan Red style videos to doing Sasha videos, a lot of them didn't unsubscribe because they keep hoping, but they don't watch my videos anymore. And so my views are really low. So I don't actually make much from AdSense, but I do monetize. I have a Patreon account. I think I only have 3 patrons, but I do have a Patreon account set up because I would like, I pay for the video editing software, and I pay for the makeups that look better on camera, and the clothes that look better on camera, and the microphone that sounds better on camera. And so I kind of think, and again, I think it doesn't bother me that Philip DeFranco makes money from his channel delivering the news. So why should it bother me if I monetize my channel?
So do you still have like ethical concerns about making money from this? Because like the way that you're speaking, it almost sounds as though you're still not convinced that it's okay to make money doing this. Like it almost sounds like you've got your own internal dilemma here.
It's because it's only when I heard you say it this week. You said it, 2-3 days ago? I think I listened to one of your podcasts where you were talking about, I think even maybe the Nathan Oakley show, and you were saying, look, this is this guy's job. And that's when it really clicked for me. Like, people would pay me to talk to them about things that maybe I know more about than they do, right? So like, or people will pay me to set up their database. They'll pay me to maintain their database. They'll pay me to set up reports from their database. And I would happily accept money for that. And yet, if I do anything on YouTube, then I feel weird about it. And it's only this week when I heard you say it that I realized you are right, and that I shouldn't feel guilty about monetizing my channel.
Well, the timing of this conversation is a little bit synchronistic in a way, because I used to have this same idea of, if it's the truth, it should be free. Right? This is a mantra in the conspiracy subculture. It's a mantra that you'll hear repeated. If it's the truth, it should be free. If it's the truth, it should be free. Yeah. And I used to really buy into this idea. And then a few years ago, I was listening to a character named Marcus Allen, and he used to do this thing on TalkShoe. TalkShoe is like a free streaming service from before Google Hangouts, before OBS or what are we using today? StreamYard. Before any of this,
Yeah.
it was just a talk show. And so he'd been podcasting about media fakery for years and years. And then he wanted to monetize it. And his argument was, we pay good money for good quality alcohol. We pay good money for good quality car service. We pay good money for good clothes. Like, we generally understand that if you want good quality, you pay the money for it.
Yes.
So why in the so-called truth scene do we decide that this is one thing we won't pay for? Because if people won't pay for it, people won't produce it. If no one was paying money for good alcohol, no one would produce nice whiskey. If no one was paying money for good clothes, nobody would produce nice clothes. Maybe a few people would because they love it, but not enough to supply everybody, right? So why on the topic that we claim is the most important, do we have a mantra that you can't support it? You shouldn't support it. It's crazy. Yes. And so because of this mantra, there's no good quality content getting made. And that's just my paraphrasing of the argument he was presenting. And so as I was listening to him, at first I found it a little bit offensive. I was like, I didn't like what I was hearing. It made me feel bad. But then I realized it was just an emotional response. I wasn't thinking logically. Once you actually think about it logically, it makes perfect sense. If we want good truth-related content, then we ought to pay for it. If we won't pay for it, then we don't really want it, right? Because we happily spend money on alcohol, drugs, clothes, nights out, right? All these things, which is cool. So we obviously value those things, but we don't pay for truth-related content. Well, then we don't value it. So we should stop complaining that all we've got is CNN and Anderson Cooper and all this nonsense, because that's the free stuff, right? They've got a vested interest in providing that for free. What's the vested interest in someone putting hours and hours, like that Tesla podcast I did 3 years ago? That was based off a full solid week of research, maybe closer to 2 weeks, right? Who's going to do that? Evidently, nobody, because I was the first person to do it. You see?
Yeah.
And so it was around about that time in middle 2016 that I heard this podcast with Marcus Allen, and I was thinking about what he was saying. And then I started thinking maybe there's something to this. And then slowly I heard about this idea of being a digital nomad and all of these ideas. And then you fast forward 3 years. And again, I'm not making that much money doing what I'm doing. I'd be better off, if I was in Australia, I'd be significantly better off stacking shelves. However, because of geo arbitrage, that is living in places with cheaper cost of living, it's enough to get by. And so I can keep doing this. And maybe I do it for another 6 months. Maybe I do it for another year. But at whatever point where I stop, I'll have this entire back catalogue of material that'll be there for the members of my site, because they're the ones who helped to make it happen. Why should I give 8 hours of my day producing and releasing a video to people who don't value it? It's crazy when you think about it. It's insane. And only in the conspiracy subculture do people demand that. You owe me, Sasha. You want to put in your time and effort, you owe me the content now for free. And if you don't, I'm going to say bad things about you. Yeah?
Yes.
Think of how insane that is.
I know, but yes, and I agree 100%. Now that I've kind of seen it so clearly. But here's where it gets more complicated, because I am a political conservative. And so I follow all these conservative Twitterers and YouTube channels, and they're all getting pushed off YouTube. They're getting pushed off Twitter. And so now, and everyone says, well, it doesn't matter because it just means we have to go to alternate sites to find them. So now you have to go to BitChute to see Alex Jones, and you have to go to the Bear website to see Owen Benjamin, and you have to go to Subscribestar to see PewDiePie, and you have to, right? So all of a sudden, if I just want to sit down for an hour a day, let's say, and get my conspiracy theory news, I can't just go to one place and find the people that I follow and then watch whatever content seems interesting to me that day. I have to go find it in all these different places, and then I have to have a $5 a month membership to this guy's website, and $5 a month to Marty Leeds, and $5 a month to John LeBon, and $5 a month to Sasha Orphan Red, and well, all of a sudden, it's not affordable anymore. And all of a sudden, the price of truth and the price of entertainment is more than I can afford to pay for that. And I think that's where the friction comes in, where I think people, if you're going to pay $10 a month to Netflix, then it makes sense to say you'll pay $10 a month to support whatever YouTubers you want to watch. But when we all get pushed off YouTube and we all start developing our different websites, then all of a sudden it's like, okay, but how much? Like, I'm not going to pay $80 a month to follow 16 people whose content I enjoy. And because we don't make daily content, most of us, then it's realistic to say you would maybe want to follow 16 people, right? Because maybe they each make, one every 2 weeks, one every week. I don't know. What do you think about that?
Yeah, so I get what you're saying. If someone is subscribed to, or they want to follow the work of 5, 10, 15, 16 people, then even if it's only $5 a month, it does become cost prohibitive, or at least it feels like it does.
Yeah.
I totally get that. The thing is, regardless of that, the truth itself will always be free. You can always just go and do the research for yourself. Anyone who wants to learn about Tesla, for instance, they can go and do the research that I did. I didn't invent those books. I went and found them. And anyone can find them now. In fact, it's never been easier in all of recorded human history, as far as I'm aware, for any person to seek out the truth. Like the internetarchive.org, millions of books for free. It's phenomenal. If I want to see what's the source for ancient Egypt, for instance, I find out what's a story today. What's their source? A book from 20 years ago. I can go and download that book for free. I find out what's their source. And I can just trace this. It'll take me hours and hours to do the work, because it is work. But by the end of it, without paying a cent, I've gotten to the heart of the matter, right? That's free now. It's not going to cost people a cent. But if people want to hear people like me detail all of my research, then I'm charging that monthly amount. So the truth itself is free. It's the entertainment, or it's the presentation, it's the production values that people are going to have to pay for. And if they don't want to pay the money, they don't get the content. But that's how it's always been in life. You don't want to pay, you don't get. It's that simple. But I don't think there's like a cost prohibitive element on the truth now. If anything, it's never been more free in all of recorded human history.
Well, okay, I would say yes to that 3 years ago, but now I think that the information that is free is increasingly distorted, right? Like Wikipedia used to be free information, but now it's not, because now it's censored and it's distorted, and there are things that are hidden or they're misstated, and like you can't talk about certain events where people may or may not have died and may or may not be related to gun control legislation. You can no longer talk about those things without being silenced, right? So what that means is that the truth is no longer as free. You have to actually find the people who are comfortable enough talking about those things, and they're not allowed to do it on the free sites anymore. You can't talk about those things on YouTube. They'll pull your channel. So
Sure. But
right.
So you and I both know the truth about Sandy Hook, right? Like you and I, and pretty much everyone in the chat, we all know.
The AI will hear that word and they'll take this down.
My original YouTube channel got deleted for that very reason, for that event. I made 2 videos about it. One of them I didn't even say that it was fake. I actually said it was real. I was doing sometimes I do an act where I pretend an event is 100% real, which is my code word for 100% fake. And somehow they knew that, and I got deleted for it. But you and I know the truth about that event, and all the listeners know the truth. So the truth is still free. It's listening to people talk about it. Well, guess what? That's the entertainment part. And now the entertainment part is going to cost money for certain people. There will still be some people doing this for free, but generally, what's their content? What's their presentation going to be? I mean, some of my podcasts are 2 hours long. They take me 8 or 10 hours to edit. Okay, and the end product is significantly better than anything you're going to find for free on YouTube. Period. End of story. Now, is it going to be good enough to make it worth someone's money? That's for them to decide. And if they decide, no, this is not worth my money, fine. That's the decision that they've made of their own free volition. It's fine by me, fine by them. I don't see the problem.
Yeah, I do. My concern is that there are and I know maybe this is not a conspiracy theory you buy into, but I do think that there are some disinformation agents that are placed in different online topic communities, and they're funded by well-moneyed organizations, alphabet agencies, right? And so I do think that then what happens is then the shiny radio show host on YouTube who's well funded, and then that's the only person left who can afford to share maybe flat earth content for free for a high quality production, because it's not free. That's coming out of taxpayer money that goes to the alphabet agencies that then pays this person who appears to be offering high production value videos for free on her YouTube channel or on his YouTube channel, right? Like then you get into those things, right? But
doesn't that sort of support what I'm saying though? Like if there are people being paid by the government or by nefarious agencies to put out this info, doesn't that make it all the more incumbent on people who value the good stuff to support it financially?
Yes, I suppose it does. Yes, I suppose it does, because that way it evens the playing field. If you support the good people, then they can give you the production values that the agencies are paying for the shills to have. Tell us another element of why you don't believe that Nikola Tesla existed.
Okay, do you like trivia? I love trivia. It's something I do on my podcast now. I play a game called Time for John LeBon Trivia, and then we see who can. Yeah, it's one of the best parts of my show. I love it. I get to be like the host master of the trivia. All right, so here's some trivia for you. If you're a good science fiction author and you win a big award in sci-fi literature, what might be the name of that award? This is for the live audience as well, everybody. What is the name? What's the names of the biggest science fiction literary awards today?
Isn't it the Arthur C. Clarke Awards? Then is that no?
I've never even heard of those awards. I'm sure they exist. I'm thinking of the Hugo Awards. Have you heard of the Hugos?
Yes, I have. Anyone in chat? Did anyone come up with Hugo? No, they're still thinking in chat.
They'll all say that they did. They're like, yeah, I got that one. Easy. Give me something more difficult. All right, so the Hugo Awards, who are they named after? This is very difficult. I wouldn't have known until I did my research for Tesla 3 years ago. I had no idea about any of this. It's named after a guy called Hugo Gernsback. Hugo Gernsback. Now, let me just go on my little screen here. I don't want to say anything out of turn.
Yeah.
The Hugo Awards are a set of literary awards voted on by members of the current World Science Fiction Convention and presented annually by the World Science Fiction Society. In fact, what I might do, Sasha, is I might just send you a link to this on the StreamYard.
Do you want to share a screen?
Probably best if you share screen. I don't want to. I've never used StreamYard to share anything, and I don't want to cause any problems. So if you got a Hugo Award there, do you want to bring that up? We'll take a look at this.
Award. Oh yeah. Okay. Let's see. Oops. Okay, give me one moment.
When did you start using StreamYard, by the way? The first time I've ever used it was a few weeks ago when I was on Jed Skeptic's channel with Validation Boy. Prior to that, I'd never used StreamYard in my life.
Yeah, no, this is I think day 4 of me having it. So this is the first time I use it for a show.
I think it's so cool to have that little scrolling banner down the bottom. And even just having that little subtitle there, is Tesla a hoax? Having that for the whole presentation, it makes it look a lot more professional and a lot more aesthetically appealing, I think.
If I get more patrons as a consequence of this show, I will actually get the paid version of StreamYard, and then I can put my logo up in that corner instead of the StreamYard logo.
How much is a StreamYard? How much is a StreamYard subscription?
I'm not sure. I think it's $25 a month, maybe. Like there are different tiers, but but then you can also do more. You can you can interact with your subscribers more, and you can customize things better. So I'm going to add a share screen, I think somehow. Okay. Trying to do this without sharing the wrong. Yep, that was wrong. Sorry, everyone.
That's what I was afraid I was going to do. That's why I didn't want to screen share. I thought that was the exact mistake I was going to make.
Do I know how to do this? I do, but oh no. Never mind. Okay, so no, we'll just have to talk about what it is. We cannot show it.
Okay, let's do that. That's all right. So I'm just looking at the Hugo Award Wikipedia page.
Oh no, actually, you know what? I deleted that screen. I'm going to re-add a new share screen, and this way I can actually choose which one I want to share, and then I can actually. Oh, look at this! I'm learning quickly. That worked. Fantastic.
Is it working? Let's have a look. Fantastic. All right, yeah, so this is the Hugo Awards.
Yeah.
And so these are the literary awards voted on by the World Science Fiction Convention and presented annually at the World Science Fiction Society for the best sci-fi or fantasy works and achievements of previous year. The awards are named after Hugo Gernsback, the founder of the pioneering science fiction magazine, Amazing Stories.
Oh.
So if people want to look further into this, they'll find out that Hugo Gernsback was a publisher of sci-fi and fantasy. Now, we have film and television today. It's ubiquitous. It's everywhere. Now we've got Netflix, and you can watch whatever you want, whenever you want. It's a phenomenal time to be alive. But once upon a time, they didn't even have regular television the way that we do now. And so back then, it was a lot more popular for people to get their pardon me, their fantasy and their sci-fi tales through magazines. Yeah, it was a lot more popular. These days people don't even read books. I hear people talk about 1984, and I can tell they've never read the book because what they're saying is it's not from the book. They've just heard other people talk about the book. People don't even read books now. Once upon a time, people used to love reading magazines and these kinds of things. And this guy was a huge publisher in sci-fi and fantasy magazines. Now, he also ran a thing. Let me send a link to this for you. He ran a thing called the Electrical Experimenter. So let me send this to you in our private chat notes. Send that to you now.
Okay.
Oh yeah, the photo with Gernsback's television goggles. So a lot of people will have seen Gernsback without knowing who he is. Can we bring that back up? Can you go to the Hugo Gernsback page and scroll to that television goggles image? Yeah, that's the one. So a lot of people have seen this image. They won't have known that this is Hugo Gernsback. Okay, so this is the guy who the Hugos are named after, and this is the guy who was publishing all of his sci-fi and fantasy back when people loved to read sci-fi and fantasy magazines. People loved it. That's the guy. That's his TV goggles. What do you reckon?
Hilarious.
TV goggles, which would have seemed crazy at the time, but we're pretty close to that now, aren't we? TV goggles.
Well,
like I don't know what happened with the Google Glass thing, but eventually people will be wearing heads-up displays on their glasses. I'm sure it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, I think people already are. But for virtual reality, not just for enhanced, but I think once people get used to playing a lot of virtual reality games with the headsets, then they're going to start being maybe a bit more receptive to the enhanced reality from the Google Glass type of tech. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, big time. Have you ever used, those Oculus Rift? Have you ever used one of those before? Like any device similar to that?
No, have you?
Yeah, a couple of years ago, I was at a computer hardware store in Brisbane. I wanted to buy some computer hardware. I think I wanted SD cards. I can't remember what I wanted, but this particular store is very busy. You have to actually queue up to be served. It's crazy, but they're so cheap. Everyone is happy to go along with it. Yeah. And so while I was in there, they had a test Oculus Rift device.
Oh, wow.
And I tried it out. And so we're going back 2 years now, two or 3 years. But I was impressed because I'd heard that it makes you feel sick and the tech is no good. But I used it and I was pretty impressed by how, I didn't forget where I was. Like, I wasn't like, oh, wow, I'm immersed. But it was a lot more responsive to my movements and a lot more pleasant to the eyes than I had read. And that was 2 years ago. So I don't know how good the tech is now. But yeah, it's only a matter of time until we get these Gernsback TV goggles. I think we can all see that. So now let's go to the Electrical Experimenter then. The Electrical Experimenter was an American technical science magazine that was published monthly. It was established in May 1913 as the successor to Modern Electrics, a combination of a magazine and mail order catalogue that had been published by Hugo Gernsback starting in 1908. And then it continued till July 1920, and it focused on articles about radio, blah, blah, blah. Now, what's interesting about this is that this is the magazine in which what people think is Nikola Tesla's autobiography. This is where it was published. It was published in the Electrical Experimenter as a series of articles.
Here, Nikola Tesla wrote 5 articles for the magazine and published parts of his autobiography in 1919.
Yeah, so you've got a science fiction publisher, a guy who knows all about how people love sci-fi and fantasy, and it's in his magazine that what people think is the Tesla autobiography was published.
Oh my goodness.
Now remember, there's no footage of Nikola Tesla. There's several images that are reused and flipped, and people use the same images over and over, so you think there's all these images. No, there's not. Google search or DuckDuckGo search or whatever your search engine is, Nikola Tesla images, and just look at the images. It's not hundreds of images. It's not even dozens. It's like 3 or 4 just used over and over again. And sometimes it's quite clear that they've been photoshopped. And I don't even mean in a nefarious way. I'm not saying that there's some dude using the same photo over hundreds of times to fool us. But like even me, sometimes I will take an image of somebody and I will cut out just the person, get rid of the background, and then superimpose it onto something else for artistic effect.
Yes.
If you look at all the photos of Tesla, that's what's happened. There's 3 or 4 photos of the dude just reused in different ways over and over again. There's no footage of him. And his so-called autobiography was published in a magazine by a guy who was so big in sci-fi and fantasy that those awards are named after him to this day.
Okay, that is a very interesting point that you're bringing forward here. You get a gold star for this one, because I didn't know that actually.
It's interesting, isn't it? It's fascinating. Now, people can come back to me and they can say, "Oh, this isn't proof that Tesla's a hoax." No, I agree. I can't prove to anybody that Tesla's a hoax. I can't prove it. Like, prove means different things to different people.
Yes.
But when I look at the evidence that I've got a whole bunch of patents that I don't know who actually filed the patents. I've got an autobiography that wasn't really an autobiography. It was a series of articles published by a sci-fi publisher. I've got no footage of the guy, and I've got a few photos that are just reused over and over again. And then in the books that are attributed to Tesla, I've got stories about Superman style passing the electric current through his body. You know what he says? He claims that he can pass the hydroelectric dam's entire electric current through his body. He claims he's done it, and it didn't even burn his hands, right?
Okay, so see that?
That's nonsense. That's obviously nonsense, right?
Yeah.
I've got this guy claiming that he can communicate with Martians. Martians are a hoax. Nobody died, nobody got hurt, period. So, but this guy's claiming he can communicate with them. And I'm like, you know what? I'm connecting all of the pieces of this little jigsaw puzzle together. And when I take a step back and look at it, objectively, dispassionately, no emotion, I'm calling hoax.
Okay, I want to address the Martian communication thing, but before I do that, I do want to point out, for people who are into Tartaria, as I am, the star fort around the Statue of Liberty here that is so very clearly demarcated by the lights. There's, I think, a little bit of emphasis put on this to really bring it to our attention. And I like it, so I just thought I would point that out. But okay, so here is my rebuttal to that, I guess.
What are you thinking about the rebuttal? Because I've just presented you with something which is a bit full on. So I'll give you a moment to gather your thoughts. In the live chat, Iron26 has asked me 2 questions I want to respond to, but it's a little bit inside baseball. It's a little bit, and the Brisbane people will get it. So he asked me, "Am I talking about UMart?" I think so. I think it's called UMart. It's the one. There's one in Intrapilli, I think. And yeah, you have to take a number to get served at a computer hardware store. But everyone goes along with it because it's so much cheaper. They must import everything from China or something. I don't know. But that's where I use the VR goggles. I want to answer that question. And he also asked me, what do I think about female commentators in cricket and football? I've got nothing against that. I think Daisy Pearce is a good boundary rider for the AFL. Like, she knows what she's talking about. She actually knows the game and she speaks well enough. I've got no problem. What I do have a problem with is when they put a token female onto the panel who clearly is not as good as the next best male candidate. I do have a problem with that. Daisy Pearce is competent, does her job well, no problem. But some of these token placements are a joke. It's farcical. It's ridiculous, man. That's my opinion. But I know that's a bit tangential, but I just wanted to respond to those two. He's clearly an Australian, that guy. Yes. So I thought, you know, and I still, like, I'm gone from Australia, but I did grow up there. I will always be, whether I like it or not, a little bit Australian, you know. So to have an Aussie in the live chat, I couldn't help but answer those questions. So while I've been off on my little tangent there, Sasha, you tell me, what do you think about this? Nicola Tesla, biography published by such a big sci-fi guy that we named the Sci-Fi Awards after this guy. That just happens to be where Tesla's autobiography was published. Okay. What do you make of all of this?
Okay, I'm going to tell you what to make of it, and because of the delay, I'm also going to give time for the chat to come up with questions that they want to ask, and then we can answer more there, because I think that's a good idea to do. Okay, so the responding to the Martians thing. So one of the things, he found a repeating pattern. He was at his Wardenclyffe Tower. He was transmitting electric arcs, really ionizing the atmosphere, so creating plasmas around the Wardenclyffe Tower, because he was trying to figure out how to transmit energy freely, and the way he was doing it, really, it wouldn't have worked. It doesn't work that way, right? Because it just basically, the atmosphere is too large, and so it ionizes this, so a plasma forms locally, and then it just dissipates, right? And so what he was trying to do, but I think since then, right, the technology now, we have things have been developed further, but his tower didn't just act as a transmitter, it actually could also act as a receiver. And so what he noticed was that he was receiving patterns that he decoded as number patterns 1, 2, 3. And so he took that as there's this intelligence that is sending this information, and my tower device is just picking up on it. And so then he thought, okay, these are aliens, and they must be from Mars. And so then he tried to then enter into communication by transmitting to them. Now, astronomers today still receive these ordered pattern bursts of energy, or of signals, radio signals, let's say. And we just categorize them differently. Now they say, oh, that's just the emission, the emissions from pulsars and quasars, and they spin 53 times per second, even though they're a billion times larger than our sun, right? But they spin on their axis 53 times per second. And so then that's creating this high frequency. And so then we're receiving that as a signal, and it looks like it's a pattern signal. It looks like it's an ordered signal, but it's just this quasar spinning in outer space. And so that's the thing. So we are still able to detect these what looks like patterned information, and Tesla decoded it to say these are aliens that are sending me these number patterns just to kind of as a hello. If you're able to intercept this and make sense of it and reply back, then we can start a conversation. Whereas astronomers today say, oh no, it's just a quasar, so it's not aliens sending us information, there's no point in responding to it. And I don't actually know that like, I think that that's the thing with Tesla. I think that people wrote about him after he died, and even I think at the end of his life, and there was no one correcting it. And I think that you're right that magazines like the one we just showed, the sci-fi magazines, I think they did create a mythology around him, and no one was there to correct him. So Tesla says, I've received these patterned signals from space, and I think that they're an attempt at communication, and I've decoded 1, 2, 3, and that keeps being sent in repetition, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and so I'm trying to communicate back, but so far this is as far as I've gotten. Out of that, someone writes a story saying, and then he was communicating with aliens on Mars, right? So I think it is true that there's the factual, and then that's been woven into this really sci-fi fantasy story for the readers, the buyers of those types of magazines. Definitely, I think there's some truth to it, right? And I don't actually think that the astronomers are correct today who are saying, oh no, that's just the pulsar, right? I think that is also a wrong interpretation. And again, but we believe it with blind faith if you're into that domain. If you believe in all of that, then you take it on blind faith that it is just the quasar, the pulsar. Whereas if you believe in Nikola Tesla mythology, then you believe with blind faith that he was communicating with the Martians, right? So belief versus knowledge, we always come back down to that, right?
I think I see the point you're making. Like, if people took Tesla out of context, or they built their own stories around what he was saying, he was misrepresented. I understand what I think you're trying to suggest. However, the quotes that I used about him claiming to talk with Martians and pass current through his body like Superman, I took direct quotes from the articles that are attributed to him, because he wasn't just being published in the Electrical Experimenter. He was being published in mainstream newspapers as well. I don't want to say like, the New York Times or whatever, because I don't have the articles in front of me. But I quote them in that podcast. So the free 2-hour podcast on my website about Tesla, completely free, doesn't cost a cent. Anyone can access it. It's on my Podbean account, because I use a different MP3 host for my member material. But the Podbean account is completely public. Anyone can access it right now. It's completely free. And in 2 hours, I give the quotes. So do you remember how I said earlier that podcast is boring? Well, that's why, because I spend so much of it just giving direct quotes. It's not like, oh, this person said this about him. No, it's like, this is meant to be what Tesla himself said. This is his claim, that he was communicating with Martians, that he could pass the current through his body like Superman. This is Tesla's own words. So if Tesla existed, he's clearly a liar. But is it possible that whoever wrote this article is themselves a liar, lying that it was written by a guy called Tesla? Is that possible?
Well, Well, that's the thing. That's what I'm wondering, is that I think it maybe what I don't imagine that it was him writing, because he, I don't know. I could see it being someone else trying to bring attention to Tesla's work. Maybe it was someone working for Westinghouse. Maybe Westinghouse was like, we need someone else to help with this guy's funding. So kind of push him out to the public a little bit somehow. Yeah, and the claim about the passing electricity through him, I also kind of read where he, at the Chicago Fair, he was wearing special boots, right? So that he doesn't, the electricity doesn't go into the ground, right? So rubber boots, I suppose, so that he could pass electricity, and he was kind of, I don't know, putting off sparks. I think that these are exaggerated stories that were created to help him find investors. I'm not sure if it was him that was creating these or not, because it seemed that he had no business sense at all, and that's why he died penniless, and was too arrogant, I think, for his own good. I struggle with that, right, with the arrogance thing. So I did find it interesting to see how many failures in Tesla mythology, whether it's his life or whether it's just a hoax, do seem to have been because of his arrogance. And it's funny that that's not the emphasis that we talk about in conspiracy theory communities. But when you look at it more objectively, you see like, oh, maybe it is a myth, and the message that conspiracy theorists have gotten is not quite the message that was intended, right? Like, he kind of kept cutting off his nose to spite his face, kind of things, you know.
Well, remember how we spoke earlier in the chat about narrative building? This is another part of a good hero story, is the man who goes rags to riches to rags to riches, keeps stumbling over his own feet but keeps getting back up. A hero's tale is always better if the hero is flawed and makes mistakes and overcomes. It's a big part of the hero's tale.
Yes, yeah. And so, I don't know. I think this is why I wanted to talk to you about this, because I was certain that Nikola Tesla, of course, Nikola Tesla has existed, and I know all about him. and it's interesting that just preparing for the show, I realized, oh, I didn't know this about him. I didn't know this detail about him, and I was surprised about all these different things, and I saw it in a slightly different light. And then when you're pushing this, like, I actually see your point. I know that you're not necessarily saying that he never existed, but I think your point is valid, that we are being very trusting, and that the sources of information on Tesla are questionable.
Yeah, and I have to re-emphasize, I'm glad you brought that up. I have to re-emphasize this. My opinion is that Tesla never existed, not as a real person. That's my opinion. But I'm not trying to convince other people to agree with me about that. And so, like, you invited me onto the show, and I appreciate that. And this has been a great chat. I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed the live chat, most of the comments. It's been terrific. However, if someone walks away from this and says, oh, well, I can see what JLB was saying, but I still think Tesla's real, cool. Yeah. That's not a problem. It's not a big deal. Hopefully they can at least see why I'm saying I no longer believe in Tesla. But if there was some way, like, that some great evidence was unearthed of Tesla, and it turned out that he really did exist, I'd be like, okay, my inference was wrong. Now I've got new evidence. Now I changed my mind. Like, it. The inference I'm drawing is based on the evidence I've got. If the evidence changes, I change my inference. But I'm not emotionally invested in the outcome either way. I'm just saying, based on the evidence I've got, and I've spent way more time looking for it than most people, hoax character.
Yeah, you know, I want to talk to you about Egypt for a second. First, though, I do want to go to chat and say hello to everyone in chat. I see a lot of regulars here tonight. I'm happy to see everyone. If you have questions in chat, now's a great time to ask them, because I am kind of keeping an eye on it, but now I'm really focusing on it. So if you ask a question, it will be seen. Hello, Emerald Ryder. Multi-Tom is here, and there's some new people here today as well, so that's really interesting.
Can I respond to one of the people in the comments? Harmon Walker says, JLB, I've never heard of you, but I've been telling my golfing buddies that I was questioning Tesla because of lack of photographs and film newsreels. The mainstream media was connecting him with Trump's uncle. That's another part of the Tesla story now. You'll see people in conspiracy subculture forums. For instance, I check out Reddit conspiracy pretty often. Okay. You'll see this story being parroted now, that somehow Trump's uncle is connected to the burning down of Tesla's lab, or the stealing of his papers, or something like this. So you see what happens is new layers of the story get added. and people just propagate it like parrots, right? So all one person has to do is to successfully plant this this meme, like seed a meme, and I don't mean to do it nefariously. All they have to do is tell the story, and if people like that, oh, Trump's involved with Tesla as well, and then he tells someone, and someone posts it on an internet forum, and next thing you know, this becomes the truth. Trump's involved with Tesla, even if there's not a shred of evidence to support it. And then if you and I say to someone, is there any evidence for this Trump connection? Because they already believe it, they will post facto rationalize it. They will Google, they'll get whatever link they can find to support what they believe. See, I got evidence now. But it can be completely circular.
I know, I'm a little bit guilty of that because I did read something about Trump's uncle having access to time travel information based on Tesla's paper. And I really like it as a conspiracy theory.
It's a beautiful theory because now Trump's in charge of the United States, supposedly. Like, I don't believe that, but that is the story, that he's the president and he's in charge. And to make things even better, if you watch Back to the Future, the trilogy, that Biff Tannen character with the Tannen Tower, the similarities between him and Trump are outrageous. And that's a movie series that's all about time travel. And it's very easy, especially when you've been smoking too many bowls, to suddenly start going off into, ooh, like, what are they telling us with it? It's very easy for the imagination to run wild.
Oh, no, I've seen the YouTube documentaries about Back to the Future. I am so on board. I'm so on board with Back to the Future movies. Somehow there's a time traveler involved in that script or involved in the props. Like, no, either a time traveler or like a remote viewer. Christopher Lloyd, the connections between Christopher Lloyd and all the characters he's played in all these different movies, and how it's always the same narrative arc. Have you know what I'm talking about? This
yes, year? Lloyd, our Christ bearer. In fact, there's a guy called Joe Alexander who made a video about this called Lloyd, our Christ bearer. Christopher Lloyd, the guy who played Doc, the guy who played that guy, yes. Christopher Lloyd. If you look at a number of his roles in different films, there are certain things that come up time and time again. Yes. It'd be very easy to believe if you do like a 3D film analysis. Don't just analyze one film, analyze a series of films, that this guy is Christ himself, or being portrayed that way in a non-linear fashion through the films. Now that sounds crazy, doesn't it? Until you see all the connections laid out for you one by one, and it becomes convincing. Like to the point where, and I don't want to spoil the video because some people will go and watch it, just look up Lloyd, our Christ bearer. It's by a guy called Joe Alexander, also known as Barely Human 11.
I think
at the end, it's almost revealed. Here you go, Lloyd, our Christ bearer. Do you want to play a minute or two of that, because that video is by a guy called Joe Alexander, and his work changed my life. There's a number of people whose work has changed my life over the years. That guy's one of
them. So this, I think some people have mirrored it. So this is on the Barely Human 11 channel.
Yeah, but that top video is only a short clip. But if you click it, it'll take you to the Vimeo version. He's got it on Vimeo.
Oh, right. Okay. So I don't want to get copyright stricken. Yes, see, this is the video that I saw. Yep. It blew me away. It totally made me think, oh my goodness, we're not living in simulation theory. We're living in simulacrum world. There's no original to this, but this is definitely a constructed fairy tale world.
See, now you're talking my language, right? So what happened was I learned about all these hoaxes like Tesla and what have you. And then in 2017, I learned about this thing called synchromysticism, which is looking at all of these so-called coincidences from a different perspective. Okay. And I don't want to say that it's more spiritual than regular conspiracy, but there's more of this holistic understanding that there's more to life than just, yes, there's fakery on TV, but there's way more like spiritual fakery going on. We've been completely deceived about the nature of what we are and where we are.
Oh, yes.
And it was through the work of these people. And so it gave me a completely different appreciation for these so-called coincidences. And this guy, Joe Alexander, I actually did a podcast about him. So the members of my site, we sometimes do podcasts together. I record them, edit them, upload them. We did a podcast on this very video, Lloyd, our Christ bearer. Like, we did a whole podcast just on this video.
Oh, yes. It's mind blowing. Like, I would like to play this as a group activity event and then discuss it with everyone.
That's exactly what we do on my website. That's literally what we do.
Yes. And so I don't want to play it, but I'm just trying to show. Yeah, if anyone's interested, like I cannot recommend this highly enough. It changes your entire perspective on reality, and on it's not even because it's not even about entertainment. It's not even about Hollywood, because for this to work the way it does, it spans decades, and the layers of synchronicity are so complex and interwoven, and some of it is important, but some of it is trivial, and yet it's repeated. There's this resonance of even these trivial details, and the meaning of it's incredible.
Well, what it did for me and what it does for a lot of people, because this is a field that I've studied in depth, the entire synchromistic subculture, is it
Okay.
forces you to reconsider what you think is a coincidence, right? Like, what is a coincidence and what is a connection? Like earlier in the call, you mentioned how weed can help you see connections where otherwise you wouldn't. What
Yes.
is it that's going on in our brain when we see these connections, right? As humans, we naturally form heuristics or rules of thumb. We don't even think about it consciously. We associate this with that, this with that. For example, we're walking down a dark street and we see a group of young men talking loudly, possibly drunk. We don't even have to think consciously. We associate that with potential danger. We don't want to walk too close to them if we can avoid it, right? That's just one example. There's millions every day. Now, it might not be that those guys are any danger. They might be the nicest guys you've ever met in your life. But somehow we've got a connection in our mind between one set of data, the sounds, the images, and one potential outcome, right? So that's what our brains do it all the time. And so what sync does is it causes us to reflect on, well, what connections have I been missing? What connections have I been putting down to coincidence? And how can if these connections, if there's anything valid to them, how can they happen? Because like you said, those connections with the Lord, our Christ bearer, that's over decades. Now, it causes us to think, is some cheeky Joker dude like scripting multiple films and then having these scenes that all go together for some kind of peekaboo? Is anyone going to discover what I've done? Like, is this a person doing it? Then you find out there's way too many of these connections for it to be one person. Then you
Yes.
start to think, is it the universe doing this somehow? Which sounds crazy, right? Because we've all been raised to be very rational and to realize there's no greater power than us, right? So it can't possibly be the universe doing it. But if you find enough of these connections, you start to explore that possibility. So, like, just having this chat with you the last 2.5 hours, this has been great for me because it's like, yeah, I remember I learned about the Tesla hoax, learned about a whole bunch of other hoaxes, got bored of being the only guy who knew about those hoaxes, found out about synchromysticism, this whole other subculture that I could get into, investigated that, learned about that, got good at that. Now I'm putting this all together. Now I'm putting it all together saying, guys, history is a hoax. All of these characters are hoaxes. What we think we know about the world and reality is a hoax. But maybe we can come up with a consistent framework for understanding what's going on here. And so the whole journey for me has been like, oh, it's phenomenal to sit here now having this conversation with you, putting all these pieces together.
Yes, because I'm on the same page as you, and I'm kind of in the same spot as you are, I think, right, on this journey where, and even what you're saying about Tesla, it both confirms what you're saying, but also confirms the opposite, because this is this idea of these real historical figures whose lives we look at and we're like, well, no, clearly maybe that's just a Christ story being retold and being sold to us as a real figure that lived 30 years ago, so we can relate him to science and electricity technology. But then you actually look around in the world and you say, actually, there are fairy tale elements that are occurring in reality. There is, like, I always think of it as the resonance. I think that there are patterns that are set in the fundamental layer of our reality, right? There's some kind of a consciousness that keeps setting new patterns, and then the patterns just resonate through all layers of complexity, through all the different layers of reality. And then that's what we're seeing. And I think that it's too complex for us to really kind of see the whole picture, to make the sense of it from the base, to figure out what the base pattern is. But I think that that's intentional because it keeps us aspiring and it keeps pushing us forward. But in the act of trying to figure out the meaning, we grow and we develop and we become better at making meaning. And so I think it's intentional, and I think it's to push us not just to greater truths, but to the ability to create more complexity ourselves, right?
But we
Yeah.
are creating our own stories in our minds of who we are and why we're here. Now, a lot of people, and this includes me for a long time, we've let other people tell us who we are and why we're here. Oh, you're just the last in a long line of so-called evolution, and this is all by accident. And one day you're going to die, and that's going to be the end. And basically, you're just here to eat food, procreate, and then basically die. But that's pretty much what you're here for. These are stories that are put into our minds, and then reconsidering meaning, reconsidering understanding purpose, reconsidering how things are happening and why. Like, for instance, sometimes people will see something and they'll think this could be a sign, but we're kind of convinced, no, don't see it. Don't see it as a sign, right? That's just you projecting what you want onto it. And it's like,
Yeah.
well, this is my reality. If I am projecting onto my reality, that should be exactly what I'm doing, rather than somebody else projecting their version of why I'm here onto my reality. So to give an example, one time I used to sit at a cafe and work on my laptop, even in Australia, when I was trying to build this website and everything I'm doing. And to like summarize a long story short, I'm sitting there and there's a girl sitting with her friend, maybe, can't remember how old she was. She might have been 8 or 10, a young girl sitting with her friend and her friend's parents. So they'd all obviously come to the cafe together and they were talking about show and show and tell like in class, giving a presentation to the class, right? And
Right.
this girl was telling her friend's parents this story about how she was talking about an expensive car. And I can't remember if she was talking about Porsche or Ferrari or what it was, but basically she was talking about how she wants one of these cars. And as she was giving the presentation, that very type of car drove past. And those cars are rare in that part of Brisbane. It wasn't not an affluent part of Brisbane, right? So to me now, I would say, well, that could be a sign that this girl can achieve that Porsche or that Ferrari. That if she really wants it, she can envision it. It even appears in her life, and the same thing will happen later, right? These are the kinds of interpretations that she should be encouraged to explore. That there's something bigger giving us signs all the time that this is a wonderful time to be alive and we're in complete control. But what I would have said 5 years ago is that's just a coincidence. Just a coincidence. What? Do you really think there's something bigger giving you signs? That's crazy, man, right? That's what I would have said. That's what I would have said in my head, probably. And maybe even out loud. I might have even ridiculed that young girl. But so anyway, I'm sitting here listening to this girl explain the story to her parents. Mind you, at the time, I was doing heaps of work on sync myself. And I'm thinking, that's pretty cool. The friend's parents were like, oh, yeah, that's nice. like, not, they didn't ridicule her or anything. But it's like, instead of encouraging her to see this as potentially a sign, it's kind of dismissed. And that's what I think we do in the Western world now is we dismiss the signs. We dismiss the possibility that there's signs. And I think the conspiracy subculture is particularly guilty of this because most people here are convinced that the world is run by evil. Now, if the world is run by evil, who put the evil in charge? See, most people in this scene don't realize they actually believe that the great ruler at the top is evil. Because how could you have evil people in charge of the humans if they didn't have the approval of the great supernatural force? So
Right.
most conspiracy people actually believe they're living in hell right now. They believe that the world is run by evil. They really believe that. Even if they don't use those words, that's what they believe. So the
Yeah.
idea that they're getting signs, they have to reject it because a sign is coming from the devil. However, if you think that maybe the thing that's at the top of all of this is not evil, now you can explore the idea that you're getting these signs. And that's what sync has offered me. So I guess I'm kind of making the point that all of this sync stuff might seem new agey or spiritual or trivial, to use a word that you used before. It might seem that way. I would have said so years ago, but not anymore. No, I've read both of the sync books. I've written articles about the sync books. I make videos about sync. It's pretty much my favorite topic. Like, I can sit here and talk about the Tesla hoax all day if you want, but that's 3 years ago for me. I didn't even revise my notes for this call. I meant to. I was meant to revise my notes yesterday. I was just sitting at the cafe yesterday. I should revise those notes now. I just kept finding things to do to procrastinate. I didn't want to do it because it's not because I'm not interested. It's just like it's so far, it's so long ago. Whereas
It's dead
sync,
material.
sync is something I could talk about all day. Sync is a real life. Sync for me is it's not that it's more interesting. It's like more relevant in a way, if I can
It's
put it
more
like that.
relevant, 100%. I agree. And I think I would add the word to what you're describing, and maybe this isn't from your, but from my perspective, this is how I think of it is, I think of it as sacredness. I do. I think of it as because this underlying pattern that I think resonates throughout reality, and that we identify it as synchronicity. I think of it as evidence of sacredness, and I think of our response to it as manifestation of the sacred, and I think of the transcendence from the animalistic materialism perspective, right, you kind of transcend to this sacred state in which you're able to see these connections and the meaning behind them, and that meaning transcends the mundane, right? It's not about survival. It's not about finding food in the jungle. It's about something more. It's about the connections that are not visible in materialist reductionist science perspective, right? And I agree with you that 5 years ago, if I had heard this conversation, I might have been really judgmental as well, because in those days, I remember I read a book. I used to read books like Hitchens and even Dawkins, I'm embarrassed to admit. But so, and I don't remember which one it was, but in one of these books, the author is saying, you know, I was sitting on my bed when I was in university and my phone rang, and I thought of my grandmother, and I ran down, I picked up the phone, and it wasn't my grandmother. And his point is, like, every single time you think of your grandmother when the phone rings and then you answer and it's not her, you forget. But the one time that you answer and either it's your grandmother or it's your mother telling you your grandmother has passed, and then you think, oh, she sent me a message because I was thinking of her, and then just the phone rang, right? And he does it with license plates as well, right? If you're behind a car that has a license plate that seems meaningful to you. But so he tells this story when he starts his presentation, says, on my way to the conference, I was behind this car and the license plate was, and then he just gives 6 random numbers that don't mean anything to show that you see so many license plates that don't mean anything, and that doesn't feel significant, so you dismiss it. And probabilistically speaking, if you do the statistical analysis, you would expect that a certain amount of times you're going to be able to make meaning from it that relates to the current situation. But I believed that, but now I think that you're right, that that's so narrow-minded, because if there is something, an intelligence, and it is resonating through our reality, and we do have mechanisms by which we can recognize that meaning, then it does have to occur in a way that somehow falls into our normal world, right? And it seems to me that it is actually meaning. It's not just projection of desire for meaning, you know?
I understand what you're saying. With me and my version of sync, I'm saying even if it is projection, like people are like, oh, that's just you projecting your own meaning onto it. Yeah, that's what I think life is about. We go and we watch a film, and we walk away with our own interpretation, or at least I do, you do, many of the viewers do this. They'll walk away with their own interpretation. A lot of people just see a film, not even thinking about it. The moment they walk out of the theater, they've forgotten about it, right? They don't. It's just to pass the time. It's just to have like audio. But there's a subset of the populace where we're thinking about the film, right? We're thinking about what does it mean to us, and that's our own personal subjective interpretation. It might be that I've had a certain event in the last week. The same thing happens to the protagonist of the film, right? And so I've got this different understanding of the film because I'm like, I can relate to that. You know what I mean? That means something more to me. And so I think it's the same with the world. We get to project, we get to have our own interpretation of what this place is. And in the conspiracy subculture, the so-called alternative subculture, there's this common understanding of we're victims of an evil elite, right? And it's so commonly propagated to each other, and people affirm each other's belief that they're victims. This just becomes the dominant paradigm of the scene. We're victims, there's an evil elite in charge. Whereas I'm saying I'm not a victim. I'm not a victim of any evil elite, even if they exist, which I don't believe. Even if they did, I don't see myself as a victim. I see myself as blessed. What an amazing time to be alive, that I can make just enough money, for example, talking about how dinosaurs are a hoax. I can make just enough money doing that to travel all around Asia and have these amazing experiences. Spend a week with some Vietnamese family. Most of them can't even speak English, but I get to be one of them for a week. I get to see all these amazing sights. I get to go and ride a bike around northern Vietnam. Yeah? I get to go and trek up a 3,000 meter mountain. I get to do rock climb. I get to do all these amazing things. I get to talk to you for 3 hours. Sasha Red, Orphan Red, some lady I haven't chatted to for three years. Now we have this conversation for 3 hours for free. It doesn't cost us a cent. This amazing technology. We have so much magic at our fingertips. I'm not a victim. I don't see myself as a victim. I get to decide how to see myself. However, some people see themselves as victims, and guess what? They're right. If they see themselves as victims, then in their reality, that's what they are. That's what their life is going to be. It's going to be a never-ending series of bad things that happen to them by accident, or because someone did it to them. You see? That'll be what that will actually be their life now. Bad things will happen to them, and they'll be the victim of it. Because that's how much power we have in our minds to affect their own reality.
Yeah, yes, I agree with that. But and I like your perspective on this idea that the meaning that we project onto synchronicities, whether they're inherent in the in it or not, our imposition of meaning on it, our finding meaning in it is what counts. And I like that perspective, but I actually do think that there is something and that there is a pattern and it is being communicated to us. I really do believe in the sacred, and I do believe that there is a manifestation of this message telling us to look, right? Telling us, look, there's something more than what you're seeing. Look for the pattern, find the pattern, figure out what the pattern is, and contribute to the pattern, right? Like, I really think that that's the case.
So what do you think they're saying? Like, what do you think is the point of all of this?
I don't know if this is correct or not, and I'll probably change my mind as more information comes in. But at the moment, and I've thought this for quite a while, I think that we have a moral obligation to increase complexity in the system. I think that's part of our role here. And so I think this idea that you're born, you eat, you reproduce, and you die, I think that that's not at all what it's about. I think it really is about, there's a manifest reality, and if we can somehow contribute to the complexity of it, then it allows the system itself to progress, to advance. So I think that that's part of it. Because, yeah. And so a lot of people like this idea of, when I die, I want to melt back into the ocean of oneness, of love. And I actually see that as understandable, but perhaps not evil, but like, I think that's not our higher calling. I think our higher calling is actually to not take that easy route and to say, no, I want to individualize myself, so that, because the oneness can only have one thought and it can only do one thing. But it's when you have individuals that then you can actually have two thoughts, and you can have an argument, a discussion, a debate. You can create a higher mathematical complexity. You can create more order. You can challenge what is known in order to discover something new. But if you're just one entity, then I think it's slower to create new ideas. And so I kind of think of it as this bigger organic kind of system. And I think it has something to do with that. The fact that human-focused attention has effects on reality as measured by random number generators. The fact that people who have sex together, sexually bonded pairs, have more powerful effects than people who are maybe self-described as equally close, like best friends or sisters. There's a significant difference between the effects of a sexually bonded pair and a non-sexually bonded pair, their effects on reality, on quantum systems. And so I think that is an indicator that there's a sacredness, and that we can interact with it, and that it's playful. Like, I think that it's trying to communicate to the best of its ability, I suppose, with all these different creatures in all the different realms that it's interacting with, right? And so I think that gives us the moral obligation to work with it, to try to find out more, to try to figure out what the message is, and to add to the message. I'm talking a lot. I'll let you turn your turn.
There's two avenues I could go with from everything you've just said. Yeah. Let me try the exoteric first, exoteric, and then if that works out well, we'll move on to the esoteric. So exoterically, you talk about like the power of bonds of people who sleep together, like married couples or what have you. This powerful bond, this physical, intimate, spiritual, some people would even say, bond that they have. And you don't have children, I don't have children. Once upon a time, everybody had children. And so if we're talking about, well, what's the point of all of this? Once upon a time, there wasn't so much need to even ask that question. It was like, well, you grow up, you get a job, you get married, you have children, you raise children, and then they'll have children, then they're your grandpa or grandma, right? It was easy. Whereas if I say to you, well, what do you think is the point of all of this? Well, you don't have children, so that's not your purpose. I don't have children, that's not my purpose. The people in the live chat, people listening right now have children. Every day they wake up, they've got an inherent purpose to look after the children, to help the children. They don't need to question that. They're my children, I have to go to this job I don't like to make money, to put him through school or put her through school, or I have to help her with whatever. They've got an inherent purpose in life. but there's a growing proportion of people in our country, and even in this country, even in the so-called developing world, there's a growing proportion of people, they don't have that inherent purpose or meaning because they don't have children. They're not having children, right?
Yeah.
And so now we now have more reason, or we feel more compulsion to think, well, what's the point of all of this? What's the point of all of this? And so I don't know if this is something that you ever talk about on your channel. It's not something that I talk about very much on mine because, like I said, most of my audience is older than me. They don't want to hear some 32-year-old dude saying, should I have a family? Should I get a career and have a family? Or should I travel the world for the rest of my life? Like, it's probably not relevant to most of them, so I don't talk about it often. But this is something I think about a lot. Would I be happier if I just found a woman, got married, had kids, and got a stable, regular, normie job? Would I be happier that way? Maybe I would. This is something I think about a lot.
Yeah. I was going to ask
And
you
more and more people. This, if you read Brave New World by Aldous Huxley, it's all explained exactly where we're going. People pretend they've read that book. They haven't read the book. Because if they'd read the book, they'd know exactly what's going on. It's all explained. It was all explained 100 years ago. More and more people are not going to have children, eventually to the point where no one has children, right? And to give you just one bit of evidence to support what I just said, IVF. Okay, what percentage of couples trying for a child now are using IVF? When I looked up the stats on this, I was blown away. It's 1 in 6 was the stats that I was reading. That sounds crazy. Sounds unbelievable. In fact, I don't even want to believe it. And I don't like necessarily believe it's definitely real. That's just one set of stats that I read. But apparently it's more and more common now for people to seek out these IVF services. I used to live close to an IVF clinic actually, but it never really dawned on me, like how many people are using IVF. So I don't know exactly how many are, but more and more people are. And it is admitted, and it's logical, it's sensible, that a child born to IVF is more likely to require IVF. So anybody with even a rudimentary understanding of exponential mathematics can see where this leads.
Yes.
More people having IVF means more people needing IVF. Eventually, it might take a few generations, but eventually you get to the stage where all birth will be reproduction assisted, okay? All of it. So right now, people like you and me who are childless in our 30s, we're still a minority of people. But eventually, this is going to be the majority of people. And so how are these people going to fill their lives with meaning? How are people going to fill their lives with purpose? Well, most of them won't have to. It'll be given to them by the establishment. Well, you are a worker in this Fordism society, in this great, brave new world where everybody's free and everybody's equal and we all love each other and there's no hate and all this nonsense, right?
Yeah.
But for the thinking people, and I think there'll always be a remnant of thinking people, we're going to be left with this question of, yeah, but why am I here? Not why they tell me I'm here. Why am I here? Why am I here? And so when I got into all of this conspiracy subculture 5 or 6 years ago, I wouldn't have said that's what I wanted to find out. I wouldn't have said that. But some of the things I've learned in the last 6 years have, I think, helped me to better assess who I think I am and why I think I'm here. And that's why I'm now choosing my own lifestyle. I want to be a guy who makes money on a laptop and travels the world. Maybe in the future I'll change my mind, but that's what I want. So I set my mind to it. I worked towards it, and now I've achieved it. I've been doing it for almost a year now, right? So I know that I can affect my own reality. I know that I can choose my own purpose, choose my own role. I know that now. And it's just been a long path of learning, well, how much power do I really have to decide my own life? And that's really what I've gotten from this exploration through conspiracy culture. And this might all seem far removed from Tesla, the Tesla hoax, but I had to learn about the Tesla hoax to realize just how much deception was going on and how little research other people were doing and how I will be attacked if I speak the truth. I released all these videos about Tesla being a hoax. I thought people would be appreciative. I've gone and read the books. I got the quotes. No, I was attacked mercilessly. So I had to learn, actually, most people are not like me on a fundamental level. I try and support people who do good things. If they try and show me something, I try and be appreciative of it. Most people, no, they're kind of like vampires, like energy vampires, right? They're not here for the same reasons as me. They're not good people. So stop seeing myself as one of them. I can't be in a community with them. I'm not like these people. These people are sick. They're angry. They're messed up. They're trying to drag everybody down. I'm not like these people. So when I stopped seeing myself as part of a community with them, it was easy for me to move on spiritually, psychologically, emotionally, to move on from these people who I have nothing in common with and to be my own person.
Yes,
I know I've said a lot there. I've said many things. It's contagious what you do. I just went on a little 4-minute monologue, didn't I?
It's a nice way. That's how I communicate, so I like it. And it gives us a lot to respond to. But yes, I think you're 100% right. Again, and I agree. This idea that I read a quote yesterday about how you're going to be similar to the average of the 5 people you spend most of your time with. So choose those 5 people very carefully, right? And I think that there is a little bit of truth to that. And I'm thinking about that as well in terms of, if am I surrounding myself with people who have the same standard of morality? And if I don't, then how is that impacting me when I have a moral dilemma and I turn to my friends and say, I need some insight into this, I need some help figuring this out? Well, if my friends have a different sense of morality, then that impacts the advice that I hear, and that shapes my choices. So I think that it's true that I feel this tendency to always withdraw and come back to myself in the loneliness, but at least I know that I'm being who I need to be for the calling that I feel. And that I'm
Just
not.
on that, that's a really good point. This idea that you're the average, like 5 is an arbitrary number, right? Like the idea that, oh, I'm the average of the 5 people, it's arbitrary. But I think conceptually there's some truth to this, that who we are around influences us in ways that we're conscious of and also in ways that we're not conscious of.
Yes.
And so I look at the conspiracy subculture. It's natural in life to go through times that are happier and times that are sad. Good things happen, bad things happen. It's totally natural. It's the ebb and flow of life. When you're in one of those ebbs of life, when you're in one of those troughs, sometimes it's nice to have affirmation from other people to remind you, this is just one of those downtimes, but everything's going to be okay. Like, this is just life. It's okay. You're fine. It's nice to be around people with that attitude. The conspiracy subculture is full of people who are like, no, we're victims. Like, this is bad. Like, things are going to get worse, you know. Like, you think things are bad now. Just wait until blah, 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 right? And so if we're surrounding ourselves with people who see themselves as victims, what is that doing to us on a psychological, spiritual level? And I think this is one of the most toxic things about conspiracy subculture. Not everybody here, but a large proportion of people here, I would say the vast majority of people here, do see themselves, and for the time being wants to see themselves as victims, right? And what does that do to us to be around those kinds of people? I don't think it's good for us. It definitely wasn't good for me. I'm so glad I've moved on from all of that. I'm so glad. The negative people can hate me all they like. That's fine, but I don't even have to read their comments, do I? I don't have to partake in that. If I choose to occasionally dip back into this live stream or that live stream, that's on me. But generally speaking, I try and stay far away from people with victim mentalities, because a person with a victim mentality, it's only a matter of time until they think they're a victim of you. Only a matter of time. Only a matter of time until you say something or do something, and now they're a victim of you and your transgression, right?
Yes.
So when I hear people talking about the evil elite and all these bad things they're doing and blah, 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 when I detect I'm talking to someone with a victim mentality, I'm already trying to make my exit plan. Seriously. I've spent enough time around those people. I spent enough time as one of those people. Right. I don't need any more of that in my life.
Well, I do think that there are groups that are working for their own best interests that actually go against our best interest. And I think that they have power. But at the same time, I think, yes, I want to be a light in the world. And I think that the more I focus on the baddies who have power, the less I'm able to be a light in the world. And the more I see myself as, no, this was a world full of abundance and intimacy and beauty and wonder. And I want to be a part of that. And I want to share that. And then that's who I'm supposed to be. I'm not meant and designed to be the person who's afraid of all the evil people that are doing bad things to our society, and somehow that's damaging my potential, right? Like, it's easy to fall into that, but that doesn't lead me to being who I need to be, right? And so, yeah, I think that that's true.
Well, you want to be happy, and I want to be happy, and all the listeners and viewers, we can use the word happy or content or peaceful or serene. We can use any word we like, but just this idea of feeling good about being alive, right? The way that children do. Not all children, but certainly when I was a child, me and all the other kids, man, we were just so happy to be alive. We were so excited. You know, you'd come back from a 2-week holiday, like you'd have 2 weeks holidays and then go back to the start of the next term, and you think the kids will be miserable because they hate school. No, they're excited to see each other and they all want to talk and what happened. Like this zest for life that children have, I think we all want to have something approximating that, like just this happiness that we've got another day to enjoy on the earth. And I think, and I don't want to belabor the point, but I just think if we start to see ourselves as victims of an evil elite, how can we enjoy the day we're a victim? You know, we're a slave, we're a prisoner, all these kinds of things. And if we're surrounded by people who are telling us that this is the case, oh, you're a slave, don't you know? They bred us just to be slaves and blah, blah, blah. If we're surrounded by that kind of energy, that will influence our ability to enjoy our lives. And our lives are so short. I'm already 32. Sasha, can you believe that? I started when I was 26, 27 in this caper. I'm 32 years old now. In a few months' time, I'll be 33, right? So in a blink of an eye, I'm going to be 40,
Oh
right?
yeah, yeah. I worry
Do
about
I have time to sit around feeling like a victim? No, God, no. I've got too many good things to do. And I think all the good people watching and listening to this, they must at least to some degree feel the same way. Like, no, hold on. I've got too much of my life to live to sit around listening to people complain about things.
Yes.
Surely.
Yeah, and I think I mean I saw something very quickly about archetypes saying happiness is no meaning to me, value has, but and I would say happiness as well to me is less important than feeling that my life has purpose. And I think that that's the thing. If you get caught up in this idea that the elites have so much control and the baddies are running the show, then your life can't have meaning because they're so much more powerful. They're going to thwart every effort you might make to better the world, right? To add beauty to it within your capacity to do so. And so I think that you do have to let go of that and focus on no, I am empowered in my own sphere of influence to make the world a better place, to make it more complex and more beautiful. And that's what you do. I do think that that's where I find meaning. And I think for me, as long as I feel as though my life has meaning, then that's where I find that's okay, then that is equated to happiness for me, right? And I think that would probably apply to a lot of us in the truth community, because that's why we're in the truth community. Because happiness for us isn't just, oh, yummy, the good food, and then the good little job, and then the good little TV show before we go to sleep, right? We do have a desire for meaning, and then it has to be truthful meaning, because otherwise it's not enough. And I think that I wonder if that's what you push back against in flat earth, and you get slack for and attacked for unfairly. It's that idea of it's not meaningful if it's pretense. So if the earth is flat, then I want to know that and I want the truth of it. But if you're telling me then from that point, then now you have blind faith that the dome is made of blue sapphire, then it's an insult to why I'm here. I'm here because I want meaning, and it might feel meaningful, but if it's not true, then that's a sham and that's a waste of that life, right?
Yeah, I'm getting what you're saying. There's like this ongoing tension between feeling as though this community has a very important truth that is growing and that might become big, but some of the lies that are therefore accepted, covered up, propagated within the so-called community. It's like, well, hold on, we all got here because we were looking for truth. Now we're here, we can't just expel truth or jeopardize it. But that's exactly what some people seem to want to do. And so once you get involved in one of these movements or communities, and I fell in with the truth community on YouTube busting hoaxes back in 2015. So I know what it's like. It's like, no, we've got a very important truth here. We all have to be on the same page, and we can't have people sort of tearing down the leading figures and all this kind of thing. Like, you feel like you're part of something. And so it's so much easier to sort of look the other way when people are not telling the truth or attacking the wrong people or putting emotions ahead of logic. Once you get involved in one of these movements, it's so much easier to do that. And I've seen it so many times. I've been guilty of it, but even once I've extracted myself from it, I still see it so many times now. I think this is human nature. It's almost human nature for people to want to feel like they're part of something. And so once they're part of something that's special, it doesn't matter how they got there. Now that's far more important than the so-called truth. They won't say that to themselves or each other, but the actions speak louder than words. And that's why someone can be attacked just for asking questions. For instance, last night I went on to Oakley's show, and Oakley, what Oakley does, he plays a character. Okay, I don't really think he's that angry in real life. But on the internet, he gets to be this angry man who says these terrible things about you, stupid person, right? It's all part of an act, and it works for him, and he makes his money doing it, and he's got all these fans who enjoy doing it. But no sane, rational person can say, oh, these people care about the truth. Clearly they don't. Whatever they care about, the truth is at best ancillary to it, at best, right? That's their thing. And I think this is what happens with movements. So say with my website, it's not a movement. It's not a movement at all. There's a whole bunch of people who disagree with me. I say that war is a hoax, for instance. Okay. I think many of the members of my website, maybe even half, maybe more than half, still believe war is real. They just disagree with me about war. We don't argue about it. It's totally cordial. But I'm not starting a war hoax movement. I'm not starting a history hoax movement. I'm not starting any kind of movement, and I don't want people who want a movement to come to me. I can't give them what they want. They're better off with flat Earth or with
Right.
Mormonism or with veganism. Any of
Okay,
these things who think they're changing the world. That's what you want to join. You don't want to join my website because I'm not a movement. And the stuff that I'm sharing with people is never going mainstream, baby. Never, never. Honestly, it's not going to happen. You're never going to get a majority of people saying that Tesla's a hoax. It's not going to happen. You're not going to get a majority of people saying that ancient Egypt is a hoax. It's not going to happen, right? Because these stories are too powerful, too important to people. It's only ever going to be a small minority of people who are like me saying, oh, I went and looked for the books. They don't exist. There are no primary sources for any of these things. That's only ever going to be a small minority of people. So myself and the members of my site, we don't have this problem of thinking that we're part of some movement and therefore putting that ahead of the so-called truth, because it's not a movement. I'm not looking for a movement. I'm quite happy doing my own thing, traveling the world, sitting in front of a laptop every now and then, but I'm not looking for a movement at all. I've seen too many of the dark sides of it.
yes. Yes, I think I'm getting to where you are. I'm not quite there yet, but I'm definitely on my way, well on my way. Like I think I still have the desire to see more people wake up from their blind faith in scientism, materialist reductionism. And I think that my belief in flat earth as a movement has to do with the idea that flat earth implies design, and then that brings people to questions of sacredness. And to me, just I want to see people thinking about sacredness, and where they go from there, that's fine, right? But so yeah, so I still understand the movement and the purpose for it, the meaning of it, and its role, and I still think it has a role to play. Flat Earth movement and the different truth movements. But I also see what you're saying, right? That then the risk of that is that it absorbs elements of narratives and agendas, and then it's not as pure, and maybe it loses some of the truth along the way, and you end up with characters in the movement who end up being selected by the mob to be the leaders at the forefront of the movement that sometimes don't have the most integrity, right? Because they know how to pander. The leaders are always the people who pander best to their audience, right? And so I think it doesn't matter how much you try to protect against that. The people will always choose as their leader the one who panders to them. Nathan Oakley panders well to his audience, and so he's making great money off of his channel.
He's good at what he does, isn't he? He's good at what he does. I didn't used to get it. Like all this angerness. I used to think like there's something wrong with this guy. He must have something. Like I didn't understand that it's an act, right? Whereas last night I went through the same song and dance. First time I've done this for a long time. Like actually put myself in that situation and being like, yeah, but what about the two celestial rotations, right? And then of course all of the vitriol that followed. And this was the first time where I was able to sit there and just enjoy it for what it was. They're all attacking me, saying nasty things, and Nathan's doing his "shut your mouth, you stupid man," right? And all this kind of silly nonsense. And I'm like, this is all just an act. And Nathan is actually so good at it that I didn't realize it was an act until much later than probably I should have. And he's giving his audience what they want. They come along, they give super chats. He has all these ads in his shows. He gets money. He could be making hundreds of dollars a week sitting on his couch talking about flat Earth. And if that is the case, and I think it is the case, it's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. But anybody who goes there expecting the truth, that's like going to CNN expecting the truth. Hold on, there's an agenda here. Okay? It's like going to Britney Spears expecting the truth, or going to who's the big now? Kim Kardashian. I'm going to get the truth from Kim Kardashian's Twitter feed or a TikTok. No, Kim Kardashian is going to give you what she has to give you to get the money. It's a job. You have to understand that.
Yeah, I guess that's what it is. Even if initially it can start out as the truth, but at some point when you're pandering to the audience, you're giving the audience what they want because you're making your living from giving them what they want. At some point, the truth becomes maybe on equal footing with the pandering, and then for some people then it actually slips down below. So then the truth becomes less important than the pandering to the audience. It's complicated though. So for me, I feel despair and disillusionment. And to be honest, and this is something I have to work on, I feel a little bit angry with the members of my community when they when they choose to make heroes of the panderers, of the people who pander, I just feel so much despair, because I'm like, well, then what does it mean if you can't see through this? And what does it mean if this is who you want as your leader, or this is the person that, even when I look at the views and the subs, and I think, what does it tell me about this community that I've chosen to be a part of, when these are the people they've decided to make popular?
Yeah, who are these people? That's what you're thinking in your head. You're like, who are these people? I thought I was with these people. Who
Yeah,
are these people?
right. Like,
And this is
what
what
are
was
their
difficult for me, and I know it's difficult for a lot of people, is coming to understand we're not all the same. Humans are not all the same. We're indoctrinated from a young age by school. We're all the same. We're all the same, right? You've got one teacher and 20 pupils, right? You're all down here at the exact same level with the one authority. We're indoctrinated to think, oh no, we're all the same. I'm the same as him because we're in the same class, so we must be the same. We're all in grade 1, we're in grade 2, we're in grade 4, we're all in Miss Brown's class, right? And so we were indoctrinated with this idea that we're all the same. But actually, humans are not all the same at all. Okay, in the same way that some people are much taller, some are much shorter, some are much physically stronger naturally, some are much more lean and small. Some people have much faster running ability. Some people don't seem to be very coordinated. We're not all the same, whether it's nature or nurture. We're not all the same, including psychologically and spiritually. And so I've come to understand that the conspiracy subculture, which I used to think I was part of, the vast majority of people in that scene, they're not as capable as me. That sounds arrogant, it sounds conceited. Okay, it sounds all these bad things. But if I'm the one with the research, and you can go to my website and read the research, listen to it, see it, my work is all there. Okay, much of it is for free. So none of this, oh, but I can't see it. Yes, you can. There's tons there, right? My work is there for all to see. Most people I talk to, there is no work to see. It's just sitting around talking. So there's clearly a difference there. And so once I came to understand, maybe we're not all the same. Maybe we're not all fighting some evil boogeyman. Maybe the evilness is within ourselves and the way we treat each other when we say things that, oh, he said something offensive, I'm going to call him a paid shill. I'm going to say nasty things about his family or about his appearance or blah, blah, blah. Maybe the evilness is actually down here, not up there. Changed everything for me. And since then, once I came to understand that, my life has gotten better in so many ways. Yeah, I'm doing things that people said could never be done. Oh, you can never do that. You can never have a subscription website and have podcasts and make money doing that. Oh, really? Well, watch me. Well, look what's happened. See?
yeah.
Having a different mentality. And again, chatting with you now about this topic, sitting here on the floor cross-legged, just as I was sitting cross-legged talking to Antonio Subarats about Tesla 3 and a bit years ago, back when I still had more of this scarcity mentality and more of this, we're part of something and blah, blah, blah. Back when I was in that mindset and I was making no money from this, to be here where I am now with an abundance mentality and achieving things and doing what I want and nobody's stopping me, it's like chalk and cheese. And it took for me to realize, hold on, these people aren't doing any research. And Tesla was a huge part of that because I discovered all this stuff and it's like, I didn't even talk about Tesla. It's not my job to do the research. I never talk about him. But since you've brought him up, I'll go and do some research. Look what I've discovered. That was all 3 years ago. So it was like, hold on, these people talk about Tesla and do no research. I never talk about Tesla, but I've done the research. Can you see it's diametrically opposite? I'm not like these people. I'm going to move on from these people and look how things have turned out. But some people, Sasha, and maybe you're one of them, I don't know, some people still see themselves as equals with these people. And so long as you see yourself as equal with the lemmings, then you will get lemming outcomes, is my opinion.
I see myself as an alien, and I keep trying to fit into the human world, and I don't fit in anywhere, and it hurts me that I don't, but I keep trying. And I know on some level that I have to accept that I don't, and kind of just be at peace with that, and the loneliness that comes with that. And I think that that's hard. One of the reasons I joined Mensa was because I thought, okay, at least it'll be a community of people who I'm maybe more likely to be able to find people that think the way I do in there. And that still remains to be seen. But I also realize already that how naive that is, because again, like, it's those of us that are just a bit alien, weird, different. I think that's the blessing and a curse. And I think, yeah, I think it's just about accepting that we probably won't be able to find communities and that's okay. We can still, like you're saying, you can still pop into a community and say hello and enjoy it as for what it is, right? Enjoy the interaction with the positive people that you do kind of have little connections with, without making your home there, because you're not going to find your home there, because our home isn't here, right? And I'm not saying
well, that's another thing. It's a shame that we've come to like the end of the presentation, because this is something that we kind of touched on and we didn't explore further, but we can next time if you want, is this idea of once we get enmeshed in these online communities, does it become home? Does it become home? Like I'm spending a significant proportion of my time either in front of a computer laptop, like a laptop screen, or listen to people who record it on their computer. Like I'm in a very virtual world at the moment. The only English that I hear is podcasts or talking to people like you. And I've just spent more time talking with you, a lady I've never met in so-called real life. I've just spent more time talking with you than I've spent talking with most of my family members this year, right? If you were to add up all the conversations over the past 10 months I've been overseas, for most of my so-called family members, it'd be less than 3 hours, 20 minutes, right? And those conversations were not about the topics that I find as interesting as this. It's about how's the family going, how's your job going, all these kinds of things, right? The topics that I really find interesting, most people don't find interesting, including my family. God love them. So to have the kind of conversation that I find intellectually stimulating, it's all online. It's not in the so-called real world. So at what point are we leading like hyper realistic lives, or this simulacrum as you brought up earlier? Like my life is very virtual now. Like all my money is digital. I make all my money on the internet. All my money I make on the internet, right? And then, okay, I'm overseas, so now I withdraw money to spend, because when you're buying street food, you're not using FPOS, right? You're using cash. So I've got all this cash in my hands. It's Vietnamese dong. It's like 15,000, 20,000 dong to $1, right? And it's all clearly fake money. Like, you know the money's fake. I know the money's fake. Yeah. It's all just plastic, right? And this plastic is magic. I walk up to someone and I say, like, they look at me and they point to the rice, and then I nod. They get the rice, and then I point at the food, and then they give me the food. I give them this money, right, that I've never seen before in my life, other than to pay for stuff. I got it from the ATM, and I didn't earn it serving people, in real life. It's all done on the internet now. Can you see how hyper realistic my life is? It's I can barely believe it sometimes. Even just talking to you right now, like, this is crazy. This is insane, isn't it?
I know, but see, this is why I think, because I'm the same, right? Like this is the most. That's not true. I Skyped with Antonio yesterday, but like I will go a week barely talking out loud at all, to the point where my vocal cords keep getting all weird because I don't use them enough, and when I do talk to humans, so much of the time it's about topics I find uninteresting, and that's not pleasant. And so, but this is why I think, like, I would like to, I don't know. I think that's why I see the value in having these meetups, or these ideas of having conferences. I went to the Flat Earth conference in Romania because I presented there, and because it wasn't organized by the people who organized all the other ones. It was organized by an individual guy, Romanian. He's fantastic, and he just did it really well. Anyway. But my point is that it wasn't really about going there to share the content, because I can just watch people's YouTube videos if I want to know their content. But it was about making the in-person connection, because as fulfilling as this is, and I have to say, this has been amazing, and I'm so appreciative that you've been so generous with your time. But it's even better when you're in the physical presence of stuff, and you can touch them while you're talking, and then I don't know, like, you kind of get the sense of their physicality, and you can interact with people.
It's infinitely better. It's infinitely better. Imagine if I was in your part of the world and we just caught up for coffee one day. We'd probably spend 3 or 4 hours just chatting. Maybe we'd feel like live streaming some of it, but maybe it'd just be you and me talking, like two real life people chatting over a coffee. You know what I mean? How crazy is that? Yeah, exactly. It'd be infinitely better. That's one of the reasons I want to go to this Nomad conference, this Nomad Summit in Chiang Mai, is like, I want to meet these other people, because I thought there were lots of people doing this earn money on the internet, laptop, travel the world thing. There's not many doing it. So I just want to go to this summit and see how many of them are actually real, making money, because most of it's a facade. It's all fake. People have these Instagram accounts and they post travel photos and whatever, but they're really living off savings or off the trust fund or whatever. They're not actually earning money on the internet. They might be earning a pittance through drop shipping or something, but They haven't actually built up a platform. I mean, this has taken me years to build up my platform, years and years, and countless hours of dedication and sacrifice to build it, to now reap the rewards. A lot of these people, it's all for show. So I want to go there to see how many of these people are legitimate. But once I find the legitimate ones, I just want to hang out and play pool or have a beer or just ask, like, just sit there and have a coffee and just be like, so how did you start your business in? And maybe this guy sells art on the internet. So how'd you start? And just chat like a real life person, having a real life conversation. Because in my day-to-day life, I have none of that. You know what I mean? Even the normies, like some of the people watching this right now have totally normie jobs. There's something cool about that. You've got workmates. You're all in the same boat. If your manager's being a dick, you've all got to deal with the dick, right? If management has brought in new policies about your uniform, you're all having to deal with it at the same time, right? Like you've got a camaraderie on an inherent level. Well, what I'm doing is inherently isolating. I've got no affirmation there's no one doing what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Or if there are, I don't get to talk to them, you see? So it's so isolating, and it'd be so cool just to be able to meet people. Even some of the listeners right now, posting nasty comments, I don't want to meet these people. They're negative people. But the nice people, even if they disagree with me, let's just sit and have a chat, real life. Wouldn't it be amazing? Yeah.
I know, like Nummy Num is like, oh, are they flirting? And that's what I think. That's so sad. Like that's the thing. It's the incomprehension of the wanting to be in the same physical space and interact with humans who are like you. And I think someone like Nummy Num who thinks that just the fact that we're talking about this means that we're somehow talking about, oh, we want to have sex together. No, like that's not what we're talking about. It's this idea that for some people, I think Nummy Num may be one of these normies, I think, but for some of us who are very different from the humans around us, I think it's just very hard to live in this world where you don't fit in anywhere. And so you find the 7 other humans in the world that are kind of similar enough that you can really connect. And then you can be like 2 guys, 2 girls. It's not about sex. It's about wanting to just interact with them in real life. Because I think that at the end of the day, we're biological creatures and we pick up on pheromones and body language, and it's more satisfying. So to bring this to a point, my friend Danielle and I talk on the phone. We don't see each other very often. She lives quite far away from me. She's very busy. I'm not always well enough. So like we haven't seen each other in person for months and months. And I didn't realize what an impact it was making. We went out for coffee last night and our friendship was just so much stronger. And all of a sudden it just was so re-energized. And I was like, oh my God, I love Daniela. Because I was sitting there and just touching her hand when she gave me, oh, thank you, for bringing me coffee or whatever. And just that physicality, it was different than our 3 times a week telephone or once a week telephone conversations that, like depending on our schedules. But so like, I was just like, this is real,
100%. And there's a point I like to make about this that I've learned being in Vietnam. They all ride scooters here. It's very rare to have cars. Cars are only for the wealthy. Everybody rides bikes. So just streets full of bikes and scooters, right? And it's very normal for friends, like you're squished on the scooter. So there's this intimacy, and it's not homosexual. It's not sexual at all.
Yeah.
There's this physical intimacy that people have, whether it is a couple who, when they're at home, they're sexually intimate, but when they're just on the bike, it's not sexual, but they're close. Friends, a bunch of friends go out to have a few beers. One guy's going to ride them all home. You'll see 3 or 4, sometimes 4 dudes on a single bike. Oftentimes 3 guys. They're all squished together, right? They've got this physical intimacy in the moment. It's not gay, it's not sexual, but I think it is beneficial. I think humans, there's a certain amount of touch and contact that is good for us, right? And in the Western world, I mean, it's a bit different in sort of like the Latin countries or like the Southern Europe, like they're very kissy, touchy, blah, blah, blah. They get the benefits of that. But people from England or like Australia is derived from England, historically, supposedly, we're not very kissy, touchy, feely, blah, blah, blah. And the idea of 3 guys, squishing on a scooter, you'd have Nummy Num going, I'm not doing that. That's gay, right? That's the first thing they think. They have such a little amount of physical contact in their life that even the notion of it is immediately sexual. That's how little contact they have. And I think we're worse off for it. And I see these Vietnamese and they've got so much contact with other humans during, like, I think they're so fortunate to have that, and we don't have that.
No.
And then people like me, it goes even a step further. I don't even see my friends in real life ever. We talk on the phone. You know what I mean?
I know.
And even if I make contacts in a city, I'm in each city for 1 month typically. If I like it, I'll stay longer. Like, I've stayed for 3 months in Hanoi. I love it here. I was in Saigon for 3 months. I loved it there. But eventually I'm moving on. So even when you make connections in a city, whether it is a platonic one or a romantic one, that's great, but it's coming to an end. Everyone knows it's coming to an end eventually. So there's none of this ongoing building up of humans sharing their life story together, right?
Yeah, that's it. Sharing their life story together. I always call it having a witness to my life. I think that that's what is often lacking for people who are outside of the normal kind of milestones of life and their coworkers and all the rest, is that there is a lack of a witness to our lives, right? And I think that there's
Can I ask you? I hate to interrupt. Do you feel like your video work is kind of like a journal for you? Like, you'll be able to look back in the past and see your progression as a person?
I don't think of it as myself looking back at it, but I definitely do feel like it satisfies an urge to have to interact with reality rather than just be. I think of it, okay, this is so nerdy and ridiculous, but I think of myself as a little photon, because I try to be a light in the world, and I just think if I'm an unobserved photon, then I just maintain this probability state, but I'm never actually manifest, right? So I think that there's this thing of wanting the life to be witnessed by someone, and ideally that would be my lover, right? But because I don't have a lover, then I think that need ends up trying to find a way to be met, and I think that partly is why I do YouTube videos, I think.
Yeah, so you say ideally it would be a lover. I understand that, but some people would say ideally it would be a god. Like, if you do truly believe there's a god,
Right.
not an evil god, just a greater power, then you know that your life is being observed. Like, I think you're right. We do yearn. Like, I don't want to be the only one who cares about my life. I want at least something else, you know. And especially if we lead what we think are good lives, we like to think that something is noticing. Because sometimes you see people doing things that you think are wrong. How come they're getting ahead, right? Well, I'm going to do the right thing because I'm going to do what I think is ethical, because it's the right thing to do. God damn it! And then you think, is anything else paying attention and noticing? And we hope that it is. And again, in the Western world, where spirituality or conception of something bigger than us has been basically stamped out of most of us, and the only people who still sort of have that, they're generally part of, basically cults. A lot of these churches these days are cults. I've been to some, like, I've attended one with a friend once, and I'm not trying to criticize the guy, but it's like, okay, great, they've got God in their lives, but not what I was expecting kind of God. It's just like a real life version of flat Earth, basically, but instead of flat Earth, it's Jesus. But none of these people even read the freaking book. It's astounding, the similarities, actually. But I don't want to go down that tangent. The point is, most people don't believe in something bigger than them. They don't want to believe in it, or if they do believe in it, they think it's evil. And so now they haven't got this observer in their life. Like, we've really lost this notion that there is a point to all of this, that it is being observed. And that's one of the things I love about the internet. It's like, well, my work is there. My work is there now. It's documented. Oh, what if they take down the internet? That's an Alex Jones meme. That's not real. Okay, the internet's not going anywhere. It's ridiculous to suggest otherwise, right? My work is there. My podcast is there, and people can see the work that I've done. They can see me progress as a person. They might like the progression, they might dislike it, but it's there. It's there forever now. And if there is any kind of assessment of all of this, my work's there for all to see. You're not going to find live streams of me ranting and raving and saying horrible things about people's parents, or horrible things about people's families, or horrible things about people's. You're not going to see that. That's not recorded, because I don't do that. There's a lot of people out there, their behavior is being recorded. And in a way, I like the idea that this is all being recorded. I like the idea that the live chat's being recorded. I like the idea that the way people are behaving now is all being captured. Because if there is a judgment of all of this, how's their judgment going to look? Yeah? People who sit there saying nasty shit about people, trying to drag people down, you're free to do that. But it's all being recorded now. It's all being recorded, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, and like when I got into remote viewing and I realized, like, it's not just being recorded on YouTube, it is being recorded in the system, right? Like, every action you take is being recorded in the system. And that, I don't know what to make of that. But so sometimes, yeah, I try really hard to be moral. And sometimes I do think, like, I'm trying so hard to be moral and my life is so hard and I'm struggling financially. And I look at people who are so immoral and who are living so well. And I kind of wonder, like, am I being childish and idealistic and naive? And should I just like throw morals to the wind and just kind of like, I don't know, like do drop shipping of some product that I think is wrong and bad, but I'll make lots of money, you know? And I kind of think about that sometimes and realize that, well, first of all, even if I wanted to, I couldn't, because it's just not in my makeup, right? Like I would just feel too shameful. But secondly, is that now I really know, having done remote viewing, that information about this reality is encoded and recorded and accessible to other people and other perhaps entities, right? And so I didn't think of it in the terms that you put it in terms of it being somehow comforting, right? But I guess it is, yeah.
Well, I mean, you think about it, even payroll, most people's jobs in the Western world now, we're paid in our bank accounts every week or every fortnight or every month, right? And there's a payroll department. And the payroll department are responsible for logging your hours. And if you've had too many holidays, you get docked pay, whatever. That's all digitized. And it's been that way for decades. So the way that we earn our money is recorded. We might not see the recording, but the system knows where we were for those hours that week. Now we've got smartphones, the system knows where we've been with our time. Like, our entire lives are being tracked now. Where we earn our money, where we spend our money. Someone says, I value the truth and people getting the truth out there. And it's like, okay, because if we were to look at your bank statement right now, it would tell us that you spent, just in this year alone, $2,000 on alcohol, another $2,000 of unexplained expenses, weed, $3,000 on Hollywood films, DVDs, other crap. Like, here's what you actually do value in the real world, right? Now, how much money did you give to supporting truth content? Zero. I see. Tell me again what you value. Because it's all being recorded, you see? Our lives are being recorded now. And not just financially, our time as well. You want to put 40 hours into a job that you don't really care about just for money? Sweet. What are you doing with the money? Because that's time you'll never get back. And that time is being recorded. So someone like me spends 40 hours of a week researching Tesla because I want to get to the bottom of the matter. That's recorded. Someone spends 40 hours at a job they don't even like, that they complain about, to then get money to spend on alcohol and drugs. It's all being recorded. All being recorded. So I don't know if there is a big judge at the end of all of this. I don't know. Sometimes I wish that there is. Sometimes I wish that there isn't. I don't know. But if there is, all the evidence is going to be there. All of it. All going to be there. Did you treat other people well, or did you try to drag them down? Did you try to produce good things for people, or did you try to attack people who do that for you? It's all there. It's all there, thanks to the magic of the internet.
But even beyond the internet, like, I don't know, I don't want to use the word Akashic records, but I think that that's the term that people use that most probably approximates kind of what I think of as like the system. Like, I'm thinking the system external to our reality. But I don't even think of it as being judged by like some kind of a deity, but I think of it as maybe myself judging my choices in my life, and I think it impacts my own advancement, my own development, right? I do believe in existence after death, and so I guess that when I worry about maybe being more moral or less moral, if I'm ever tempted to be like, oh, I should just, I don't know, sell, I don't know, candles that don't work on the internet, I don't know, whatever, then I think, yeah, okay, but then I waste this life, right? Because I'm here for a purpose, increase complexity, but also increase order, and that ties into morality and contributes meaningfully to this reality. And if I'm selling candles that don't work, then all of this is useless. All of my time here is wasted. Whereas even this conversation, I think that this increases complexity in the system because we're creating new thoughts. We're trying to encourage other people to think about things differently. Hopefully new ideas are going to come from this. And even just the connection inspires me to now want to do more and look into this like synchromysticism more. So I think in that sense, it's for me, it's not as much about having someone else, some outer being, judge my life as having been good. It's about me progressing and advancing and developing. Maybe that's narcissistic. I don't know.
Are you enjoying the journey still? Like, this is another thing I wanted to ask you about. Like, are you enjoying being a podcaster and a streamer in this subculture?
No.
Well, you must be enjoying it a little bit to still do it. You know, especially if you're not getting paid. I mean, you could accuse me of not enjoying it and just doing it for money, because at least I'm getting money. But if you're not getting money and you're not enjoying it, why would you keep doing it?
That's what I've been asking. That's why I've set aside the month of December to figure out, why am I still doing this? And the answer so far, like, I have to figure out what I'm doing for 2020, and this is the time to do it, right? So I'm going to use my Christmas break to figure out, what am I doing with my channel? What am I doing with my life? What am I doing with my content? What am I doing with my whole self? But this conversation that I'm having with you is because I have a channel, because I've been live streaming. And my friendship, there are a few people I have friendships with because I have this channel. To me, this conversation is worth not having made, like my last live stream, someone gave me a nice super chat, and so I made, I think, $16 for the 3 hours that I put into it and the preparation, whatever. That's not worth it. But connecting with people in chat and making these relationships and forming these bonds, that's satisfying, and I get a lot out of it. And then having this opportunity to talk to you, this has been amazing for me, and that makes it worth it.
So you are enjoying it then, like, with all the audience who, like, because most of your audience does appreciate what you do. You'll get a few haters, but most of your audience appreciates what you do, and it gives you a sense of purpose. It does kind of give a sense of purpose, doesn't it?
It does. Well, of community, and that's nice, right? Like, I think my live streams typically don't really give me a sense of purpose, but they do give me a sense of community. And every now and then, they allow me to have something that does give me a sense of purpose, like this one, like my interview with John McAfee. Not so much, but I think that might open doors for other conversations with people in the cryptocurrency world, right? And the opportunity to go to Romania and see Romania and learn about it. And I met Oliver Ibanez. He's an amazing guy, very inspiring. So, like, I think that's the thing, right? But having said that, I can't just keep putting as much time as I put into this for what I'm getting, because I think that there have to be easier ways for me to feel community, and to have the opportunity to have conversations with, like this one, with someone like you, right? That don't require as much trolling and the time. I don't know. What do you think? What about you?
Yeah, well, there's negative energies involved in this. I mean, if you're going to put yourself out there, and this is one of the things I admire about you, especially as a lady in this scene, if you put yourself out there, you are going to get attacked. That's just how it is. You put yourself out there and you'll get attacked. I had only done one live stream in my life before I got the first person accusing me of being a CIA shill. Literally the first, this is when my channel had no audience, and there was no one in the live chat. Like, like you can do a whole live show and there's only 3 or 4 people there.
Yeah.
Literally the first one I ever did, there was someone accusing me of being a CIA paid shill and all this kind of thing. So it just comes with the territory. You're going to get accused of, like, you're going to get accused of things. People will attack you for your appearance. They'll say nasty things about your parents, about your family. It just comes with the territory, right? So to put yourself into that environment, I'd like talking with people like you and other people who've done this, because it's like, well, we know what it's like to be on this side of it. You know what I mean? Like, we know what it's like, especially when you've done it for a few months and then into a few years, and you've read the comments. Like, it'll come up on my spam capture, all these nasty things. All right, but I'll still browse through and just see what's being said this time, and I think that does have an effect on you eventually.
Oh yeah.
And I think doing the work that I've done for the last 5 or 6 years, it does, putting everything else aside, it does change. It has changed me as a person, how I perceive other people. Like, I see a darkness within a lot of these people that I didn't know was there. You only know it's there when it's coming your way, left, right, and center. You get a different perception of some of these people, and I think that's not necessarily good energy to have. But on the flip side of that are all of the wonderful people who say wonderful things, or send me emails saying these wonderful things about you mentioned this, and then I went and did this, and then I had this improvement. I've had several people message me and say that they made significant changes in their life. They're fitter now, they're healthier now, making more money now. Several people have told me that. Like they've got rid of the victim mentality, they've gone to pursue things, and what do you know? An abundance mentality, you have success now. So you've got the darkness that I think is no good for my soul, and I don't want to put myself through too much more of that. But on the flip side is how good you feel when you read an email in the morning that just makes your whole day. No matter what happens the rest of the day now, you feel fantastic. So long as one is counterbalancing the other, it's easy to think I'm going to stay here and keep doing this, right? But at the same time, even I do wonder sometimes, like how much longer will I keep doing this for? I'm 32 now. Like, will I eventually want to go and get a normal job and live close to my original family and to live near my original friends and my original school and where life really was at the start? You know, will I do that? I think about that a lot. I don't have any answers. So you and I might reconvene in 3 years for Tesla hoax round 2, and I might be leading a very different life by then. Like, I honestly don't know.
Yeah, I know. And I don't know. I do think it's different. There is an additional thing, which is, and again, I think this is human nature. I'm not complaining. And it's partly my fault for how I present myself. But you may get emails that are saying like, oh, you know, this idea that you shared was really interesting. Whereas I think for me, there's a lot of negative feedback. And sometimes the positive feedback is maybe intending to be positive, but sometimes if it's just sexual, you know, then that doesn't feel like positive feedback, even though it might be intended that way, right? Because that's less important to me, I guess. You know what I mean? Like for me, I'm very much about the ideas. And so, you know, like I struggle with, I don't know, I'm going off on a tangent, but whatever. I'm going to wrap this up very soon. But, you know, I tried to do the online dating thing because my friend was like, hey, you need to get out there into the world. Okay. So I tried to do the online dating thing, but I would ask things like, so, you know, what do you do for fun? Because people like to, you know, talk about their hobbies. And then I would say, and what do you like to think about in quiet moments? And like, my friend was like, you cannot. She's like, you can't ask normal people that. And it's true, because it just doesn't work. And so I realized that I'm interested in ideas, and like, and the all this other stuff is kind of secondary because it's online. In real life, it's completely different, right? But online, it's like, I don't know. And so I think men who do flat earth content, conspiracy theory content, are going to get more positive feedback about the ideas. Whereas, like I said, when I make videos just with ideas and no Sasha, no face, no cleavage, not even my voice sometimes, there's no positive feedback at all because nobody even bothers watching it. So sometimes when there is positive feedback as a female YouTuber, it's strictly based on things that are sweet and nice, but at the same time, maybe not enough to make it worth continuing to do. I don't want to sound ungrateful, but do you know what I'm trying to say?
100%, 100%. And yeah, if I hadn't decided to go in a direction with my channel to try and monetize the website and all these things, there's no way I'd be as active in this scene as I am. I might not have any activity at all, because you come into the scene, you say what you want to say, you learn things that you never would have learned. By having to present things, you've got to be willing to defend them, right? So it forced me to do more research than I would have done, got all of these things out of it, and I could have easily just walked away from it. But I decided to try and monetize it to do what I've done. And that's what's keeping me here at the moment, is the financial incentive, I suppose. But this internal dilemma that sounds like you're having with why you're here, why do you keep making contact, why do you want to continue to do it? I totally resonate with that internal dilemma, 100%. 100%. I totally get it. And again, this is no disrespect to the audience who don't have channels or don't live stream, because that's cool. I'm not saying anybody has to do that. But those of us who've done it for several years, especially those of us who started off idealistically thinking that we were part of something, spreading the truth, all this, to then realize it doesn't really work that way. And then to go through this question of, well, I've invested all this time and I've built up this channel and this subscriber base and this brand even now. What do I do now? Yeah, I think, and it's not just us in the conspiracy subculture. I think this is true in a lot of in a lot of different online e-communities,
Yes.
it's the same thing. Like people find themselves thinking, why am I doing this? What do I do next? You know?
Yeah.
And some people, they just get out. Some people spend years lamenting it, thinking, what do I do next? Yeah. We live in a strange time. Anyone can have their own TV channel. That is phenomenal. And people just seem to take it for granted. It's like anyone in the world now can have their own TV channel. What happens if they get sick of the audience they started broadcasting to? If you started broadcasting to flat earthers and then you decide you don't like them anymore, well, now what are you going to do? Because they're the only ones tuning in. Do you start all over again? Do you try and pivot? And then you'll have no one to guide you through this. Like no one.
Yeah, there's no one to give you advice. There's no one to turn to. Like someone in the chat just said that like it's my own damn fault for like incorporating my sexuality into my look, and now I'm not allowed to complain about it. But like, it's as confusing to me as it is to all of you about how I present myself, whether I should show cleavage or not. And I'm as confused about what my intentions are as you are. I don't know, because being a woman is so bloody complicated, and there's so much like programming, and there's so much. And then you get rewarded for this, but not for that. And everyone says one thing, but then they behave completely differently. Like all men say they want a smart girl, but then actually, if you're smarter than the guy, he doesn't want you. He wants a smart girl that's less intelligent than he is majority of the time, right? And like if you look at marriage statistics, it supports that. The manager marries the employee marries the secretary marries the delivery bakery girl, right? Like men marry down. And so like,
are there guys, I don't mean to interrupt you, are there guys who say they want a smart girl?
Very few, but there are
Is that actually a thing that they say?
Yeah, there are some, but what I've discovered,
I don't know the dating scene. I don't know I have no idea I've never used Tinder in my life. I haven't had anything to do with the typical dating scene for a long time. I have no idea what's going on out there, especially with youngsters. I mean, imagine being someone who's 20 or 21 or 22. They've had Tinder their whole adult life.
Oh, yeah.
Their whole adult life has it revolved swiping one way or the other. How can I relate to that? I've never swiped left or right in my life. I've never been swiped on left or right in my life. Never had a Tinder account. How can I relate to a 20 or 21-year-old where that's all they know? You know what I mean? So we live in bizarre times. We live in truly bizarre times.
Yeah, and I just
not necessarily bad times. I'm not saying it's bad what's going on out there. I don't know what the hell is going on out there. I don't know what people are saying, what they're doing. To be perfectly frank, I think I'm happier not knowing. From what I've heard from some people, it sounds like a shit show out there.
You're so judged on attributes that don't actually matter. Like, yes, looks are important, but at the same time, when you go to a party and you connect with someone, like sometimes you find them attractive, even though if you looked at their picture on a dating app, you'd be like, nope. But you're at the party, you're talking, and you're like, oh my God, this person is so hot. And your friends will be like, you're drunk. But it's just because you actually connect. And so you see them as attractive, right? So like there are all these things that we no longer have room for. And I think that can be even more confusing. And you see what gets rewarded and what doesn't. And it's so yes, so like the use of sexuality, the do I show cleavage or do I not? Even that, I don't know how that works, and I don't know how it should work, and I don't know what effects it has on people. And so, and I don't like, I find it enjoyable to watch a man who I find kind of, I find that more enjoyable than watching someone that I'm less into delivering the same.
What girl doesn't like PewDiePie? Girls love PewDiePie. He's handsome. He's confident. He's rich. Yeah. People love him.
He has these the blueness of his eyes. I don't know. And you know what it is though, is that as much as he plays up the immature, foolish kind of character, he's actually very bright. That's the thing with PewDiePie. He's actually highly intelligent, and it comes through in little moments. And so that's why I think he has the
complete package. He's a complete package. Who doesn't want PewDiePie? No, we all are attracted to the same things. When I learned about lookism, I understood, like I came to understand, there are certain things about women that all men find attractive. There are certain things about men that all women find attractive. There will be outliers, rare exceptions, but they are the outliers, the rare exceptions. And some people are just more naturally blessed with good genetics, if you want to call it that, than other people. Life's not fair.
No.
That's and coming to understand that. that not everybody was blessed with the same genetic lottery win. That's just how the world is, you know. And this online dating with Tinder, it's blackpilling people quickly because they're realizing where they sit in the pecking order, right? And once upon a time, people felt like they could improve their situation in the pecking order by doing certain things. But now you're not competing against the other guys from your town. If you're a guy, you're competing against the other guys in the city, right? And she can just swipe left or right. It's a piece of cake, yeah. And now women who've always known on a fundamental level how important their appearance is, well, now it's never been more clear, has it? Look at Kim Kardashian, look at all these other people. So now all those insecurities that all women have always had, or most women have always had, now that's coming to the fore every day. Every day they're comparing themselves to the people in their feed, yeah. So you've got a whole bunch of miserable, insecure women who put on an act to pretend they're not. And you've got a whole bunch of unfulfilled men who don't like being at the bottom of the scrap heap, which the vast majority of us are. There's only a few guys who are PewDiePie, and PewDiePie has all the women. You take the PewDiePie of your city, he's got all the women. Most men are competing for scraps, right? So there's only a very small number of people who are fulfilled with the situation as it is, and even most of them aren't really that fulfilled. And you've got the rest of the people who are trying to get their heads around this, thinking, why am I so miserable? And it's like, well, the answer is probably in your pocket as we speak. But it's addictive. It's an addictive thing, isn't it? But okay. I say I've never used Tinder in my life. I'm not saying that to suggest that makes me a better person or a good person. But I've seen what Tinder does to people, especially when you're traveling through Asia. Personally, I've got enough vices as it is. Personally, I don't need to go down that path. And I think Tinder makes people miserable. I think the vast majority of people who've ever used it, and all of them. Some people find the love of their life. That's awesome, sweet, great. But the people I know, no, it might make them happy this weekend or next weekend, or they might get the occasional sugar. Like any drug, it's great. It's great when you're getting high, but the lows can be low. And in between, what have you done to the so-called serotonin receptors? Like, I don't really know the neurology of our brains, but I do know that the higher the high is, the lower the low is, and the longer those lows last. Yeah. And I think a lot of what happens with technology is no different to a drug, no different.
Well, and I think you're not even competing with real people. You're competing with Photoshopped Instagram images of unrealistic people. So like people's expectations become more and more unrealistic. And here's the thing though, I actually think it should work better for people like us than it does. So I look at the normal peoples and I see how they interact, right? And like even my cousin, she was like, you can't say this on your profile. You can't say that. She's like, you have to come across as very simple and very, easy, because that's what men want. Even if they think that they want something else, when they first are swiping right or left, they're going to really just want something simple and easy. So you have to come off as a simple, easy girl. And of course I was like, well, that's never going to happen. So like, forget this garbage. But it was interesting in this idea that I think for a lot of humans, people are interchangeable, because you said we're all different. Some of us are all very different, but I think a lot of people are not. They're very, their hobby is snowboarding, and they like to unwind by all watching the same TV show on Netflix and talking about it and saying the exact same thing about it, right? Those people, then they'll have happy relationships with anybody else of those people. So yeah, you can swipe right or left, and because you get that, as long as they're hot, their personality doesn't matter, because all the personalities are the same, And I think it's when you're kind of weird and different, then all of a sudden it's like, well, I actually, like you said, PewDiePie, I find him very attractive, and I love that he's very highly intelligent, but I would never date him because he's goofy. And
come on. If PewDiePie turned up to your front door, you would be fawning. Every woman your age or younger will be fawning all over him. Come on.
No, but I'm being honest, because like I'm always like, even if I say things that I'm like, that's gonna burn me later, I still say it on my live streams. No, actually, I do find him physically attractive. He has gorgeous eyes. He's intelligent, but there are two things that for me,
and he's rich. Don't forget that. Anyone who says that's not important is in fact a liar. Period.
No, he's rich, but here's why I wouldn't be sexually attracted to him. Number one, he has like a goofy sense of humor, and I find that such a turn on. I don't like goofy. I like absurdist sometimes, and sometimes he's absurdist, but I hate the goofy and like the childish sense of humor and like the anyways, I don't like that sense of humor. And then also his wife is like this really, and you're gonna, this is so ironic.
I didn't
She's,
even know he was married. I honestly don't know
yeah,
anything about this guy. I've never even watched a full PewDiePie video in my life. I just know that he's the big thing, you know?
his wife is really dumb, and she has a little, and it's coming from me, I know the irony, she has a little girl voice, and she talks like a little girl, and it's really high, and like it's fake high, and she's just so dumb.
Do
And
you
I
hate
just think,
PewDiePie's wife?
no, but like I hate him for wanting a dumb girl. Like it makes me lose so much respect for him. I could never, like I could kiss him, but I could never do more because I'm just so disgusted by that, right? Like it just shows me like some kind of a moral failing. I don't know, but I don't like it.
Is
So
she
like
pretty? I bet you his wife is gorgeous,
she's
yeah?
gorgeous. She's
Yeah,
gorgeous,
see?
and she has
Oh,
an Italian accent.
how dare she? How dare she be gorgeous and get the cute, hot, rich guy? You know what I mean?
I know, no, clearly, but like, but that's the thing, though, right? Is that I think that for some people, that's all that matters. But for some of us, like, other things do matter. Personality does matter more. Like, I would always choose a guy that I connect with over someone who's more attractive, more financially successful, and more just kind of, you know, uninteresting in terms of intellectual content. Always. And I think that that's the thing. There are more girls like me, but I don't know that there are any guys like that, right? Like I think that guys, they're a little bit more swayed by look. Like PewDiePie didn't find an attractive, intelligent girl. He found a dumb girl who's beautiful, and he married her.
It's unfair, isn't it?
No, but it's like,
Because we're raised to believe that being intelligent and studious and trying to improve our mind is a good thing. But in the real world, it doesn't work that way.
clearly isn't, right? That's exactly.
We've been lied to yet again.
Yes, I was told men would want a smart girl, and so I felt like, okay, I have a chance. And then I realized more and more, like, no, that's not at all what they want from me. They just want me to be pleasant and look good and talk less.
Yeah, and like not to diminish the problems that you're pointing out or that you're experiencing, but look at it from a man's perspective. A man is told that if he just works hard and gets a good career and can care for a family, that he will find a loving, loyal wife. But it turns out, no, what he finds is a woman who has spent her 20s with the PewDiePie of her town, and now that she can't get PewDiePie no more because he has access to all the prime talent, now she's ready to settle down, but she'll never really respect him the way that she respected the men that she gave her 20s. Her fertile, young, beautiful years are for the guys who won the genetic lottery, and now her older years are for the men who worked hard to earn her now that she's into her 30s. So you've got this large and growing population of young men in the Western world who are realizing this is a dud deal. This is a terrible deal. So those men are not happy with the deal that's on offer. You've got all these women who are miserable once they've finished their 20s and their PewDiePie time. And you've got all these miserable people. And it's not going to change. It's not going to stop. It's going to keep. This is going to keep happening. It's all been foretold. It's all been forecast. It's been explained. This is going to keep happening.
I don't know if I agree with that idea that I think it's the shallow women who sleep with the PewDiePies in their 20s and then waste their youth away. And then when they're 30, they can't get the PewDiePies anymore. So now they're ready to settle for the hardworking guy. But those are the shallow women. But I think that there are women who are different. But I think here's for me. Maybe I'm generalizing from my experience, which I shouldn't do because I think that's probably not good. But here it is. Like I grew up in a small town, and because I was very different, I quickly learned that humans didn't have much to offer me, right? In terms of interesting intellectual stimulation, interesting conversations. Like I was like, okay, that's not what these animals provide. And so when it came to boys, I realized that, okay, so they can give me physical pleasure, but that's pretty much the limits of what they have to offer me. And so in my early 20s, yeah, like I wasn't the type to only go for the good looking guys. I was the type to go for the good, sweet guys. Like, so I would kind of have fun with the very sweet, good guys. But it wasn't about conversation because I had already kind of figured out that they didn't have anything to offer in that realm. So I didn't look for it because I thought it wasn't there. And now I realize, yeah, it is. It's just really hard to find. And I don't always know how to find it. And so I think that that's the problem. Do you understand?
Well, I guess if I can add context to it, and I'm hearing echo.
Yeah.
Can you hear my echo? No, it's gone now.
Not
Right?
when
So,
you're talking. I can hear me echo when I talk.
have you looked at any of the statistics concerning the success rates of marriage, comparing the number of premarital sexual partners? Have you ever looked at those stats?
Yeah.
And so, do you want to explain to the listeners like what those stats reveal?
Well, so basically, the more sexual partners you've had before marriage, the likelier you are it is for your marriage to fail. But the problem with that statistic is that people in religious communities are less likely to divorce even if their marriages are extremely unhappy, and they're also less likely to have more sexual partners prior to marriage. So that skews the data, because then you have this huge percentage of your sample set that don't have many premarital partners and don't have high rates of divorce. That doesn't mean they have good marriages or happy marriages. And so then you can't, because those are included in the data set, you can't use that data set to prove that you'll have a happier marriage if you don't have a lot of partners prior to marriage. And to be honest, like for me, I think because I had so much to work through, having had a horrific upbringing, I'm actually a better human and partner because, like, I think my understanding of sex and what it is, and that it is a sacred act, only came because of the experiences that I had. I think if I had just married the first guy that I was with, then I wouldn't have come to this understanding.
Okay, so just on the statistics though, so in statistics, they can account for those kinds of skewed data sets, as you call it, with their sampling, right? So what you're talking about, this is a problem in any kind of statistical analysis, trying to find out, well, are there other factors, co-founding factors that have led to this this graph looking the way that it is, right? And what I want to know is, how come we don't see more studies into things like this? You think of all the things that are being studied by all the sociology and psychology and gender studies departments around the world. Why don't we see more of these studies with bigger sample sizes where they can control for those kinds of variables to find out if it is true that virgin wives make long-term wives and non-virgin wives tend to fail as marriages? Why don't we see these? Why don't we see huge studies on this?
Okay, so not virgins, because then you're getting into a whole other thing, right? Which is this idea, again, it brings in religious stuff, it brings in no ability to compare, it brings in cultural components.
But that's an important thing, like no ability to compare. Comparison is the thief of joy in all facets of life, right? We compare ourselves to the people who are more beautiful, who have more money, and all these things, right? Well, when it comes to sexual relationships, it's the same thing. Once you've been with a number of people, then any person that you're with in the future, there's got to be something where the comparison, the previous person was better, right?
Okay,
whether it's their cooking, their cleaning, their sense of humor, their ability to do certain things in the bedroom, no matter what it is, there's all these comparisons, whether it's conscious or subconscious. The more premarital sexual partners, the more comparison that will happen by nature.
I think that you're right. The fewer sexual partners you've had prior to getting married will lead to a better marriage for two reasons. One, because that means you're most likely getting married young. And I think when you get married young, you can grow together. You go through your 20s and your 30s, developing your personalities in line with your partners. And so then your relationship gets stronger because you become closer. Whereas if you wait until you're 32, let's say, to get married, a lot of your values, a lot of your ways are set now. Your personality is more set in stone. So now you're going to have to accommodate the other person rather than grow with them. There are going to be more differences that are intractable, inflexible, and so that's going to just cause more conflict just by the nature of age and maturity. So I think if you get married younger, your relationship is going to be happier and closer because you can grow together. So that's one thing. The other thing is, I think that you're right, that if you're being promiscuous rather than marrying, it means that there's something wrong with you. Maybe you're messed up. Maybe you, right? And so messed up people are probably going to also have other personality manifestations of their messed upness that are going to make relationships hard, right? Like for me, okay, so not relating well to other human beings means that I probably didn't have very successful relationships when I was young, and so there were more lovers than someone who would have gotten married at 21. It also means that I also don't have a lot of other skills that would probably make me easier to be within a relationship, right? So the things, there's a correlation of factors that all kind of lead into the same thing. So the people who are less likely, it's not that they aren't slutty, it's the reason that makes you not slutty probably also makes you an easier girlfriend / wife to be with, right? So I think that but here's my problem with your emphasis on virginity, because I've seen it happen. And I'm not talking about me, but
I didn't emphasize it. I think I used the word a couple of times in like one sentence. And the reason I should get the context for the viewers and the listeners, because the very little amount of information that's available, because like I said, where's all the studies on this? It's amazing they don't exist. Why is that? The very little that we do have, the image shows the x-axis, which is your like independent variable, is the number of premarital sexual partners. The y-axis, which is the dependent variable, shows the success rate of marriage as defined. In my particular study, it might have been, are they still together after 5 years or something, right? Yeah. And so where it has 0 premarital sexual partners, it's like 98%, right? Yeah. It's like marriage is the most wonderful thing. One premarital sexual partner, and it dips to like 60%, thereabouts, don't quote me. And then from there, it's just a sad slide down.
I know, but again...
Now I understand what you're saying. You're saying there's other factors. I totally get what you're saying.
And like, who in this day and age marries the first person they sleep with? Probably
this is the issue. This is the issue.
Who's not going to get divorced. But there's something that I want to say before you address that, though, right? Like I think that the graph that you're talking about, again, I think it's shit. The people who marry their first lover in our day and age have other attributes that mean they're also less likely to get divorced, but that doesn't mean
they're not all religious. People marrying their first partner are not all religious. Okay,
no, so there are also cultures as well, right? Like if you're Indian in Canada, you're likely to marry the first person you have sex with is your husband, and you're never getting a divorce, right? But that doesn't mean that your relationship is awesome, and chances are he hits you whenever he's having a hard day, right? And so
is that the case? Chances are, like, really?
Yeah. And so you have to be cognizant of the cultural factors that are often overlooked. But here's the thing, and this is why I reject your use of this idea that virginities, because like having grown up in a small town, and there were some maybe more religious families, girls who are then raped in their teen years, they then have this idea of, now that I've been raped, I'm not pure, no man will want me, I will never have a good husband, so it doesn't matter anymore. And they become terrible sluts, and they have horrible lives, and they end up doing drugs, and like they're just these dirty, drugged up whores at the parties. Because as soon as they get raped, they think that all their value is gone. No one will ever really love them. And so, and that used to be the case. And in some cultures, that is currently the case. Even in Canada, we've had some honor killings in Canada related to date rape. And so if you create this idea of virginity somehow being so important, then when it's taken from a woman without her consent, it's disastrous. So I would rather we say it's better to get married in your early 20s so that you grow together. It's better to not be promiscuous. It's better to really see sex as sacred and save it for people that you love, for the person that you love. And I think that's a better message than saying, marry a virgin because that means you'll have a better marriage.
Like, am I hearing you right? You're saying that regardless of the evidence to do with virgin wives making better wives, even if that is the evidence, don't say that because it'll hurt the feelings of people who are victims of rape.
No, I'm saying I don't think that the evidence actually shows that. I think that the data can be interpreted through different frameworks, and depending on which framework you interpret it through, it leads you to different conclusions. You might conclude that you're better off to not marry white girls in Canada. You're better off marrying an Indian girl because Indian marriages to Indian girls are going to last forever. Again, that doesn't mean you're going to have a better marriage. It's a cultural thing that they don't, you know what I mean? Like, you can't.
I've already agree with you. Like, there's other factors that go into it.
Yeah.
But are you open-minded to the possibility that even if you could somehow factor in all of those other factors, like you could somehow control for all of that, right? If a proper study was done that controlled for the other factors,
yeah.
Are you open-minded to the possibility that it would turn out that virgins do make better husbands and wives, or better wives, or better husbands, or whatever the data said? Would you be open to that possibility? Because I certainly am, based on anecdotal observation of people I know from.
I would say no because of this, because I think, and maybe it has to do with sex drive, but I think that some people have high sex drives, and so when we're young, oh my goodness, the hormones. And I think that might lead us to marry someone that we're not actually very compatible with because our sex drive clouds our judgment. And I think we see that in a lot of our grandparents and our parents, depending on how old they are, that they married people because they wanted to have sex with them so badly, and that was the only way to do it. So they got married, and they have nothing. They're not compatible, and they have these kind of sad marriages.
Okay, no, I totally get it. So don't you think that's happening today? A lot of men are getting married because they feel that's their only avenue to regular sex. Like most guys, the majority of guys in the Western world today, especially post Tinder, they're getting nothing, man. They're fighting for scraps. Yeah. They're getting nothing. Marriage is an avenue to sex, at least with an attractive woman. They've got a much higher marriage marketplace value than sexual marketplace value, right? So their long-term prospects are much better, at least in terms of the quality of the woman, her appearance, than their short-term options. Because on the short term, they're fighting with PewDiePie, and they're not going to win that battle because every city has a few PewDiePies, and the average guy, the vast majority of guys, are never going to win that battle for the one night. But when she's looking to settle down, now they're in the game. So I think there's a lot of guys out there in the Western world, they're getting married because that's their avenue to sex. So when you talk about your grandparents' generation, I'm talking about this generation. And I think that's one of the reasons why so many marriages today are absolutely atrocious. Because you've got these men who've spent their 20s building up careers and building up their jobs and their profiles, and now they feel like they're ready to have a family. Guess what? Stacey's coming towards 30. She's seeing the writing on the wall. Now it's time for her to settle down. Oh, I'm just looking for a nice guy now. I'm sick of all the PewDiePies. I'm sick of all the Chads. I just want someone who's going to treat me well. You know, someone who's not going to belittle me. Yeah. And this guy, he thinks all his Christmases have come at once. Yeah. His eyes light up like a Christmas tree. Woohoo! I've got the cute girl now. But what he doesn't realize is that she's coming with all of that baggage from spending her 20s with PewDiePie and Chad. And that's why their marriage is absolutely going to be a disaster. They'll have one, maybe two children. If it's two children, one of them, maybe two, will both be his. Maybe neither. Who knows? And as he approaches his late 30s and his 40s, the marriage is a complete disaster, and it's only a matter of time till they get divorced. And this is a story that happens over and over and over again in the Western world.
Okay,
and I never used to understand why. Now I do understand why. It's also obvious now. It's so obvious to me now. It's like comical that other people can't see this. Come on, people, this is obvious.
Okay, I need to give you this counterpoint. Okay, here's an alternative explanation that I actually think is more accurate, right? From what I see.
By the way, this is so cool. We're into 4 hours, 20 minutes. I could keep talking, like, because we've switched topics, this chat has not got stale at all. What I'm going to have to do is when I release it as an MP3, I'm going to have to break it up into like 3 files or something. But this is fascinating. I haven't been checking the comments though. Do the audience want to hear this? Or do they want to hear about Tesla? Is this more interesting than Tesla, guys? Let us know.
Yeah, let us know in the chat. Yeah.
Because I do find this topic fascinating, and it's not something that I usually talk about very much on my channel. But the thing is, this is far more relevant to me and to guys my age.
Yes.
If Tesla is a hoax, and I'm convinced that he is, all right, big deal. You know what I mean? If ancient Egypt is a hoax, I think it is a big deal. But in terms of how you live your life, even if ancient Egypt is definitely fake, you do the same thing tomorrow. However, if we've been deceived about marriage, if we've been deceived about men and women, masculine, feminine, if we've been deceived about the way the court system treats certain people if we've been deceived about all of that, that does affect how we lead our lives. Big time.
I agree. I do want to talk a little bit about faking Egypt before we end this, but I'm enjoying this, and I kind of want, these are ideas that I'm interested in balancing. Like, I'm presenting them as though like this is the truth, but it's also just to see like, is this the truth? So one of the ideas I want you to maybe respond to is, okay, so you think with your theory, I would say,
what do you think theory is though? I just want to make sure we're on the same page. What do you think my theory is?
Well, like what you're saying, that by the time women and men are getting married, then the damage that especially the women, the damage that they've had done to them in their previous attempts at relationships, they bring that into the marriage, and then it just can't work, because every time he does one thing, she interprets it through the lens of that other boyfriend who also did this, and it meant something that it doesn't mean now, but she still thinks it means this other thing, so she overreacts.
Yeah, you're correct. These are all your words. Like, I haven't said any of this. I do actually believe all of this, but I don't know where you're getting this from, because I haven't actually said any of this yet. But you know a lot about all of this, so I think you've been reading certain forums or perusing certain message boards to get these ideas, because there are certain areas of the internet now that are full of all of these red pill truths, black pill truths even. And the one that you've just touched on, the idea that once she's been with a few guys, everything that the new guy does wrong, on an inherent level, it reminds her of the last guy. Even if this guy, like for instance, one of the popular memes going around now is this idea that when she gets angry at you for leaving a half-drunk can of beer or Coke or something on the table, why is she getting so fed up? Because one of the previous guys, he used to leave them all over the house, and every time she complained, he'd belittle her and abuse her. So in her mind, she's making a connection between the can of Coke on the table that hasn't been touched for 10 minutes and the previous belittlement from the previous guy, right? And it's like, this is a meme now, this idea of, it's not the Coke can, it's not the beer can, it's freaking Jack. It's Jack from 2013. Yeah.
Okay, I actually don't, well, maybe there's some truth to that, but I actually think it's worse. I actually think it's worse than that. Buckle in, chat. And this is what I've seen. I think women are being shaped and programmed by mainstream media to be terrible, terrible partners in relationships. I think that they're being empowered to be demanding of the unrealistic. Like, I'll talk about it in two contexts. The first one is sex, because it's easy to grasp. Women have this idea of like, you have the right to say no, and sex only happens when you consent and when you feel like it, when you're in the mood, when you want it. That is true. That is a good message to put out there. But except that it's been turned into, if your husband is in the mood and you're kind of tired, then you should say no. And that if you don't say no, then you're a doormat, and that you shouldn't even try. Whereas so then you have all these wives who, for any reason, will just withhold sex. And then you have these husbands for whom sex is often how they communicate intimacy, right? For a lot of men, that's their intimacy. Sometimes they're not comfortable with affection, or sometimes saying I love you, they've heard it, but like maybe it doesn't mean as much. So for them to feel closeness, sometimes for them it's sex, it's through sex. And for some women, but it's a little bit rare for women to be like that. So they're actually just asking for connection. They're just asking for closeness, for intimacy through sex. And she's just saying, not tonight, I'm kind of tired. That is so selfish. And so she's not taking his needs into account at all, because the media has convinced her it's not about his needs, and his needs for sex, they're just, men always want sex, and just shut that down because like you're the queen, whatever the hell that's supposed to mean. And so then we have these men who are sexually frustrated, and these women who somehow feel virtuous in withholding sex. They're like, I don't know, but like I look at that and I'm like, no wonder relationships aren't working. And like, and I'm not saying you should have sex when you're not in the mood for it. I'm saying when you're not in the mood for sex and your partner's in the mood for sex, you know what? Make out for a few minutes. Guess what? All of a sudden you realize, oh, actually now I am in the mood for sex. I thought that I wasn't, but now that we've been kissing, I realize that I totally am, right? So I think, but if you don't even start kissing, if you're just like, nope, then yeah, okay, so then you're not going to be in the mood for the rest of the night. So like, I think that there isn't that give and take. And I think that applies to other circumstances. I think women have been told like, you make the rules, you do what you want to do, self-care, and all of this selfishness. And then men aren't allowed to complain because then they're being evil, oppressive husbands that are trying to deny the self-care that their wife needs, right? So then men are just standing there. If I complain, then I'm an ass. But like none of my needs are being met for anything. And she just does everything she wants to do when she wants to do it, how she wants to do it. And I just have to go along with it because otherwise I'm a bad man. That's the end of my rant. Your turn.
Yeah, there's a lot in there, and some of it I can't really speak to. Like, I don't know what messages are being pushed. Like, you talk about the messages being pushed to women about if you're not in the mood, then just shut him down, or this kind of thing. Like, if that's what's being pushed in the media or via the culture creation industry or whatever, like I'll believe you. That's all so far removed from my life and my experience that I can't really speak to it. What I will say though is I think based on the life that I've lived, if a woman is healthy and she's with a man that she's attracted to, this idea of not wanting sex it's crazy. It'd be like saying that a man who's healthy and with a woman that he's attracted to doesn't want sex. It's just as crazy. Like this notion that women don't enjoy sex or don't want it as much as men is crazy to me. If the woman is healthy and she is with a man that she's attracted to, there's none of this somebody's not in the mood thing. Like that whole concept is completely foreign to my experience as someone who's lived in this world for 32 years. With that being said, I've never been married. I've never been stuck with the same person for an extended period of time. And so like that's what I'm trying to say to you. I can't really speak to any of that. And I guess like this will help me to sort of segue into the meta elements of this. This idea that marriage is a prima facie good thing, I'm not here to say that. Like if someone wants to get married, I'm just saying there are stats and they accord with my anecdotal observations that some people are going to make far better candidates as a wife or as a husband than other candidates will. And it just so happens that sexual history is one of those things, but we're convinced that's not the case. They try and convince us, oh no, sleep around, enjoy your youth, and then find out what you want and then you'll make a better wife. That's bullshit. That's complete crap. We've been lied to about that. We've been completely lied. Or this idea of, don't worry guys, just work hard in your 20s and get yourself a good body, get yourself a good job, buy yourself a house, and then you'll attract a woman when she's ready for the good man. And it's like, no, you'll attract a woman who's used up her youth on other guys that aren't you. And now she can't pair bond with you. So now you're signing up for a ticking time bomb and it will explode. And when it does, the courts are going to be against you. Okay. Your own family might turn against you. She might turn your children against you. Okay. So you've just signed up for a ticking time bomb of epic proportions when society or TV or culture creation industry has tried to convince you that actually everything's going to be okay and her past doesn't matter. I mean, listen to some of the songs like, what was that huge song by the Backstreet Boys? I don't care who you are, where you're from, what you did, as long as you love me, right? Think about that.
That's hilarious.
That was a huge song back when I was a kid. Amazing. Like, I don't know how music is now, but back when because I'm about the same age as you, like I'm 32, so we're roughly in the same age bracket. When we were kids, a song could be at the top of the charts for weeks. Yeah. And you weren't streaming music on whatever the music streaming device is now. You weren't streaming it, you weren't YouTubing it. You were listening to it on the radio. So if they were playing the number one hit, it was at the end of every, like the top 8 tracks at 4 p.m. or whatever. You knew it was going to be one of the top tracks. Like, this is going to be hard for young people to even believe this, but once upon a time, that's how we got the music. It was in top 8, top 10, top 15, and the same song would dominate for weeks or even months. And that song was one of them. So for months and months there, we were all being convinced, like all the men were being, in the Backstreet Boys, all the girls wanted those guys, right? Like look at all the girls fawning over them in the film clips. It doesn't matter that you and I know that that's fake. That's how it's presented. And what's the image we're being given? Hey guys, if you want to be successful with all the girls, here's the attitude you need to have.
Yeah.
I don't care who you are, where you're from, and what you did, as long as you love me. And then what's the message that the girls were getting at the exact same time? Christina Aguilera, dirty.
I know. That was a huge hit.
I loved it. I loved that song. I was a huge Christina Aguilera fan when I was a kid. Loved it. We all did. So you look at these competing messages that are being given. We have been brainwashed into seeing each other and seeing ourselves in such a way that's completely incompatible with the real world. Yeah. And so is it any surprise that all of these marriages are I mean, this idea that, the religious marriages that last for a long time, but there's all this abuse going on within them. I'm not convinced that that's true. I know marriages from people they've slept around before marriage, and there's abuse going on in those marriages. And it's mental abuse, psychological abuse, and even physical abuse. And you know what? In the examples that I know, it's not the man physically abusing the woman. The men are cowards. They're getting pinched, they're getting scratched, they're getting hit on the head. Just have to cop it. They're being embarrassed in front of their friends in public situations. They're being belittled.
That is terrible. That's the one that I think women are guilty of, and it's horrific. It's when they demean or humiliate their husbands in front of other people, and you see it a lot. And you see it on TV, and you see it in movies. And I think that programs people to think it's okay, and it's so not okay. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, so that like I said, like I'm mixing the little stats that we do have available with my anecdotal observation and just with logic. I mean, to me, some of these things are very logical.
Yeah.
The first car that I ever owned was this old, crappy VR Commodore wagon, right? It would have been, when I got it, would have been 12, 13 years old. Man, I loved that car. I loved it. It was all I knew, right? It did everything I needed it to do, and it almost never broke down, almost never. And the few times it did break down, it was cheap to repair because it was an old generic kind of car. It was great. Since then, I've traveled in all kinds of makes and models of cars and on bikes and everything now. If you put me back in that VR wagon, if it was the same one, for sentimental reasons, actually, I'd probably love it. But if it was just any other crappy old VR wagon, I'd be like, I need to get some more money and get a better car because this is a death trap is what this is, right? And so comparison is the thief of joy. And so when we've experienced certain things, we now have this inherent comparison. And I think the idea of young people, if they get together and they don't know any different, I think it's logical, it's obvious, they're better off that way. Yes.
And maybe they do. And maybe, like, even if you have a bad lover, you learn maybe to be better just with time, hopefully. Yeah, okay. You know what? That's because I see it from the opposite perspective. So when you say it, and I think, I have this bias, but then I think of it in terms of porn, right? And even like online dating things, like you see these guys and they all think that they can get the porn star because porn has kind of given them this idea that, right? And it's like, well, that's not realistic.
Do you guys, I hate to interrupt you, do you guys really think they can get the porn star? Most guys I know are happy to settle for somebody several sexual marketplace value points below them. Like, it's not...
Really?
Look around. I mean, I don't know what it's like in your part of the world, but look around. The number of times I see guys who are in decent shape walking around with women who are clearly not taking any care of themselves. It blows me away. You'd think it'd be the other way around. But
it's the opposite way in Vancouver, I think, because in Vancouver you see all these like hot, fit, attractive women, and they're all competing for men who, okay.
Who are they competing for? I have no idea. Explain it to me.
Well, I think maybe it has to do with the ratio of women to men, or maybe the number of porn addicts in I don't know what it is, but like you see a lot of men who maybe are not very kind, and maybe
but they're cute.
Yeah, but they're cute.
Yeah.
Right?
The fact that they're not kind just makes them more cute because it's like, wow, he can treat me like shit. He must be hot shit. I want to be with that guy. This is a truth, and you know this is a truth, and all of the viewers at home know this is a truth. Girls get off on that. They get off on a guy who puts himself on a higher level, and the easiest way to do that is just to treat her like shit every now and then. They love it.
No,
it's sick.
No, it's two things. And you're one, crazy girls like crazy things. And so and a lot of hot girls, for some reason, there's some relationship between super hot girls and crazy. But so crazy girls like a guy who treats them like shit sometimes. I've seen that too. But I think what it is that it's this thing we learn in high school where the guys who are kind of asses in high school, the rebellious guys who treat everybody kind of terribly, they also happen to be the ones who are more confident. And because they're rebellious, they tend to become sexually active at a younger age. So that means that by later high school, they have more experience. And so
They're more fun. They're more fun.
well,
The cute guys who are arrogant are more fun. This is all obvious to
they're
you and to
better
me.
in bed, and they're more confident, so they know to just kiss you. They know when to kiss you. Whereas the tentative shy,
They're not waiting for all the signals. They're just taking it. They love
well,
it.
no, it's that they know the signals and they know when to act. Whereas the shy, nice guy with no experience, and he doesn't know when to kiss you, and then when he does, it's no, it's
Yeah, it doesn't matter how sweet that guy is. He sucks.
yeah.
Want to
He
go for the
saw,
cute guy who all the other girls have gone for. They've all pre-selected for one another.
and
And
the
every high school has a small handful of guys. They're the ones who've been pre-selected, right?
yeah,
And they're the ones having fun with almost all the girls. And
and
most
the
of the guys are
bad
going
boys,
without. And everybody knows this.
yeah, and the bad boys, because they don't care what anybody thinks, they have more confidence. And I think that we learned that a confident guy is probably a better kisser because he's had more experience. And even if it's not true, it's something that young girls, I think it's an association we make. So we're more attracted to the confident guy because usually there's an association between that and being not just better at making out, but also better at reading the signals, so you don't have to be so obvious about like, yes, kiss me now, right? Like,
Exactly. It does.
right?
It's not hot. It's not hot, and it's not fun if you have to tell him or push him into it.
Like
You
guys
want
who
him just to
ask
go and do
for
it.
permission, like grown men who ask, can I kiss you now? There's nothing less attractive than that. If you don't know that this is the moment, or if you don't know that this isn't the moment, then it just makes me think that you probably don't know much about sex. Like, and it's not even about sex. It's not even that. It's that you're not picking up on my body. You're not picking up on my breathing. You're not picking up on my pupil dilation. If you can't tell whether or not I'm aroused, then you're not going to be good in bed, because then you're not going to be able to read the cues there either. So I think that's why bad boys do so well. It's not that women actually like guys who are jerks. We don't, but we like confidence, and a lot of jerks are confident. I think that's what it comes down to, maybe.
But one person's jerk is another person's confident man. And this is the issue. A lot of young boys now are being told to sort of keep their head down
Yeah.
and not be individual and not stand up for themselves and to not be who they are. And the ones who are a little bit different are medicated. And like I said earlier, the people being diagnosed with ADD or Asperger's, or now it's autism spectrum, they keep changing the name. The ones who are being diagnosed are the boys, and the ones who are being medicated are the boys predominantly. Most of the classrooms now are being taught by females, not by males. It's amazing how they all want quotas for boardrooms. They're not asking for quotas for classrooms. So you've got all these classrooms with females at the top, the boys being medicated, diagnosed, being told to keep their head down. The ones who do come along and they're confident, they're told that they're arrogant, they're told that they're a jerk, they're dragged down. Basically, the young men in Western countries are being neutered on a spiritual, on a psychological level. They're being neutered. Now, some of them are still rising through the cracks, and they're the giga PewDiePies, they're the giga Chads. Life couldn't be better for these dudes. But for most guys, they don't know who they're supposed to be. They don't know what they're supposed to do. And then compounding all of this, like you say that it's not cute if a guy asks for permission, totally, 100%. You know that, I know that, most of the viewers and listeners, they know all of that. But now we've got the situation where men are now being scared. Like, if you think you've got her consent, but then the next day it turns out she doesn't, well, you're in a lot of trouble now, Buster.
Yes.
You're in life-changing trouble.
Yeah,
So
she's charged for rape if she changes her mind as she's sleeping and wakes up and retroactively decides that she doesn't want to have had sex with you. She can charge you with rape. I know. It's terrible. I don't know how men are supposed to exist in that.
It's phenomenal. So we're fast approaching a time when only the most reckless of men will be doing the things that actually are successful, which is just knowing what you want, going and taking what you want, giving them what they want, whether they say it or not, and enjoying life. The number of men who will be doing that it's such a reckless thing now to do that, and a dangerous thing.
But here's the thing, though. It comes down to empathy, because it's not about having the confidence to say, I want to kiss her, so I'm going to go kiss her, and she'll think that's hot. No, she might actually slap you in the face, right? Like, what it is about is, it's about knowing the signs that she's turned on and wants to be kissed. A guy who can see that, her pulse is getting faster, she's breathing a little bit more shallow, her eyes are just that pupil dilation, right? The guy who can pick up on that is sexy, and he knows, like, this is the time to kiss her, because all those signs physiologically she's in a state, and like, that's what's attractive. It's not the guy who just has the confidence to come kiss you on the dance floor, right? Like, it's the guy.
Yeah, like I maybe you're mishearing what I'm saying, because you're responding to something that I didn't say. I'm just making the point that the confidence that people say they want, they're also saying you shouldn't have. And the vast majority of guys are just not that physically cute to begin with, right? If you look at what women really want, the vast majority of women want the same traits, and only some men really have those traits, right? So, like, the strong jaw, the strong cheekbones, the broad shoulders, the deep voice, the height, such an important thing. There are all these factors that the vast majority of women are attracted to, and only a small number of men really have those traits. And oftentimes those men are the same ones who in high school were being pre-selected, were getting the experience that you're saying is so important. So the pool of men who are actually attractive to women is a tiny, tiny percentage of the overall men. Most men are not attractive to most women. This is a huge black pill. This is a horrible black pill for people to learn. They don't want to learn this, and I don't blame them. It's a horrible thing for most people to learn. Whereas most women are still attractive to men, even women who take, but not the men that they want to be attracted to. Most women can't get PewDiePie, right? And that's who they want. They don't just want the sweet guy, which you've just spent half an hour explaining is true. You don't really want the sweet guy. He's not fun. Fuck that guy. You're not interested in him. It's the confident guy. It's the guy with the pre-selection experience, etc. So most women can get a man, just not the man they want. Whereas most men can't actually get any woman. So they're getting nothing.
Is that true? Because, okay, so I'm very self-conscious about my weight right now, because I've gotten a little bit pudgy. And I have this idea that, like, okay, so what this means is, so like when my friend was like, hey, you have to get on online dating, I was kind of like, yeah, but okay, but, and even in terms of like potential interaction, I kind of see myself as, I don't understand a man who would find me sexually attractive right now. I find that hard to believe, because I have this idea that men are so trained by porn to only be attracted to a specific ideal. And because right now I've kind of strayed a little bit away from that ideal, that I can't imagine a guy looking at me and still, you know, like, if he cares about me and if we connect and all of that, then okay. But like, I wouldn't see it as him being physically attracted. I would see it as him being like emotionally or mentally attracted, and then sex happens. Do you not think that's true? Do you not think that men right now are so targeting a specific thing that?
So most guys would prefer, the vast majority of guys would prefer the same traits: thin, young, and apparently fertile, like the nice curves and all that. Of course, that's true. However, that being said, the vast majority of men, if they're being honest, if they spent much time single in their late teens, early 20s, and if they spent any time around alcohol, they will tell you, behind closed doors, behind a beer or two, that on one occasion or more, they spent time with a girl who they wouldn't want to be seen with. But it happened, it was fun, or at least it seemed like it was when they were drunk, and they moved on with their lives, right? This happens all the time. Big girls are getting with guys who aren't big all the time.
But are the guys
stay sober? Next time someone goes to a bar or a club, just stay sober and watch what happens at the end. I actually think that a lot of big girls, they prey on the drunk guys, because they know, well, once they've got a few beers in them, I can get with a guy who's in decent shape, because he's let down his guard, and it's not going to be a long-term thing, but it's just a bit of fun. I mean, this was back in the pre-Tinder days, mind you. I have no idea what's going on out there these days, but back in when I was a bit younger, this would happen all the time, and it was totally common for bigger girls to get with guys who are in decent shape, because the guys are happy to go a couple points down on the sexual marketplace value just for the night. Like this, surely what I'm saying, none of this is new to you or to anyone listening. Like we all know this, just people don't normally talk about it. Whereas I'm like, hold on, I'm the guy who talks about space being fake, dinosaurs are fake, Nicola Tesla's fake, ancient Egypt's fake, nuclear bombs are fake, diamonds are fake, ultrasound harms the baby. I'm the guy who talks about all kinds of things. So I might as well be able to talk about this as well. And of course, you stray into very risky territory talking about these topics, because when you talk about these things, boy, do the haters come out. Boy, do they come out. The first thing they'll start criticizing is your appearance. They'll criticize your appearance. They'll criticize my appearance. It's the first thing that's going to happen. Or your sexuality. Maybe not you, but me. They're definitely going to come out and say that I'm gay or a virgin. Yeah, one of these two things. Or a gay version, perhaps, right? It's just guaranteed to happen. But it's like, well, hold on. This is real life, and it's stuff that we can all see. We all know marriages that are terrible. We all know marriages where the guy, he signed up for one thing, he's got something very different. We all know divorces where the guy's kids have been stolen from him. Yeah? We all know cases of guys who are nice guys, would never hurt anybody. They've gone their 20s. They're lucky to have had one or two romantic partners, if they're lucky. And we all know this. And we also know the dipshit down the street, but he's got a nice jawline. He's got big, broad shoulders. He treats people like shit. And every weekend, it seems like he's with a new girl. Like, we all know this.
I know, but
we all know it. We all know it. We all see it.
Yes, but I think this is what I keep, and this is my problem with the community, the online forums that you're talking about, because this is what I see as well. Though I see these guys who, like, I hate to say it, but I think guys are also wanting the Stacys, the guys who are not the Chads, and then they're just wanting the Stacy. Like, I see a lot of guys who are like, why doesn't the hot girl realize what a good personality I have? And they're saying it to their female friend who would be happy to have him, except that she's not good looking enough for him, right? Like, guys do it too. They want the Stacy. I know girls who are very attractive, right? Beautiful girls, and not at all good girlfriends. Not at all. And they always have happy, willing boyfriends, because it seems like girls, if they're beautiful enough, they can treat men like shit, and the men will take it. And then you have these very sweet girls, and nobody wants them because they're not hot enough. So it goes both ways.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is that men are attracted to the more attractive women, and vice versa. Like, we all agree about that. What I'm suggesting is that women, at least for short-term relationships, have far more options than men, and that's because women tend to be attracted to the same small pool of men, whereas most men, they will date down in the sexual marketplace value system. And I don't think we're disagreeing about those key points. Now, what tends to happen a lot is that a lot of women feel as though they're not getting attention, but they are, just not from the men they want attention from. Whereas a lot of men are getting no attention whatsoever. So for a point of comparison, you think about the average person who's 20, 22, 24, 26, and they've got social media accounts. Women's social media accounts tends to blow up. They're always getting messaged. They're always getting some kind of attention from somebody, right? Yes. A lot of men can go days, if not weeks, without a single text message from anybody. Yeah. Right? Now, that's going to sound bizarre to you. That's going to sound bizarre to a lot of the females in the audience who are listening to this. But it's very common for men now in the Western world, if they're in their 20s, unless they're cute PewDiePie, unless they're one of those pre-selected men, they're getting no attention from anybody. And so they hear someone like you say, oh, but it's so hard to find a man. And they're like, you could have a man at your doorstep in 30 minutes if you wanted, Sasha. In 30 minutes. Some guy will drive to you. The thing is, it's not PewDiePie who'll do it, right? You can't get the PewDiePie. But some guy will come to you. Whereas very few guys have that kind of option. Some, a tiny percentage. Most guys know. It takes a lot more time and effort and work than just jumping on a text message and, hey, come over. Do you see the disparity that's going on here?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I do, like, in my defense.
Like, I don't want to go into any details that are inappropriate, because, again, I don't want to stray into territory that's too personal. But I have seen one or two girls' Tinder accounts. These are not girls who I met on Tinder. Again, I have never used it. However, sometimes you get to know a girl, and for whatever reason, she wants to show you her Tinder account. So it's like, okay, and you see the kind of attention they're getting, and it's like, holy shit, this is phenomenal. Even the biggest players I knew, like I've known a lot of people in my life, and I've known a couple of guys who were just totally cute. The girls loved them. Even those guys weren't getting this kind of attention. And these girls, they're just average girls. They're not the Stacey. They're just average girls, but they're getting outrageous amounts of attention. Outrageous.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. And again, and this is one of the things I love about Tinder. Like, I'm not for Tinder. I'm not glad that it's here necessarily. However, I like to look at the bright side of things, because some things we can't change. Some things are only going to keep on going the way they're going. So you either lament it, or you try and see the bright side of it. Well, one of the bright sides of Tinder is that it has brought to the fore something that in the past, the only people who knew were women and a small percentage of men knew what was really going on. Now anyone can see what's going on. Now some people will ignore it, they'll deny it, they'll put their head in the sand. But the evidence is there now, it's overwhelming. It's like, yeah, she's got options, dude. She's got all kinds of options. And she knows it. She knows it, and now you know it. So,
funny.
What are you going to do about it?
It's funny that you're saying this because, okay, so here's the thing, right? It's true I only lasted about a week on the dating app before I was like, this is just nonsense. I did have one guy say, because I had myself listed as conservative. He's like, are you really conservative? I bet you're not really conservative. How do you define conservative? Because he was liberal. And I was like, well, I think that the freedom of speech supersedes the right to freedom from being offended by speech that's presented in a public space. So yeah, I consider myself conservative because of it. Oh my God. He was like, well, you're just a fat retard and your Jesus pukes on you. Like, I was so stunned. Like, first of all, there's nothing in my profile that says I'm Christian. And just that anger and that viciousness. Anyway, so that was when I was like, okay, I'm done with this. But here's the thing where you're right. I had boys from 21 to 50-year-old men, right? Just hello, right? And a lot between 22 and 26. Oh my goodness. All these 20. And the picture that I used, I made sure to show, like, I'm not super thin right now. And still, all these 22 to 26-year-olds, primarily, like a lot of them, because I think that there are more of them that are actively looking for sex. But the thing is that, like, it's not actually, I actually didn't think that that was fun. It wasn't rewarding. It wasn't a good feeling. It was just depressing because it was like, I have all these pings and, like, I couldn't have a satisfying conversation with a single one of them. They're too young, or they're just too sporty, or, like, they're just not interesting. And it just made me feel more alone. I felt more alone because I was awash with pings, and I could see from their profile, like, nope. And when I would ask them, like, what do you think about in quiet moments? And they would be like, I think about cuddling. I really like cuddling. Do you like cuddling? Want to cuddle? And I'd just be like, delete. Do you know what I mean? So, like, I know that guys think it must be so nice to have all this attention. When you actually try it, it's actually horrific. It just makes you feel so lonely.
Yeah, these guys already feel lonely, I'm willing to bet, in most cases. They already feel plenty lonely. So the idea that they'd be getting lots of messages from people of the opposite sex sounds like heaven to them.
Yeah. Yeah, but
and so again, everything you're saying fully supports the point that I'm making. The two completely different experiences of life that are going on for men and women, especially in this day and age, with apps like Tinder. It's night and day. And what happens is a lot of the girls, because they're all going for the same pre-selected alpha type, Chad type dudes, they know that this Chad dude is getting the same attention that they're getting. But there's only so many of those Chad dudes. So a lot of those girls get the idea that the guys are getting as much attention as they are. No, the Chad dudes are getting as much attention as all women. And all those women are giving their attention to that small number of Chad dudes, leaving the vast majority of guys out getting little, if any, attention whatsoever.
Yes.
And I think everything you're saying supports exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. I will see the point. I agree with you. You're right. Tinder has to go, and we do need to. And I do.
No, it doesn't have to go. No. Tinder is again. I've never used it, but it is a wonderful thing because, like, some people will tell you that we live in a time of revelation, and it's like, what do you think that even means? To me, I do think the truth is coming out. I think the truth is in plain sight, and things like Tinder is bringing to the fore a truth that some people have known for a long time. But now it's being put in front of everybody's faces. It's being put in everybody's pockets now. This is a time of great revelation. So I'm not anti-Tinder. I'm not anti-Stacey. I'm not anti-Chad. I'm not anti any of it. It is what it is. It is what it is. And now that the truth is there for us to see, we get to decide how do we want to live our lives. Now, if a man comes to me and he says, well, I'm 30 years old and most girls haven't given me much attention in my life, but now I've got a good job and now this this 30-year-old Stacey wants to be with me and we're going to be happy. I'm like, awesome. Good luck with that. I know what's going to happen. You clearly don't. Good luck with that. I'll see you in a few years' time, right? Whereas me, I'm like, is that a path that I want to go down now that I see things for what they are? And I think, no, probably not. That's probably not the path for me. So the truth doesn't inherently improve somebody's life. It's what do you do with it? And I think Tinder and Bumble and just social media in general has shown us something about human nature that perhaps many of us wouldn't have realized in the past. We were living in fantasy land. We were deluded. We were self-deluding. And most people still want to self-delude. But those of us who are sticking to the path of no, let me know what is the truth, we're seeing it. And now we can make better decisions based on that information. And I'll tell you right now, there are places in the world where you don't have to put up with this Western style nonsense. None of this nonsense that people think is normal. There are places in the world where that's not normal. It's the US, Australia, Canada, England, and Western Europe. Most of the rest of the world, all of this nonsense, women abusing their own husband, doesn't work that way. Doesn't work that way. And when you spend time in some of these places, you think to yourself, man, life can be a beautiful thing. Why would you?
No, here's the thing, though. The problem is that for women, it's not as ideal. And also, there are a lot of those places where, like, you think things are better. A lot of times the women are taught from a very young age to be much better actresses, and they're not genuine about their right. Like, you hear about the Western men, they go to Asia and the girl is like, I love you, and then you find out actually she has a Thai boyfriend and she's just using you for prestige or for money or for maybe hopefully a visa, a green card, whatever it is, right? Like, I think that and we see it here as well, right? That there are some cultures that teach their daughters at a young age to really make the man believe the fantasy. But they resent
as opposed to a woman who says, I love you, let's get married, and then they get married and all of a sudden there's no more sex and now he's on the hook for half of his earnings. That's so, the Thai girls that you're talking about are so different, are they?
Yeah, I suppose not anymore, right? I suppose not. But I think that aren't some of those girls then they really resent their husbands and they can't get out of their marriage. That's their life. They're stuck in it. They fake that they love the guy, whatever. But aren't they also like really mean in little like passive aggressive ways?
Who the Thai girls? I don't know. I've never had a Thai girlfriend, so don't misunderstand anything that I've said so far. I'm not in Asia for the girls. That was the last thing on my mind when I came here. I just wanted low cost of living, good access to internet, and cheap food because I prefer other people to cook my food than me to cook it. $2 meals, thank you very much. But everybody thought, or lots of people when I said I was going to Thailand or whatever, they're like, oh, you're going for the women. I was like, no, I'm not. But now that I've been in Asia for 10 months and I've seen a completely different dynamic, especially here in Vietnam. Here in Vietnam, the men are treated like princes. So in the way in the Western world, the women are treated like princesses. In Vietnam, the men are treated like princes. There's none of this women get everything and can abuse. There's none of this nonsense whatsoever. And you know what? People are happier here. Women ultimately don't respect the idea that the men will submit to them. They know that's weak. They know that's pathetic. They want the man to be in charge. And here in Vietnam, that's expected. Of course, the man's in charge.
Sweeping comment like that because it's not true for all women. If a man tries to put me in my place, he's not going to last very long around me. So, like, I just don't think it's true that all women have an inner deep desire for a man to control them and take charge.
It's not just women. Men want that as well. Look at all the men who want a leader. They want a big, strong man to yell at people and, woohoo, he's our king, yeah?
Weak people want someone else to take responsibility for their lives.
Humans want someone else who's responsible. They want someone who's bigger and stronger and we'll take the heat, we'll take the arrows. Like a lot of times in office places, managers will get a lot of criticism. But it's like, well, at the end of the day, part of the reason they get paid more is because of all the criticism they're going to cop from making decisions. Yeah? That's one of the reasons why management gets paid more. They've got to deal with more of the barbs that come. Whereas the little lemming underlings, not such a big deal. So it's the same thing in relationships, human relationships. I don't just mean romantic. People tend to respect and want to be around people who are at the top, who are bigger, stronger, and who take lead. That's natural.
Many, not all.
I'm talking in general.
I know. No, and maybe that's what surprised me about the flat Earth community as well, is that they were so desperate for leaders, for gurus, right? Like Mark Sargent, Matt Boylan, Eric DeBay, to some extent Pat, right? Like people, and then when those fell away, then Globebusters rose up, and like I'm not saying it's a bad thing, because it's like you point out, it's a human nature thing that we that and I think that that's the thing. For some of us, we get into this and we're not like that. And so it's so unexpected that even in this truth community where I thought, okay, these are people like me, no, they're clearly not, because they're still looking for these things, the leader to tell them what to believe, right? Like yeah, and I think that's with you as well, right? Like you're not wanting someone to tell you what to believe. I think if you were more like that, you would have had more success in the communities, in the groups that you're moving in, right? And even your channel. But because you don't seem to want someone to tell you what to believe, I think that makes people, and it's not just that, and you're not willing to tell people what to believe, right? Like Mark will tell people there is a dome. This is an enclosed world. It's in a stadium in a greater reality, right? And that's the truth. And so people like that comfort of like, he's telling me what to believe. And I think that's the thing with you, is that it's not just that you're not willing to let someone else tell you what to believe, it's that you're also not willing to tell people what to believe. So
Yeah, well, I try to avoid it because, again, like I got into this when I was 27, 26, 27, 28. So it's still so, I mean, 32 isn't that old, but I'm starting to get on in age. But when I was 27, I was like, well, who am I to give life advice to people? And now that I'm 32, but most of my audience are in their 40s or 50s, same thing. It's like, well, I'm not here to say do this or do that. Like it's not my place to do that. And in terms of beliefs, someone else's belief doesn't affect my life, does it? It doesn't affect my life. So it's not, I'm not passionate enough about what you believe to try and change your mind. You see what I mean? Especially when my mind can change. Like my mind has changed on so many topics. It's like, okay, I think Tesla's a hoax now. However, more evidence could come to light in the future. I doubt it, but it could. So why would I waste time now trying to convince you that Tesla's a hoax if there's a possibility that in a year's time I change my mind and now I think he's real? You see? So I'm not passionate enough about my beliefs or your beliefs to try and convince people. But what most people want is someone who'll get up there like a preacher. Yeah, they love it. The masses love the preachers. Doesn't matter if it's an online church or a brick and mortar church. It doesn't matter if it's a flat earth church or a Christian church. It doesn't matter. People love the preacher. They love it. They love this stuff. WWE, Vince McMahon, yeah? Maybe he's a bit older now, doesn't do it so often, but once upon a time, they loved it when the big boss man strolled out to tell people how it is. And some of them loved what the boss man was saying. Some of them hated Vince McMahon. But either way, the creatures telling people how it is and they love it. They totally love it. Now, in my case, I'm fortunate. I've built up like a niche audience of people who don't want me to tell them you have to believe this. They don't want that, right? But it's a tiny niche audience. You're quite right. You're quite right. There's a much bigger audience. If I could go back 5 years and I just wanted to make money, then I would have just become one of the personalities who tell people how it is, yeah? Get a couple dudes in my moderating team to boot people, ask for the super chats, and make hundreds of dollars a week sitting on a couch telling people how it is, yeah? It's a very clever thing to do. And I've got no problem with people who do that because now I understand that's what the masses want, yeah? So, like, if I can give you one overarching point before we wrap this up, it's like I have a better understanding now of humans. I don't say that it's necessarily a good thing or a bad thing. I don't say that things like Tinder or social media are necessarily a good thing or a bad thing. Mythos about Nicola Tesla, not a good thing or a bad thing. It just is what it is. And it's a manifestation of human nature. And it, so what? Tomorrow the sun comes up. The sun comes up and I get to believe whatever I want to believe, and so does all of the audience. And at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter that much. What does matter is how we live our lives based on the information we've got.
How we live our lives. And I am a little bit different in that I do want to persuade people of things like sacredness, that there's an order, that that the information of our lives is being recorded. And so there's a bit of a difference there, but I think I share enough of your perspective. I relate to you a little bit more because I'm not looking to start a cult of my own, I guess. I think That's the thing, right? I don't know.
What should we do? Should we read out a few questions from the comments before we wrap it up? I feel like we've kind of ignored them a little bit.
and then if you can just give a few comments about synchromysticism for people to look into and for people to look up.
Yeah. Well, before I forget, this is going to blow your mind. So we looked at that video by Barely Human 11, Lloyd Our Christ Bearer, earlier on. Do you know who that guy is by any chance?
Who is this guy?
Well, this guy is a guy called Joe Alexander. What if I told you that he was a top 10 NBA draft pick? The guy who made that video, and also many of the listeners right now will be familiar with Back to the Future Predicts 9/11. There's a video with millions of views that suggests that Back to the Future predicted 9/11. That was also made by Barely Human 11, also known as Joe Alexander. That guy was a top 10 NBA draft pick.
No.
Big time. And in the synchromystic community, because they've got their own little community, it's not very active now, but a few years ago it was fairly popular. Well, I mean, it was more sizable than it is now.
Right.
And he was on a few podcasts. He even went to one of their summits back in 2014. I think they had a summit, a Sync Summit, that about 15 or 20 people turned up to. And he went along. Like, from what I can gather, he's a genuine guy. There's a podcast where people are asking him, well, hold on, if you're into these esoteric ideas, what was it like being a professional basketball? And he's like, well, we don't really talk about this stuff. You know what I mean? The teammates aren't interested in this kind of thing. And he sort of talked about how he didn't, like, he's a cool dude, a handsome dude, a successful dude, a top 10 NBA draft pick. You put him in a professional basketball environment, of course he's going to know how to fit in, you know. But at the same time, the way he explained it was, yeah, he could do all of that, but in a way he never really felt like part of the NBA machine. Now, these are all my words, not his. But these podcasts are out there, and this is what I do. If I find something I like, I go and investigate. Who are these people? Where are they coming from? Have they got books? Have they got podcasts? Have they got articles I can read? You know, this is what sets what I call research apart from what conspiracy culture thinks is research. Just watching videos is not research. I want to know who did this. I want to know what's their philosophy. I want to know, have they got content? Can I read it? Can I check it out? This is the kind of investigation I do. And I've got an entire article available for free at johnlebon.com about synchromysticism, where I explain, guys, here's my research into who these guys are, what they're saying, why they're saying it. Here it all is. That's the kind of thing I provide. And much of it is free. That article, totally free at johnlebon.com.
Yeah, I am at some later time. I want to have you on again, and maybe we can talk about some of that video, some of the related ones, because this is a topic I want to talk about again.
I could talk about it all day. Yeah. Can you believe we've been talking for 5 hours and 10 minutes? That has just flown. That is crazy. And you said something earlier, like you don't speak very much, so your voice isn't as strong as it used to be, or your vocal cords. Yeah. I've got the same problem. I can go days without really talking to anybody, and then all of a sudden I'm recording a video, and my voice is just like it's like a muscle. Like, you don't use your muscles, they get weak. It's the same with your vocal cords. Like my voice isn't as strong as it used to be because I'm just not using it so often. Yeah. Like, I used to have a normie job that involved heaps of talking, right? And it was the same freaking conversation every time. Have you got your piece of paper? Have you got your documents? Blah, blah, blah. Do the usual small talk. Oh, so why are you studying this? Blah, 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 blah. Bang. See you later. Next. I would be talking all day back in the day. Whereas now, when do I talk? Yeah. So if you've noticed that my voice is starting to go after 5 hours, yeah, this is what happens now. Or it could just be because I'm getting old too. Like, that's what I used to think. I'm just getting old. I'm like, dude, 30 is not that old. I think it's the explanation that you gave. If you're just not talking all the time. And look, some of the people in the scene that you still mix in, they do talk for hours a day, every day on Google Hangouts or in Discord chats, you know, about the so-called flat Earth. I popped into Oakley's flat Earth one yesterday. In the after show, I was just listening to these guys arguing about flat Earth, and then it dawned on, and I thought they were all random people, and some were there for flat Earth, and some were there to argue against it. And none of them could understand that I don't believe in flat Earth or spinning ball. Like, that seemed to really hit them for six. But so I'm just listening to these people arguing. Then it occurred to me, hold on, these people are talking to each other as though they've had this conversation before. So I asked them, have you guys all been chatting like this in the past? They're like, yeah, last night and the night before. And I'm like, you guys just do this every night, don't you? And they were like, yeah, I mean, sometimes you see a new face or a new avatar, but for the most part, it's the same people every night. And I'm like, they actually do. It's like, you know, in the old video games, how there's the non-player characters that sometimes there's like a bug in the programming and they'll be constantly walking into a wall. So you just walk past them. That's how these people are to me now. The flat earthers and the spinning ball earthers. If they keep having the exact same conversations night after night, it's like, wow, in this simulation-like reality, I've found the NPCs, they just keep bumping into the wall. Except instead of bumping into the wall, they're just bumping into each other on Nathan Oakley's Flat Earth Discord chat. It's the same conversation, the same people for how long now? A year, 2 years, 3 years? That's all I hear now is just NPCs bumping into the wall. That's all it is. And they're never going to change.
You know what? I don't even know. I haven't been on the Discord servers at all. But yeah, that doesn't ring false. I have to be honest with you. Like,
Oh, it was so late last night. I remember when the thought went through my head, like, hold on, these people aren't random. They know each other. They've had this conversation before. And then I was like, I'm going to test that out. So I typed in, hey, do you guys know each other? And the confirmation came back from several people. Yeah, we do this all the time. Like,
oh la la.
3 years, man, 4 years. Are you kidding me? Jesus.
Well,
But
that's my current existential crisis for my channel. Is I realized I've been doing this for a number of years now, and I'm not sure that whatever it was that I thought would, like, the impact that I thought I would have, or I don't know, the contribution that I thought I could make to spreading flat earth truth, I'm realizing, like, yeah, okay, no. And so then that's why I'm realizing I have to reassess. If I thought I was going to be able to contribute flat earth truth to the world, now I'm realizing, nope, that's not what's happening. So then what do I do with that information now? What direction do I go into? So tell us what projects you have coming up so that people know. And I have been putting your website down on the scroll below. So they know where to
yeah,
find
I appreciate that. Thank you for that. Yeah, so it just varies. I mean, we have member calls regularly. On average, maybe once every fortnight. It just depends. And the topics change. So sometimes we do film analysis, like esoteric analysis of film. For instance, like Total Recall. I put to you that in Total Recall, there are obvious forewarnings of what we call 9/11, but not in the, it's predictive programming sense. It's the synchromistic sense of, well, how is it possible that there are so many signs, there's so many connections in this film that was made, 10 years before September 11? More than that. How is it possible that there's so much of this? Like, these are the kinds of things that we explore in the film analysis. In this year, the main hoaxes I've focused on in 2019, because I've been thinking about this, I've been reflecting on the year that's been. The main hoaxes I've focused on this year have been to do with, say, the diamond hoax. Like, diamonds, most people think they come from the ground.
Yeah.
That's a hoax. That's not real at all.
What?
Okay.
Where did they come from?
Chinese factories, just like Chinese shitty McDonald's toys. And it's very easy to demonstrate this as well. Like, once you actually see the evidence, you'll be like, how come I didn't see this sooner?
You mentioned the diamond hoax, but I thought you meant like that people think that they're rare, but they're not actually.
No, that's a red herring. That's the beauty. Some of the best hoaxes have a red herring hoax, a red herring conspiracy. So with diamonds, the red herring is, De Beers have a monopoly on the diamonds, and they only release just enough to artificially make a scarcity of supply to push up the prices, right?
Yeah.
That's the red herring conspiracy. I can even show you when they spread that red herring conspiracy to put people like you or me off the scent of what's really going on. These diamonds are all manufactured. They're completely worthless junk. The reason people pay money, and this ties back into what we were talking about earlier, is to do with the marriage industrial complex.
Yeah.
It's to do with, you have to prove that you're worthy of me by spending a significant amount on a rock. And usually it's not so much the girl that's the issue, it's all of her friends. She can't have a guy who didn't spend thousands of dollars on a rock. So you see, the value of the rock is what you're spending on it. Nothing to do with utility or with scarcity. It's all to do with how much you spend on it. So you spend $3,000 on the rock, it's worth $3,000 in the sense of she can tell her friends it's $3,000, or he can tell her it's $3,000, or she knows that he's willing to spend $3,000, whatever the nonsense might be. Nothing to do with scarcity or utility. And in fact, they admit that they can manufacture these diamonds. They just claim that they only use the manufactured diamonds in industrial applications.
Yeah,
but if you present a so-called fake diamond and a so-called real diamond to an expert jeweler, they admit that they can't tell the difference if you know where to look. They don't come out and tell you too explicitly, but if you're willing to do the research, you can find them admitting, we can't tell the difference. Impossible. Because it's a diamond. It's compressed carbon. But that then led me on my next little rabbit trail. I wanted to know, what is carbon? Right. Well, I don't want to reveal too much on this, because this is one of those topics that's better to have notes in front of you. But even something like atomic theory, and the periodic table of the elements. So when you're sitting in chemistry class and you've got your little periodic table and it's missing a few at the top, and then it sort of goes down like this, and there's all these little numbers and letters and all this periodic table element stuff.
Table, yes.
Oh yeah, who doesn't? It's great stuff. Yeah. But you and I have never seen an atom. We've never seen an atom in our lives. We're never going to. And all we've seen is pictures in our textbooks. Yes. And this notion that what we're even breathing in right now is oxygen or whatever. I went down a bit of a rabbit trail, concerned with what you might call chemistry, but that's only the tip of the iceberg. So it was the diamond hoax. It was looking at what some people might call the carbon hoax, the deadly animal hoax we looked into this year. Spiders, deadly spiders in Australia, they're a hoax. They never kill anybody. Snakes, the vast majority of deadly snakes are not even deadly. When they say, "Oh, this taipan could kill 100 men," that's not real. That's a hypothetical. What they do is they'll do a test on a mouse. They'll kill the mouse, which the snakes actually do eat mice. So it makes sense that they can envenomate and kill a mouse, right? But then they'll extrapolate from that onto what would happen if this same snake bit all of these humans. But it's not actually based on human deaths. These snakes don't kill humans. They're petrified of humans. They're not killing any humans, right? So deadly animals in Australia, the venomous ones, are for the most part a hoax. For the most part. Spiders especially, but even for the most part, snakes, they're a hoax. These deaths aren't really happening. And there's a whole industry built around selling the anti-venom for these things, right? So occasionally you'll see these articles saying, "Oh, the peak body of blah, 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 blah are concerned about the anti-venom levels in Australia." But it's an industry. It's a whole industry that's built on this idea that you need the anti-venom. But why? Because we're all convinced that these animals kill you. But why? All part of the same conditioning that goes back to all the other hoaxes we're talking about. Another hoax that I spent all the time on this year is the ultrasound hoax. Everybody's convinced that ultrasound is harmless for the baby. Why are people convinced about that? Oh, it's only sound. Sound can't hurt anything. Who told you it's sound? Who told you it's sound? Who told you that? Well, that's what it's called. Yeah, that's what it's called. But why do you believe it's sound? You can't hear it. There's not a single living organism in this world that can hear it. It's not sound. Sound is something you can hear. They call it ultrasound because that sounds a lot better than radiation. We're just going to give the baby a radiation to see its sex. Well, hold on, you're going to radiate it. Yeah, just to find out if it's a girl or a boy. Whoa, just hold on there, buddy. You're radiating it. That's not so amenable. So what you do is you say, "We're going to ultrasound it." "Oh, it's only ultrasound, just a bit of sound, mate. Just have a bit of a look at the baby. Is she big and growing strong? Fantastic. All right. I found evidence, compelling evidence, undeniable evidence that ultrasound retards the growth of the fetus in the womb. Yes. Ultrasound retards the growth of the fetus in the womb. Yes.
I believe it. Yeah.
It gets worse than that because the evidence that shows that was from when ultrasound devices were 1/100th as powerful as they are today. Once upon a time, it was this rudimentary black and white grainy image. Now they're doing these 3D ultrasounds, right? Which require more power. So what I've managed to do, and this takes hours and hours and hours of research. You're going to have to emphasize to people, this isn't just watching videos. This is actually trying to find the scientific studies and reading them for myself. I'm very lucky. I've got a university education. I know how to find studies. I know how to read them, check the methodology, etc. So that's what I do. And you know what I found? Overwhelming evidence that even 1/100th of the power of the ultrasounds that are being used today, even at 1/100th of that power, retards the growth of the fetus. Yes. Now, you think through the consequences of this. If it's retarding the growth of it in terms of its size, its length, and its weight, what's it doing to its brain? And then you start to think, did you ever hear the stories about how, when they were ultrasounding, it was like he knew we were watching him because he turned away. Yeah, why do you think he was turning away?
Yeah.
Think through this. It's radiation, it's not sound. The frequencies that they're talking about, no organism can hear it. It's not sound. Forget the name sound. You've been conned. It's radiation. Now, once you establish this, the expert will come back and say, okay, it is, but it's non-ionizing radiation. And it's like, non-ionizing. Explain this ionizing element to me. Oh, well, you see, some radiation causes ionizing and some doesn't. Okay, what difference does that make to the fetus? Whether you call it ionizing or not, if it's having an effect on it. You see? So they're very cheeky with their language. Ultrasound, no, it's not, it's radiation. Oh, it's non-ionizing. And the lemming masses are so stupid, that's enough for them to be convinced. Because the expert in the white coat is like, oh, well, it is sound, it's ultrasound. Is it radiation? Well, yeah, but it's non-ionizing, you know what I mean? And that's enough for the lemmings, right? Yeah. The lemmings treat the medical industry like saints, like God to walk on it. And then, of course, you've got the other problem, which is like the facto rationalization or defense, all of the parents listening to this would have had ultrasounds done on their children. So they're going to have this thing in their head of like, if what this JLB dude is saying is true, they're going to feel guilty about it.
Yeah.
Easier to attack me or to ignore me than to look at the evidence. And I don't blame them for that. I don't blame them one bit. I say, if you didn't know what you were doing, why feel guilty? You can't go and undo what was done for a start. There's no reason to feel guilty about it. It's the same as the parents who get their sons mutilated when they're born. They call it circumcision, but it is, of course, mutilation. When they later discover how horrible this practice is, it's natural for them to feel guilty about it. It's like, well, you didn't know better. There's no point feeling guilty about it. You can't undo it. But what you can do is look at the evidence and look at the facts and then speak the truth to the world. Circumcision is mutilation. Ultrasound is radiation. These are the facts.
Yes.
You see?
I know.
So,
I didn't used to understand that about circumcision, and when I was very young, I at one point defended it, and now I realize, like, wow, was I wrong?
significantly so.
Yeah, I know. Peter and Pete, or Pete and Peter, they're a YouTube channel, and they do kind of myth busting in terms of what science says is truth, but is actually just a myth. So they talk again also, like you mentioned, is air oxygen and hydrogen, and how do we know? And what are the experiments that have proven it? And can we look at those experiments and come to different conclusions? And they do it about water, and they do it about iron oxide, and it's fascinating and compelling, and it really makes you question, like, you were talking about the periodic table, and I grew up, it's so ordered, so it pleases my kind of OCD, and I like all the different information that you can get from it, the melting points and the isotopes, and like, it's just complex, and it's symbols, and like, there's so much you can engage with, right? So I really like it. But now that I've been watching Pete and Peter, whatever it is, I have taken a step back and realized, wow, I was taught it so young, and so you take it on blind faith as a child, and then it's fun, and it's engaging, so then you kind of want it to be true, and I'm realizing now that there's increasing evidence to show that it's not actually at all representative of reality. So I'm very much looking forward to going on your website and finding the information about the carbon, because I want to know more about that in particular. What do you call it? Carbon is a hoax theory? Is that?
I like to use the word hoax. It's one of my favorite words in the whole world. But there's a member of my website. See, my website now, it's home to dozens of members around the world, almost 100 members around the world. And many of them submit their own creations, their own content to my website.
Okay.
So one of the members of my website has a background in chemistry, and he was the one who kind of raised all of his carbon stuff with me in the first place. And he's released a heap of material on what I would call the carbon hoax. I don't know if that's what he would call it, but that's kind of the thrust of what he's saying. And if you want to check his website out, it's TNG Breaking Reality. So what I'll do is I'll send you a link to his website if you want to put it in the show notes or in the info box, and people can go and check out his work. So what's happened is, over time, I've attracted all of these people to my website now, and some of them do just want to listen or watch. They're not so active, but there's a growing number of them. They're writing articles, they're doing podcasts, they're making videos now, and it's cool to see that there is like this skepticism. People are starting to want to be involved in skeptical content creation. Like, rather than just sit there, and it's easy for anyone to sit there and listen to me say that's a hoax, and maybe it's entertaining, hopefully it is, but I think it can be very enjoyable to sit there yourself with the scientific papers or with the textbooks or whatever, and just like almost. Not everybody hated school. I didn't hate school. I liked learning things. And it's like, well, we can go and do that again, start from the start. And it turns out a lot of this stuff is a complete hoax. So, so we talk about that on the website. And then another big hoax I spoke about this year is the Titanic hoax. The Titanic was a hoax. Didn't exist ever, in my opinion. So some people say, oh, no, it did exist, but they replaced it with its sister ship. No, remember how I told you about conspiracy red herrings? That's the conspiracy red herring. There was no sister ship. It didn't exist. The Titanic was a hoax from start to finish. Nobody died. Nobody got hurt, period. Right? That's very hard to believe. But these are the kinds of topics that I talk about. I present my evidence on the website.
Okay, I have to go check up on all of those. Because the Titanic one I'm surprised about. The carbon one, I can't wait to dig into. The diamonds one, I totally accept what you're saying is true, but I'm still, my mind is blown because it didn't even occur to me. And like I've seen the how do they make it shows where they show how they make fake sapphires and things for industrial uses, right? It's always they make all these gems, but it's only for industrial purposes. But now that you pointed out, like, yeah, clearly that's what they're selling as gemstones, right?
Well, it's just manufactured in factories, which they admit they can do that. You can even see footage of them doing it. So then it becomes, and he's like the relationship. I learned about diamonds, this compact carbon in chemistry. I took high school chemistry. And so you just accept it, you take it on face value. Oh, diamonds are made from the same material as graphite that you draw with, right? It's just when it's really dense, it comes out as a diamond. And they talk about industrial diamonds, but it's like, oh, it's cost prohibitive to make them for jewelry. And it's like, okay, that's a good enough explanation because we just accept this crap on face value. Then you come back later and you're like, oh, it's cost prohibitive, is it? Tell me more. And then you do the research, you do the digging. No, cost prohibitive is digging holes in the ground to find these things. You know what's a lot easier? Firing up the furnace in a Chinese factory and cooking yourself some diamonds, because that's exactly what they do.
Yes. Okay, before we end, I'm just going to say a couple sentences about it, and it's something maybe we can talk about in a future hangout. But I have been watching this French conspiracy theorist, Roch Sakier, and he talks about a lot of different conspiracy theories that I think you would also find interesting. And he does talk about flat Earth and NASA, and he also doesn't believe in the heliocentric system. But one of the things he talks about is ancient Egypt, and he's saying like he also doesn't believe in dinosaurs. I think he watches your content, to be honest, because some of the things he says, I'm like, I think he got that from John LeBon. But he talks about ancient Egypt and how there's this pattern where first they find the virgin papyrus, then they find the papyrus with the commercial transaction accounts on it. So first, the virgin papyrus, are they accepted by the community of Egyptologists as legitimate, as old as they should be, right? So it's like a test, like, will they accept these as being ancient? Yes, they accepted them. Okay, our faking strategies worked. Then they test, they just do some like, oh, here's a transaction for buying grain. And that's to see if, will they accept the ink? Will they accept the writing style? Will that pass as being from ancient Egypt? Once that's established, now those are used as the comparison against which any future finds are compared to. So then they come out with whatever they want the ancient Egyptians to have said. And then that's when they create all these papyrus about this and the Book of the Dead and all these, the pyramids, all these different things. And he presents it in a way that's quite compelling.
I can make it even more simple for you, Sasha. Like, I don't know the guy you're referring to. I'm not familiar with his work. If you send me a link, I'll check it out. It'd be interesting to see. But I can make it more simple for you. When do you think the pyramids were rediscovered? People have it in their heads that like the pyramids have always been known about. No, they haven't. They were rediscovered a few hundred years ago, right? And then if you trace the sources for so many of these supposedly ancient books, a lot of them go back to the Oxyrhynchus papyri. The Oxyrhynchus papyri that was discovered by Grenfell and Hunt in the late 1800s, right? These two dudes from either Oxford or Cambridge, I always confuse the two. These two dudes just happened to stumble on this great cache of ancient documents called the Oxyrhynchus papyri. Now, the Oxyrhynchus papyri was supposedly a rubbish dump. And what these guys have done, that's their story, not mine. And what these guys have done is in the late 1800s, they've discovered this cache of documents, which are now to this day slowly being recreated, put back together by the experts at Cambridge and or Oxford. And so you have to ask yourself the question, hold on, I've never seen these papyri. They were supposedly rediscovered by academics, clearly a vested interest, in a rubbish dump in the late 1800s. Is it possible that there's a deception going on here? Is it that possible? These people who are like, hey guys, get this. We found an old rubbish dump with all these great documents telling us about the past, core blimey. We need government grants to study all of this stuff, of course. We need more grants for the university so we can slowly piece it together. You can even see footage of them piecing it together with tweezers, supposedly. So, goodness gracious, guys, we need the money, but we've got the truth. We found it in this rubbish dump of all these thousands of year old documents, and we're just going to slowly release them year after year after year after year.
Yeah.
Is it possible? This is my question to people. Is it possible that there's some deception going on? Is it possible? And I say, Obviously. I mean, how obvious does it have to be? How obvious does it have to be? Seriously.
Yeah.
And what people can't understand is like, they're like, no, but we've got all these ancient books, John LeBon. And I'm like, yeah, and I'm the guy who goes and reads those ancient books that were published in the last decade or two, finds the source that the book is supposedly based on, goes and finds the source for that book. This all takes time, mind you, time and effort. And I trace my way back, and it goes back to the Oxyrhynchus papyri. So these books that people have that they think are ancient, they're not ancient. No, they're not. No, they're not ancient.
It's so shocking. It's
Our history is a complete fabrication, right?
Yes.
A complete fabrication. Where did we come from? I don't know. Why are we here? I don't know. Who put us here? I don't know. Is it all going to come to an end? I don't know. But what I can tell you is the story that we're given about humans being here for thousands of years is patently absurd once you go and check for the sources, which almost nobody ever does, because the vast majority of people in the scene, the vast majority of people alive today, Sasha, are no different in form or function from non-player characters. Okay, they can talk. I'm serious. They can talk to you and me like this, and they look like you and me. So we confuse them. Well, like I don't know if you're not a non-player character, but the way that you speak, the way that you progress with your thought, the way that you interact and you think on the fly, this indicates to me that you're thinking inside your head, right?
Yes.
Not many people actually do that. They're like the NPCs in Oakley's chat. They'll be back there tonight, banging into the wall again. They're not going to change. They're not going to develop. They're not capable of progression. You see.
Yeah.
So the number of people who are capable of the kind of research that I'm doing, there's not many. And most of those people have lives to lead. They've got families to look after. They've got normally jobs to tend to. So the number of people who know what I know, are capable of doing the research I'm capable of, are interested in doing it, and have the time to do it, there's only one guy, and it's me, John LeBon. That's what I do.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's awesome. I am looking forward to reading more about the carbon one. And I'll just put this out there. I want to I can share the link with you if you want, but he speaks in French. So unless you speak French, it won't help. But I'm thinking of translating some of his content and making the ideas available. When he talks about the secret of the Freemasons and the Philosopher's Stone actually being a technology or a technique to soften stone. He thinks that all these ancient monuments that have these huge megalithic monuments, he thinks they were all built in the 17 and 1800s by British Freemasons because they had stone softening technology, and that's the real secret of the Freemasons. And it's just interesting, right? But so these are ideas.
What's his evidence that it was the Freemasons?
I can't summarize it on the spot.
See, that's the problem. And this is not a criticism of you, but it's like people love the people who tell them, well, here's what happened. Whereas I'm the guy who says, well, here's what didn't happen.
Well, that's why I wanted
and that's interesting to a small subsegment of the broader audience. But the majority of people, they'd rather listen to some French guy spout nonsense with no evidence than me say, well, I don't know how we got here, but let me show you how we didn't get here.
Yes.
The number of people interested in skepticism, which is what I do, there's some, it's great, but we're a tiny minority. What most people want is storytellers. And from what you've told me about Mr. Frenchman over there, he's another storyteller. He's it was the Freemasons. Like everybody wants a boogeyman too.
No, wait a minute though.
Everyone wants a boogeyman.
Yes and no, because he actually does go over the evidence for some of his conspiracy theories, right? Like for the ancient Egyptian one, he does actually go back and find the source books, and he shows this is what the renderings of the pyramids looked like, in 1903. Nothing like the pyramids we see now. And so clearly this was just the drawer's imagination, the artist's imagination, right?
Yeah,
so
he's right about that. If he's saying that some of the artistic depictions of the pyramids are different to what we see now, he's correct about that.
Yes.
Yeah. So it sounds like what this guy is doing, and I'm just basing this on what you've told me, but it sounds like what he's doing is correctly identifying the hoax, which is the official story, but then wrapping it up with his own explanation. Oh, it was the Freemasons, which might be the case. But once you start saying what actually happens, well, it's incumbent to then provide the evidence of why you're saying that. Why was it the Freemasons? It could have been, but why?
And see,
I'm very open. I'm very open to that. I mean, look what's on the symbol on the US dollar bill. You've got the all-seeing eye sitting above as the capstone of a pyramid, right?
Yeah.
And clearly the Freemasons are powerful. Clearly they have chapters or branches or lodges all over the world. Yeah. So the idea that it is the Freemasons, that's not hard for me to believe. But do people like this French guy actually provide evidence for what they're saying? Because if not, they're no different to me to the storytellers who say that it was the ancient Egyptians 2,000 years ago.
Okay, but here's the thing that I enjoy. So I enjoy his content because, one, I think he brings to my attention conspiracy theories that I wasn't aware of. He brings to my attention the some of the evidence supporting those conspiracy theories, which I appreciate. And then 3, I actually enjoy that he gives me his opinion of what he thinks the actual explanation is. And to be honest, more often than not, I disagree with him. But it gives me something to respond to and to find what I think. Like if someone just says, here's a mystery, then I'll think about it and try to figure it out, solve it for myself. But because of how I think, I'm argumentative. When someone tells me here's a mystery and here's the solution, I am more likely to be like, no, you're wrong, and this is why you're wrong, and you didn't explain this, and your explanation for that is wrong, and I think this would explain it better. And so for me, it gives me more to work with when he gives me then his, like, you know, he says, and it's the Freemasons, and this is why. And then it allows me then to go and say, no, I don't think you're right, but I think that that's an interesting idea.
I totally get what you're saying. It's natural, right? and this is something that I have to remind myself is that, you're correct. It is more enjoyable when they give you the narratives. Like, kind of what I'm doing. My art form is more like I'm going to things and deconstructing them without then giving a broader narrative to keep people engaged. Because that's like I got into this as a skeptic. You know, before I even really understood what that term meant, like the way that I do now. That's what drew me into all of this. And that's sort of the path I've stayed on rather than being a storyteller. But we do, as humans, all of us, including me, we all do love stories. Yeah. And so the people who can offer the story as well are naturally going to attract a larger audience. So, for instance, we see right now, Mudflood is getting big. People love Mudflood, right? Yeah. Because Mudflood is identifying that there are some problems with the story we're told about history, and then saying, oh, and by the way, guys, there was a reset a couple hundred years ago. Well, that's a fascinating idea, right? Like you've taken away the official story, but now you give me Mudflood. Whether I agree or I don't agree, it's fascinating. It's engaging. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun.
So I totally get it. Even flat Earth is the same thing, really. Not so much the religious elements that we see today, but just this idea of, okay, it's not a spinning ball. What is it? Well, how do you like this disc, right? And some people, they're like, yeah, okay, I can work with a disc. You know, as long as you give me something, you know, they're happy.
I know, and to be fair, like there's some conspiracy theory solutions offered that I enjoyed. I doesn't mean I think they're true, but I thoroughly enjoy them, you know. And it's like you said, right?
I hate to interrupt you there, Sasha. We're up to 5 hours 36.
Yeah, I know. We really have to cut this off.
Can we like just read a couple of the live chat comments? Like I would feel they've given us 5.5 hours of attention. We need to respond to a few questions. Are there any in particular that you think we should address?
I will let you take the lead on this, actually.
All right. So if anyone wants to send them through really quick, like I'm happy to answer any quick questions that come through. But just going through the comments, what kind of have you been checking the live chat while we've been chatting? What kind of comments are we getting?
Interesting. It's funny because at first there was a lot of talking amongst themselves, and then there was responding to what we were saying, and then they were just kind of commenting on us. So it's kind of interesting, and it depends on what we're talking to, right? Some people don't like what we're saying because it challenges their beliefs, and so then I think that makes people a bit more prickly.
Yeah, well, Java Fernandez, because we've covered so many topics, like there are going to be some topics where people, they agree with what I'm saying, with what you're saying, and then the next topic, they're going to think, I hate these people, I hope their channel gets shut down, I hope I never see these people again, I'm going to unsubscribe, like right now. And then the next topic, they're back on board. They're like, actually, no, these guys are all right. That's the problem with covering so many different topics. Like the smart people are the people who stick to one or two topics, and then there's no alienating their own audience. Whereas someone like me, there are many people who love when I say that history is a hoax, but they hate it when I say that ultrasound's a hoax, right? Or vice versa. Yeah. Yes,
I know. I'm terrible for alienating my audience, but the ones who stick with me know that I'm like that, so they just accept it.
Well, that's good. Well, we've got Javier Fernandez says that he's seen that they can grow diamonds. Yeah, there's footage of this. It's not like with so many of these truths, if you want to call them that, they're not really hidden. It's just that no one's looking into them, or almost nobody's looking into them. It's not some great occulted truth. Some people have this idea of, it's all being hidden. I'm not so sure that's the case. I think they're putting the truth in plain sight. Like movies like Capricorn 1. Have you seen that one? Capricorn 1?
Yes. Amazing. I only saw it 2 years ago, I think. It's incredible.
Some of the scenes in that film, they shoot identical to the moon landings. It's not an accident. It's not a coincidence. They're putting it right in your face, right?
Yeah, for the audience, it's
And this is
Jonas
one of the
Summer.
reasons I don't think that the people who run the show are evil. And this is something that really pisses people off when I say, I don't think the people who run the show are evil. If there is evil, it's people mutilating their own babies and radiating their own babies. If there's evil, or even worse, killing them in the womb. What is worse than killing a defenseless baby in the womb? If there's evil, that's it. And if that's not evil, don't tell me there's evil. If killing an innocent baby in the womb is not evil, don't tell me that anything else is evil, because I'm not listening, okay? But most people, they want to try and have their cake and eat it too, you see. So that's why I don't even get into conversations about morality. I'm like, I'm not convinced that people who run the show are evil. And if there's evil, there's a lot more people to point at this level. But even in the last 40 or 50 seconds of what I was just saying, bang, alienated a whole other bunch of people.
I know.
Because they've had an abortion, or their sisters had an abortion, or their girlfriends had an abortion, you see. It's all about feelings. It's all about feelings. But anyway, so Javier Fernandez says that he's seen the diamonds. Yeah, you can. It's not hidden. Not hidden. What else have we got here? Reality 358 says that, wow, he says that he thinks that you had your faith stolen when you were young and that you need to go back to God. Do you get a lot of God people on your channel? Is that common for you? People who are pushing
It was in the beginning, and then people realized that it's not going to work for me, because I have my own, I would just tell them, like, I have my own understanding of the sacred and the intelligence, the consciousness underlying this reality, and my understanding of it doesn't fit in the narrative of Christianity. But I understand the importance of Christianity in the Western world to fend off the invasion of other ideologies. So I do stand with the Christians because I think that they're going to help defend our society from things that are worse. But at the end of the day, I have a different understanding. But
yeah,
I
do get some on my channel in the comments, not often these days. But there is this overlap between conspiracy culture and Christian culture, which I had no idea of. I had no idea of that there was this overlap, but there really is. And then you see people like, I don't want to get his website name wrong, but the Vigilant Christian or something, like, you get these people who are like overtly combining, and there is this apocalyptic or like disaster in end of times element in conspiracy subculture.
Yes.
Like that is a big part of what a lot of people are drawn to. And of course, it's the same with religion, this idea of an end of days revelation sort of thing. Like the overlap makes sense, but I'd never known that until I got involved in conspiracy subculture.
It's true,
Yeah, it's interesting. What else have we got here? We've got, there was a question. Here we go. Does JLB, this is from Rock Lover. He's one of my long-term haters. How are you, Rock Lover? He says, does JLB still think the USS Liberty didn't happen or no one died on 9/11? The USS Liberty, I haven't looked into that one for a while. So my initial suspicion would be hoax, but it could be real. I haven't looked into that one properly. And then 9/11, I don't believe anybody died or got hurt, but it's possible. I mean, sometimes when people make movies, people do die or get hurt. Accidents happen. So it's possible when they were making that movie that it happened, but I don't think so. I don't think they killed anybody on 9/11. That's just my opinion. What else have we got here? Sorry, I'm just going through the comments here. I love chatting with the comments. I used to do live streams all the time, and I used to love sort of interacting with the comments, and live streaming is something I don't do so often these days. Anders Ace says, can JLB explain why flatties hate him? Well, maybe you can explain. You're the one with the hatred. Explain the hatred in your soul. Is it because what I'm saying is offensive to your beliefs? And the answer is yes. So, I mean, that's an easy question to answer. What else have we got here? Camera tricks. Sasha, why did you time me out? Have you been timing people out, Sasha?
I have timed 2 people out, I think. One of them because they were making... one of them was making a commentary about how old we look, and I just thought, you know what, I don't want to hear that right now. So time out. And then someone else was making comments that I wasn't appreciating, and I thought they were being trollish. Like, time them out.
That's fair enough. It's your channel, and people talk about censorship, and it's like, if I'm having a house party and I decide that you're no longer welcome, you can go to anyone else's party. I don't owe you access to my party. And it's the same with the online world. It's like, if I don't want you on my channel, it's not censorship to ask you to leave. You can go and spout your nonsense elsewhere. Go to your house and spout it. Start a YouTube channel dedicated to hating me. People have done it before. You know what I mean? It's not a problem. Just stop bothering me and my guests. We're just trying to have a good time here,
Yes. Yeah, that's how I feel, yeah.
I remember one time when I was a bit younger, I had this really cool apartment near, because I was obviously a university student, and I had a really cool apartment near the university. And one night we're having like a bit of it wasn't big enough to call it a party, but it was quite a decent little crowd. And it was one of the very few times in my life when, In fact, off the top of my head, it's the only time I can remember having to actually ask somebody to leave. Like, they were just being so, like, I don't want to use the word offensive, I don't like that word, but they were just not, they should not have been there. They were pissing me off, they were pissing other people off, and I was like, I let it keep going and going. And then I was like, holy shit, I'm going to have to kick this guy out. Like, I really don't want to have to do this. And he was a friend of my housemate, but my housemate was baked as on the couch, not doing anything. Like, I was kind of waiting him to sort of step in and sort of tell this guy to pull his head in a bit, like calm down a bit.
Yeah.
But old mate was baked on the couch, and I'm like, holy shit, I'm going to have to ask this guy to leave. And I'm like, God damn it. So you get up, and it's such an awkward thing, and of course they don't take it well, and then people start threatening to fight each other, and then friends have to jump in. And it's like, come on, it's a complete joke. Like, it's not something you enjoy doing.
Yeah.
It's not something you enjoy doing. And on my channel, I rarely ban people from chat, but sometimes it's like, well, now you're causing problems for the other people in the chat. I guess you're going to have to go. It's not like, you can disagree with me, you can hate me, you can even tease me occasionally. You can tease my hat, tease my shirt, tease my beard. Like, it's not a big deal. But if it gets to the point where that's all you're doing, why would I want to keep you around? Why?
Yeah, I have if they disagree with me, it's one thing, but if they're rude or if they're trying to demean me or put me down or bash my appearance or whatever else, I have no time for that. I just ban them. Because I just feel like if you're not contributing to the light in the world, you think you're all powerful snuffing out my light? No. The true power is in being a light. It's not in putting out. Anybody can put out other people's light, but very few of us can be lights in the world. So we have to be lights in the world. So yeah, I just ban people.
and the online thing does bring out the worst in some people. I think it brings out the best in some people, but I think it also does bring out the worst in a lot of people. It's like, there's not as much consequence. I mean, if you're actually at a house party, it is awkward if someone has to ask you to leave. And even if it's never happened to you, you can just at least imagine you don't want that to happen. And you don't want to piss people off, and you can sense if someone doesn't like what you're saying. So there's like this auto calibration. There's like this auto behavior modification that's going on. Whereas if it's just self-regulation, exactly. If it's just text in the live chat, then that's not happening. Like, it's just they keep escalating their nonsense until finally it's like, okay, well, bye-bye, And I think it's cool that YouTube has the timeout option. It's almost like, well, this is the people at the party moving away from your part of the room. This is them saying, like, you're still welcome here, but just, we're just trying to have a good time, relax. Orbs Realm says that JLB loves the sound of his own voice. Yeah, the truth is I do for the most part. But just like I said, now that I'm not speaking as much, I think I've lost, like, my voice just doesn't, it's not as strong as it used to be. I need to get back into the habit of speaking, which a 6-hour live stream might go some way to doing. But yeah, like, the truth is I do like the sound of my own voice. And I feel sorry for people who don't. It's like, this is a way that we tell people to shut up, right? Oh, he loves the sound of his own voice. And it's like, that's part of the crab mentality culture of keeping people down. You're not allowed to like the sound of your own voice. Why not? It's my voice. I'm stuck with it. You only have to hear it if you tune into my shows. I'm stuck with my voice all the time, so I might as well like it. Yeah. And who convinced anybody out there that they shouldn't like their own voice? Who convinced you that? Who put the thought in your head that you shouldn't like your own voice? That person was not your friend. Period.
Yes. Yeah, that's the thing with me. People will say that to me as well because I talk so much. I'm not concise, but the thing is, I am usually trying to formulate a new thought as I'm saying it. I'm not just regurgitating old thoughts. And so I have to kind of work out what it is that I actually think as I talk. So I can't just make a concise point because it's not a pre-formulated, pre-packaged thought that I'm just giving my audience, right? It's really like I'm talking about a topic, I'm working it out, I'm figuring out what I think as I talk about it. So it is going to take me a while to get to my point. And also, I think it's good that we have ego and that we think that what we have to say is important enough to say it and to take our time in saying it, because I think we're right. I think that what we are saying does have value.
Yeah, I definitely think that what I'm saying has value. This is the point I make to people. It's like, I value my time. Do you value yours? Yeah. And so in my case, I put a lot of time into some of the content I produce. I value that. I actually put a value on it. I say, if you don't value it this much, that's okay. You don't have to see it. It's no problem. Like, I literally value my time. And professionals, people who are good at what they do, this is what they do. They value their time. So the idea that, because we're talking about topics that are so important, now we shouldn't value our time, that's arse about. That's got things around the complete wrong way. If anything, if we're ever going to value our time, surely it's on these kinds of topics. especially when we're talking about things like ultrasound or baby mutilation or abortion, any of these things that do affect people in the real world. Surely this is the time that we should value our time if we're doing research, I think.
Yes.
So a couple more comments we need to wrap up. I want to wrap this up before 6 hours. If we can get this done by 6 hours, I can break this into four files to upload to my channel. I can take a 3-month holiday. This is crazy.
I need water so badly.
I don't blame it. This is epic. 6 hours. It feels like I sat down 2 minutes ago. It's just gone like that.
I know, it's been so entertaining. It's been great.
Well, if you want to go and get a glass of water, I can deal with our friends in the live chat. Yeah, I can read through. Why not? Let's see what we've got going on here. Let's see. Reality 358. No, I've already read that comment. Anything else? John, are you admitting that you're not smart? I'm wrong about some things, for sure. Is that your question? Like, there are some things that I believe now that I won't believe in the future. And there are some things that I don't believe now that I will believe in the future. It's a constant process. Like, 12 months ago, I still believed in diamonds. Now I don't. Now I know they're a hoax. Yeah. Deadly animals. 12 months ago, I believed they were real. Now I think they're a hoax. So if these are the kinds of things that I've learned, ultrasound, 12 months ago, I thought was harmless. Or relatively harmless, at least. So if these are the kinds of things I've learned in 2019, and then I look at what I learned in 2018 and in 2017, like, it's a constant process of learning. So I would expect that there'll be more things that I'll learn in the future. And surely, if you're being honest, you feel the same way. Surely any sensible person sees it the same way. Let's have a look. Javier says that I lost him. Oh, that's a shame. Good luck. Rhett Priestley says something about Party Pack. Let's see. I mean, there's some of these questions. You know what? The questions in the middle of the call were a lot more interesting than some of the ones coming through now. It's the same 3 people. Let's have a look. Okay. CubeStar says, I like listening to you guys. Everything's on the table. Thank you. Appreciate that, Cubstar. Thank you. See, it's not about if people agree with me or agree with who I'm speaking with, in this case, Sasha. It's like, well, do you at least find it engaging, entertaining? Does it make you think about what you think you know? Some of the big podcasts I've listened to, it wasn't that I was agreeing with what they were saying. It was that they were challenging what I thought I knew, which caused me to think on the fly. Like, sometimes I'll go for a walk, listen to a podcast, and if it's a good podcast, an hour can go like a minute because I've been caught up in my own, why do I believe that? And then I'll start thinking through my thoughts, and I'm like, I remember the first time someone told me that, and I believed it, and I've just believed it ever since. And then I'll start thinking about, well, do I have any evidence today? And then before I know it, half an hour's gone, 40 minutes has gone, an hour's gone, just because these people are challenging what I thought I knew. Not because they're saying stuff that I agree with. It's because they're saying stuff that actually I disagree with, but it's causing me to think. I enjoy thinking. And I used to think that everybody enjoyed that. Now I know that that is definitely not the case.
It's not the case, no.
Well, you know what? I think we've just about got through all of the comments and questions that are relevant. Sorry if I've forgotten anybody, if I've missed anybody. But they've had plenty of time to get the questions through, I think. I think it's been fair.
Yeah, and thank you everyone in chat. I know, like, usually when I do live streams, I usually do it with chat, right? Like, I'm responding, we're talking, we're engaging, we're visiting. But today it was with a guest, and so it was more, I know it wasn't an interview because I talked as much as you did, if not more.
Like I said to you, I'm a host most of the time. I'm used to asking questions, and I'm not a very good guest for that exact reason.
No, but it was great. Like, I've actually really thoroughly enjoyed this, and I want to do it again. But I do want to thank the people in chat just for being here, for participating. And if you do enjoy the content, give it a thumbs up. Subscribe to my channel if you're not already a subscriber, because it helps my channel. Primarily, it helps it, I think, because if there's more engagement, then it shows up higher in the rankings. And why that's important to me is because I do wish that more people would be exposed to these ideas. And so I hope that more people see this, right? So that's why I always encourage my viewers to give it a thumbs up, or,
like, subscribe, and share. Can you imagine if we had this technology back in Tesla's day? If he could just do a live stream and be like, guys, they're oppressing me. The Westinghouses are oppressing me. Venmo me some cash, super chat me some cash, smash the super chat, and make sure you like, subscribe, and share. Let's get the free energy truth out to the world. Yeah?
Oh, yeah. There was one thing about Tesla. Okay, but we'll talk about another day, I think. But yeah, the death, it was just interesting. I think that people should revisit the Tesla information available online, because I did find and maybe it's the Mandela effect. I don't know, but I did find
Oh, I didn't get to ask you about the Mandela effect. We've got 5 minutes until 6 hours. You've got to tell me, what's your opinion on the Mandela effect? Honestly.
I'm a total believer. And I've heard you talk
no.
about it, and this is where I think you're wrong.
What about Sasquatch? What's your opinion on Sasquatch truth? Where do you sit on this highly controversial question of Sasquatch?
I think that the idea that there may be ape-like hominid type beings still here and there in pockets of land, I think, yeah, that's possible.
Yeah, we've got several of them in the chat. I'm not debating that. But this Sasquatch character, do you think he exists or existed, honestly? Because I didn't know this was actually a thing. I discovered that this is a thing just a few days ago when I was listening to Brian Staveley calling out IPS. I listened to the whole call, took notes, wrote a big article with my thoughts on it for my website. And I'm listening, and this guy calls in, because Brian Staveley spent the first 10 minutes of his show saying we're under attack, we're being sent. This is a guy with multiple YouTube channels, mind you. Multiple YouTube channels. But he's saying that he's under attack and he's being censored. This is a free platform to tell the whole world your opinions. And he's got several channels, but somehow he's being censored and attacked. I don't really understand that. But he spent the first 10 minutes doing that of his show. Some dude calls in and is like, bro, the same thing has happened with Sasquatch. And I'm listening to this and I'm like, excuse me? And like my ears sort of, whoa. I'm just sitting there with my notepad and pen. And this guy's like, man, and I'm just paraphrasing what he said. He's like, man, all the leading Sasquatch channels, all being oppressed, all being censored, all being shut down. If you speak about Sasquatch truth, they come for you just the same as Mandela. And I'm like, is this a thing? How? Like, I'm a conspiracy expert now. I thought I knew them all. I thought this one was just a meme. I didn't think that was real.
No,
not only is it real, they're even using the same tactics as the Mandelas and the Flat Earthers. We're under attack, guys. That proves that we're on the truth. So just Venmo me some money, smash the super chat, like, subscribe, and share. The same thing.
No, listen, there are, like, the Yeti, it has different names in different parts of the world. I think it's a possibility. I don't know either way. I do want to say about the Mandela effect, I think that some people think the Mandela effect means that the world has changed and like the Berenstain Bears. Then they'll say like, oh, I went into the library and I found old Berenstain Bears books from the 1980 and it has Berenstain, therefore the Mandela effect is wrong because look at this old 1982 book, so the books haven't changed. That's not actually what people are claiming. That's not what I'm claiming. I'm claiming that there are a large number of us and our internal representation of reality no longer corresponds with our shared external reality. And the discrepancies between our internal representation and our current shared external reality, the discrepancies are identical within groups, although there are differences among groups, and it doesn't fit hysteria. It doesn't fit false memory syndrome. And I have a psych degree and I actually analyzed it and I was talking to a psychologist about it and really we broke it down. And so a lot of the explanations that people think explain it away don't. And what it's seen, and I don't think it means all these timelines. I made a video about it where I think it actually has to do with an external observer to our unit, to our realm, and probability superposition states. Like, I actually think that there's a good explanation for it. But yeah, I know for a fact, JLB, laugh if you want to, but I know for a fact that the Berenstain Bears used to be EIN within the realm of my life when I was young.
I'm not laughing. I'm listening. I'm not laughing.
And like I have because and I've said this online before, and I'm trying to keep us under 6 hours. So I'm going to be quick. But so when I was young, because I was francophone within a broader Anglophone community, so I was very aware of maybe not mispronouncing English words because I didn't want to be embarrassed for being French. And I remember the Berenstain Bears, and I remember really kind of struggling, like, is it Berenstein or is it Berenstein? And being really afraid of having to say the Berenstain Bears out loud because I wasn't sure if it was Ian or Ein. Because at home, for me, we would watch French TV shows, Passepartout, and so I wasn't familiar with the English, how it would be pronounced out loud. And it was I used to go to the library very often. Clearly, I was very nerdy even as a child. And so I would always pass by the Berenstein Bears books, and I would always look at them like, oh, this stresses me out. And then now, all of a sudden, they've always been the Berenstain Bears. And so and I know people will say, oh, you can create these elaborated false memories, but I've studied how to create false memories in psychology.
30 seconds. We have to wrap it up. Hey, it's your show. I'll let you have the final word, but let me just say to the listeners, thank you for checking this out, and johnlebon.com, ton of free content there, and it'll take you months to get through all the free content. And if you love it, you can sign up as a member, but if not, I am putting out free content occasionally, so you can continue to get the free stuff. But we've got 12 seconds, Sasha. Wrap it up for us. Thank you very much for inviting me on the show. I've had a great time, and hopefully we can do it again sometime in the future.
Definitely. And thank you so much for being here. And hopefully one day I will persuade you that the Mandela effect is real, but not tonight. That's okay. Maybe next time. And you're welcome back anytime you want to come back, because this has been delightful. And it was great having you here. So thank you so much. Okay, and good night, everyone. And so, John, I'm going to hit end broadcast. I don't know if it's going to cut our call. So just hang on in case it doesn't. Okay, thank you, everyone. Good night.